Chapter 678. Support the original, Chijian Chinese networks. I am decent. The mountain was bare. The grass was withered. There weren't even many trees. There was only a simple and crude village made of wood. Strictly speaking, this was just a desolate mountain. Even the birds that passed by did not want to linger. Sigh. Qin Shujian was bored to death as he sat on a large rock. Beside him was a large saber that was chipped in a few places. Coupled with the patched clothes on his body and the holes in his straw sandals on his feet, he looked like he was about to die. He looked more like a beggar than a bandit. However, he was really a bandit. No, to be precise, he was a bandit. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts. Cultivation Method, Level 1 of Body Forging. Scripture, 5 levels in total. Mortal level, low grade. Equipment, broken sword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. This was Qin Shujian's current attribute panel. When he first came to this world, he thought he had been reborn. However, after a day of learning, Qin Shujian finally realized that he had become an NPC in the game. As for why he was so sure, because at the bottom right of the attribute panel, there was a countdown timer that kept ticking. 2 days, 15 hours, 23 minutes, 41 seconds until the arrival of the players. Sigh. Seeing this, Qin Shujian let out a long sigh. The players were coming. And his current identity, no matter how he looked at it, was like a cannon fodder NPC in the beginner's village. He existed specifically to give experience to the new players. Killed, resurrected, killed again, resurrected again. Qin Shujian suddenly thought of the scene when he was playing the game. At that time, he didn't feel much about those cannon fodder NPCs. But now that his identity had changed, he deeply felt this kind of sorrow. Wait. Qin Shujian's face suddenly froze. He seemed to have overlooked something. And that was, his body's original identity was indeed an NPC, but now, it had been taken over by someone else, and it was completely replaced. In this way, whether or not he could be resurrected was still unknown. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly quivered and jumped up from the big rock. No, this won't do. What if he can't be revived? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? There are still more than 2 days left. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths as he looked at the countdown timer on his attribute panel. It was as if he was looking at his own death timer. It wasn't easy for him to live again. Even if he was an NPC, it was still better than completely disappearing. Even if I have to be an NPC, I will never be a cannon fodder NPC. Qin Shujian silently set a flag for himself. If he didn't want to become a cannon fodder NPC, he would have to increase his level. I mean, strength. Only then would he be able to get out of this awkward situation. This game didn't have the level system that he was familiar with. Instead, it adopted a different division of realms. As for the so-called body tempering scripture, Qin Shujian discovered that there was indeed such a technique in his mind. But that was only a superficial technique to train one's body. It required the accumulation of years and months of practice. There was no way he could master it in a short period of time. But, Qin Shujian had his own thoughts. Since it was a game, he definitely couldn't do without killing NPCs to level up. As for where to kill NPCs, Qin Shujian looked at the people walking around and smiled. He was now in a nest of NPCs. There was no need to look for them. The only problem was, he himself was an NPC. Then, could he really get something like experience points or leveling up by killing his own kind? Bending down to pick up the broken broadsword on the big rock, Qin Shujian walked toward one of the bandits who was dressed similarly to him. At the same time, the attributes of that bandit appeared in his mind. Name, Zhong Ergu. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts. Cultivation Method, Body Tempering. Scripture. Level 1, 5 levels in total. Mortal level, low grade. Equipment, broken broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. Apart from the name, everything else was exactly the same as Qin Shujian's. He didn't know if it was because of the game's characteristics or because the other bandits were in the same camp as him. In any case, Qin Shujian could see the other party's attributes as long as he wanted to. When Qin Shujian approached that bandit, he was still standing in the same spot. His eyes were looking outside. He stood there motionless like a piece of wood. Qin Shujian also tried to communicate with these people. In the end, the result was, apart from him, these bandits were no different from the cannon fodder NPCs in his impression. They didn't know how to talk and had no intelligence. Every day, they ate and rested on time, stood guard and patrolled. It was as if everything was going according to the settings. Brother. Qin Shujian patted him on the shoulder. Zhong Ergu turned to look at him, then turned back. A big hand suddenly covered his mouth, and then he was forcefully dragged behind a big rock. Looking at Zhong Ergu, whose mouth and nose were covered, his hands and feet instinctively struggling, Qin Shujian's eyes hardened. He suddenly raised his broadsword and slashed down. Although the broadsword was broken, it was still abnormally sharp. Poochie, a light sound was heard. It was the sound of a blade piercing into flesh. Zhong Ergu was immediately pierced through. Blood flowed out from the wound. Then, a warm current rose from the broadsword and flowed into Qin Shujian's body. Thump! Qin Shujian's legs gave way and he staggered to the ground. His chest rose and fell violently, and his face was faintly pale. Murder! He killed someone. Looking at Zhong Ergu, who died with his eyes wide open, and the broadsword in his chest, the dark red blood was particularly eye-catching. Qin Shujian did not expect that killing an NPC would be so realistic. For a moment, he almost mistakenly thought that he was not in a game, and that he was not killing an NPC, but a real person. Fortunately, without waiting for Qin Shujian to be surprised for too long, Zhong Ergu's body slowly disappeared under his eyes. Only his original broken broadsword was left. The moment it lost its support, it fell to the ground. Bang! The soft sound of the broadsword hitting the ground made Qin Shujian completely come back to his senses. Seeing this scene, he let out a long sigh of relief, and his pale face recovered a lot. Good. Although it was a bit too realistic, at least my guess was right. Qin Shujian did not have the guts to kill someone, but it was impossible for him to not frown at all. He just raised his sword and slashed it down so quickly. Qin Shujian finally calmed down. Only then did he remember the warm current that just surged up. He immediately checked his own attributes. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold Realm, First Stage of the Martial Realm Cultivation Technique, Body Tempering Scripture First Layer, plus, total of 5 layers, Mortal Level Low Grade, HP, 1 Equipment, Broken Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. The status panel was still the same as before. The only difference was that there was an additional HP attribute. In addition, there was a plus sign behind the first layer of the Body Tempering Scripture. Seeing the plus sign, Qin Shujian's mind could not help but move, and he lightly tapped it with his consciousness. He saw his HP instantly drop to 0. And under the cultivation technique, the words Body Tempering Scripture also twisted. Immediately after, a wave of power surged from his body, as if some subtle changes had occurred. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold Realm, Second Stage of the Martial Realm Cultivation Technique, Body Tempering Scripture Second Layer, total of 5 layers, Mortal Level Low Grade, HP, 0 Equipment, Broken Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. His HP directly dropped to 0. His Body Tempering Scripture had changed from the first layer to the second layer, and his realm had also changed from the first layer of the Martial Realm to the second layer of the Martial Realm. My strength has roughly doubled. Picking up the broken broadsword from the ground, Qin Shujian weighed it in his hand, and found that it was a lot lighter than before. His originally skinny arms had faintly bulging muscles. Then he stretched on the spot, and he had a clearer understanding of his body. Every aspect of my body seems to have improved, but it's not as obvious as the increase in strength. He pinched his muscles, and the surface of his skin also had some toughness. This was the effect of increasing the Body Tempering Scripture by 1 layer. The Body Tempering Scripture was similar to the Liangshan Stronghold's cultivation technique. In any case, up until now, All the NPCs that Qin Shujian had come into contact with had cultivated this cultivation technique. As for the body tempering scripture's use, as the name implied, it was to temper the body. To temper the body and nourish one's strength. When the body tempering scripture reached the 5th layer, one would be able to spread the strength throughout the body, and every move would be able to explode with the strongest power. As for the body tempering scripture's mortal level low grade, Qin Shujian guessed that it should be the level of this cultivation technique. According to normal theory, this was the lowest level. Above it, there should be something like mortal level middle grade, mortal level high grade, and so on. Even if you haven't eaten pork, don't tell me you haven't seen a pig run. Qin Shujian still had some knowledge of these normal otherworldly, game theories. As for the HP, killing a Zhong Ergu NPC gave me an extra HP attribute. It should be something that can only be obtained by killing NPCs, but I don't know if it can be obtained by killing players. Qin Shujian's mind spun. Consuming 1 HP to increase the body tempering scripture by 1 layer. Increasing the realm by 1 layer is equivalent to directly increasing 1 level. If this is the case, leveling up in this game is quite easy. After all, in this Liangshan stronghold, these non-intelligent NPCs shouldn't think that their companions are trying to harm them. I wonder if Zhong Ergu has already respawned? All of a sudden, his thoughts drifted away again. Suddenly, Qin Shujian shook his head violently. Thinking about this now was meaningless to him. The most important thing now was to think of a way to increase the body tempering scripture to the 5th layer. This way, before the players arrived, he could increase his strength to a higher level and get rid of his identity as a cannon fodder NPC. He had set a general goal for the short-term future. Qin Shujian held the broken broadsword and walked out from behind the big rock. Coincidentally, another patrolling bandit came from afar. Qin Shujian also walked towards the other party openly. Like Zhong Ergu, this patrolling bandit did not have any vigilance towards Qin Shujian. Even when he got close, he only glanced at him and directly walked past him. When the patrolling bandit's back was facing him, Qin Shujian grabbed the bandit's nose and mouth with one hand and his throat with the other. Then, he directly dragged the bandit behind the big rock. His cultivation had increased to the 2nd layer of the basic realm and his strength had doubled. The patrolling bandit was only at the 1st layer of the basic realm. In front of Qin Shujian, it was impossible for him to resist and he was easily dragged over. He did the same thing. His hand rose and the broadsword fell. Blood splattered again. The patrolling bandit fell to the ground with a puzzled look on his face. This time, Qin Shujian had experience. When he saw the bloody scene again, although his face was still somewhat pale, it was not to the point where he staggered and fell to the ground. However, this scene was too real. It was so real that the thick smell of blood continuously entered Qin Shujian's breath. He could only say in his heart, "This is not real. This is only a game. I only killed an NPC." These words were to comfort himself. He familiarly checked his status panel name, Qin Shujian identity, ordinary bandit affiliation, Liangshan stronghold realm, 2nd layer of the basic realm cultivation method, body forging scripture 2nd layer, total of 5 layers, mortal level low grade, life points, 1 equipment, damaged broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. Just as Qin Shujian thought, his life points did increase by 1 point for every NPC he killed. However, Qin Shujian looked at the cultivation method column and frowned deeply. The plus sign that he expected did not appear this time. This also meant that the body forging scripture could not be upgraded this time. Previously, 1 life point was enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 layer. Now that I have 1 life point, I can't upgrade it again. Is it because I don't have enough life points, or is it because I can't continuously upgrade it? Qin Shujian thought to himself. If it was the first reason, then it would be fine. At worst, he could just kill a few more NPCs. In any case, he did not think that killing an NPC would be enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 layer. If it was that easy, then he would only need to kill a few bandits and the body forging scripture would be maxed out. But if it was the second reason, then things would be troublesome. Because what he lacked the most now was time. If there was a so-called cooldown time for every upgrade, then it would be really bad news. When the bandit on the ground disappeared, Qin Shujian made up his mind to continue testing his conjecture. One must know that any hypothesis had to be tested in practice. Fortunately, Cold Mountain Stronghold did not have much, but they had enough bandits. There were at least 50 bandits gathered in the small mountain. Soon, Qin Shujian left the place. The disappearance of the 2 bandits did not seem to attract the attention of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Or rather, no one knew where the 2 bandits had gone. Not long after, Qin Shujian encountered another bandit who was patrolling the mountain alone. With the previous 2 successful experiences, he already had a lot of confidence. There were no surprises. Almost as if he was familiar with the route, he forcefully dragged the lone bandit to a place that blocked his view. Then, he decisively finished him off. After finishing off the bandit, Qin Shujian checked his status again. Just as he had expected, his HP dropped from 1 to 2. But in the cultivation method column, the second layer of the body forging scripture was still there alone. There were no changes. The expected plus sign did not appear. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He could only attribute this to his low HP. After all, he did not want to admit that there was a cooldown time for upgrading the body forging scripture. After suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he immediately chose his next target. 1, 2, every time he killed a bandit, Qin Shujian would check his status. When he found that there were no changes, he would continue to look for the next bandit. When he killed the 4th bandit, Qin Shujian checked his status again. Finally, his expression changed. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold. Realm, second layer of the basic realm. Cultivation method, body forging scripture. Second layer, plus, total of 5 layers, mortal level. Low grade, HP, 5 equipment, damaged broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. After his HP reached 5, there was finally a plus sign behind the second layer of the body forging scripture. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian used his consciousness to click on it. His 5 HP was directly reset to 0. Wang. The words of the second layer of the body forging scripture directly transformed into the third layer in his mind. His realm also went from the second layer of the basic realm to the third layer of the basic realm. A warm current surged from his body and instantly spread to his limbs and bones. His qi and blood also started to boil. At this moment, the space between his flesh and blood seemed to have become closer. His skin, which was originally somewhat pale, now had a bronze-like color. My strength has doubled from my original foundation. Qin Shujian felt as if he had practiced the body forging scripture for many years. He was familiar with the third layer of the body forging scripture. He felt as if he knew every inch of his body's improvement like the back of his hand. His strength had doubled from his original foundation. This was a significant improvement. One had to know. When he had advanced from the first layer of the basic realm to the second layer of the basic realm, his strength had doubled. Now that he had advanced from the second layer of the basic realm to the third layer of the basic realm, his strength had doubled again. In this way, his strength had increased by more than 4 times from the beginning. Furthermore, the increase in strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After breaking through to the third layer of the basic realm, Qin Shujian suddenly had a premonition that even if he were to face those bandits head-on, less than 10 of them would not be a threat to him. Apart from that, after advancing to the third layer of the basic realm, the various aspects of my body have also improved. Although it is not as obvious as my strength doubling, it is still not a small improvement. After briefly familiarizing himself with the condition of his body, Qin Shujian once again looked at his status panel. The HP column had already been reset to 0. From the first layer of the body forging scripture to the second layer of the body forging scripture, I only need 1 HP. From the second layer of the body forging scripture to the third layer of the body forging scripture, I need 5 HP. The difference is a total of 5 times. After carefully calculating, Qin Shujian felt a toothache. If the difference was really 5 times, then even if he killed all the bandits in the Cold Mountain Stronghold, he might not be able to reach the 5th layer of the body forging scripture. However, after knowing the increase in strength brought about by advancing to the next layer, Qin Shujian felt that it was only natural. Otherwise, the difficulty of this game would be too easy. The third layer of the body forging scripture corresponds to the third layer of the basic realm. Then, the fifth layer of the body forging scripture should correspond to the fifth layer of the basic realm. If this is the case, then the fifth layer of the basic realm should be able to fight against 100 people. Qin Shujian inwardly guessed. That was 16 times the strength of the first layer of the basic realm. However, these were all hypotheses and could not be taken seriously. After knowing that there was no cooldown time to increase the body forging scripture and that there was only a requirement for HP, Qin Shujian felt somewhat comforted. Wasn't it just HP? There were so many bandits in Cold Mountain. Before he killed them all, there was no need to consider this problem. After all, he was only at the third layer of the basic realm and did not need to consider the fifth layer of the basic realm. As a person, one must be down to earth. One step at a time, one must become bigger and stronger. This was the absolute principle. After his strength increased to the third layer of the basic realm, Qin Shujian felt that he could be considered an expert in the Cold Mountain stronghold. At the very least, those NPCs at the first layer of the basic realm would not be able to pose any threat to him. Meanwhile, to obtain more HP, it was no longer realistic to wait for the opportunity to strike. Moreover, if too many bandits died, it would be hard to guarantee that the Cold Mountain stronghold master would not notice. After all, a stronghold had a stronghold master. And the stronghold master was the most powerful NPC in the stronghold. Although Qin Shujian had not personally met the stronghold master of the Cold Mountain stronghold, he knew that the stronghold master was not someone these NPCs at the first layer of the basic realm could compare with. I must increase my strength as much as possible before the stronghold master of the Cold Mountain stronghold discovers me. This way, even if I am discovered, I can at least guarantee that I can escape if I can't defeat him. After making up his mind, Qin Shujian decided to take the initiative to attack. Previously, when he was fighting the NPCs one by one, the efficiency was too slow. There were only 2 more days until the players arrived. If he continued to waste time, he might die. Soon, Qin Shujian did not walk for long before he saw 3 bandits. 2 of them were patrolling bandits, while the other one was standing guard. When he quickly approached them, Qin Shujian did not hesitate. The large saber in his hand carried a fierce gust of wind and directly chopped at the neck of one of the patrolling bandits. With 4 times the strength of a normal bandit, the broken large saber in his hand was as light as a feather. The speed at which he swung his saber was many times faster. The patrolling bandit did not even have time to react before his neck was chopped by the saber. Bang! A large head flew into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. This sudden turn of events caused the other patrolling bandit and the one standing guard to be unable to react in time. However, shortly after, the eyes of the 2 bandits flashed with an ominous glint. Even if their intelligence was not high, they could still understand the situation in front of them. Just as they were about to make their move, Qin Shujian was already 1 step ahead of them. He took a big stride forward and swung his large saber in a backhand slash. The extremely fast saber directly chopped at the shoulder of the other patrolling bandit. The blade of the saber cut through the shoulder and directly cut 3 inches below the throat. Ah! After a short scream, the patrolling bandit immediately fell to the ground and died. At this moment, the other patrolling bandit had already swung his large saber at him. Qin Shujian immediately pulled out his saber and met the attack head-on. Bang! Bang! The 2 sabers collided, creating sparks. The large saber in the hands of the patrolling bandit was directly knocked away. Then, Qin Shujian swung his saber again and directly chopped the patrolling bandit to death. At this moment, in less than 10 seconds, the 3 bandits were dead. With the strength of a 3rd stage of the martial arts realm, he was able to single-handedly crush these bandits who were only in the 1st stage of the martial arts realm. Qin Shujian was slightly out of breath. It was not as if he did not expend any energy after killing 3 bandits in one go. However, this short confrontation allowed him to have a clear understanding of his own strength once again. Seeing that the fallen bandit had disappeared, Qin Shujian, who had gained 3 HP points, was in a good mood. Holding the large saber in his hand, he continued to search for his next target. Not long after, another bandit appeared in his line of sight. Qin Shujian did not hesitate at all. He directly raised his saber and chopped at the bandit. No, it should be chopped at the NPC. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit. Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold. Realm, Martial Realm. Level 4. Cultivation Technique, Body Forging. Scripture. Level 4, total of 5, Mortal. Level. Low grade, HP, 2. Equipment, Damaged Large Saber, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. After his HP reached 25 points, Qin Shujian's realm increased to the 4th level of the martial realm as he wished. However, after his strength increased, he had no choice but to stop after killing 2 more bandits. It was not that Qin Shujian had a conscience. Ever since he had never treated the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold as human beings, he had killed so many of them that he no longer felt anything. Of course, it was not that he had killed all the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. In fact, considering the number of bandits in the Cold Mountain Stronghold, he had only killed half of them at most. The real reason why Qin Shujian stopped was, when he killed the 33rd bandit, he received a notification in his mind. Because you have wantonly killed the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold, you have attracted the attention of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Wu Sheng. The entire Cold Mountain Stronghold has been placed under martial law and is wantonly searching for the murderer. Note, if you kill the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold again, your identity will be completely exposed. After your identity is exposed, you will be expelled from the Cold Mountain Stronghold and become a wandering NPC. You will also be hunted down by the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's strength far surpasses that of the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. Please note, after receiving these 4 system notifications, Qin Shujian had no choice but to temporarily stop. The system specifically reminded him twice about the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Obviously, the other party's strength was not to be underestimated. Qin Shujian was not prepared to make a move against the other bandits until he understood the background of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Wu Sheng. He was not very clear about the consequences of being expelled from the Cold Mountain Stronghold and becoming a wandering NPC. However, Qin Shujian guessed that this would not be a good outcome. At least, before he understood the situation, he was not prepared to take any risks. Next, let's go take a look at this Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. If he continued on like this, there was a high probability that he would encounter the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. This was a good opportunity to probe the other party's background. If he really could not defeat the other party, then he would make other plans. If the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's strength was average, then he could not be blamed for turning hostile. The Cold Mountain Stronghold was not big. It was surrounded by steep cliffs that were difficult to climb. There was only one path leading up the mountain. There were many strange rocks on the mountain. The only place suitable for building a stronghold was a small area near the top of the mountain. Although the Cold Mountain Stronghold was called a stronghold, it was actually just a dozen or so wooden houses that were grouped together to enclose this piece of land. In the middle of the Cold Mountain Stronghold was a simple and crude hall. On the brown plaque, 3 large words were written in a slanted manner. Hall of Loyalty. Seeing these 3 words, Qin Shujian was stunned for a moment. There was no other reason for this. It was because these words were too familiar. He did not know if all the bandits thought that they were loyal and righteous. There were no bandits guarding the Hall of Loyalty. Perhaps it was because Qin Shujian was a bandit himself, so no one stopped him. After entering the Hall of Loyalty, there was not much space inside. There were only a few tables and chairs placed on the left and right sides. In the center was a wooden table and chair covered with a layer of unknown beast skin. There was a tall and sturdy man sitting there. Unlike the shabby clothes that regular bandits wore, the tall and sturdy man was wearing a complete set of silk. Beside him was a large saber that was half the height of a person. The edge of the saber was shining with a cold light. Even though he was just sitting there motionlessly, there seemed to be a ferocious aura coming from him. The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Qin Shujian immediately recognized the other party's identity. His attributes appeared in his mind at the same time. Name, Wu Sheng. Identity, Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold. Cultivation, Martial Initiation. Realm Level 4 HM? Qin Shujian was bewildered when he saw this. When he looked at the bandits, their attributes were completely displayed. But now, when he looked at Wu Sheng, only half of his attributes were displayed. As for the cultivation technique and below, it was completely absent. When he saw Wu Sheng, his suspended heart gradually calmed down. Martial Initiation. Realm Level 4. To be honest, it was somewhat out of his expectations. It was not because it was too high. It was because it was too low. Qin Shujian originally guessed that Wu Sheng was most likely at the 5th stage of the martial initiation realm, or even higher. But now that he was at the 4th stage of the martial initiation realm, it was obviously good news. What are you doing here? Wu Sheng also saw Qin Shujian arrive. He glared at him with a pair of fierce eyes and his voice was not very friendly. He recognized this person. He was a member of the bandits and could be considered one of them. What left a deep impression on him was the other party's name. He seemed to be called Qin Shujian. For Wu Sheng, this name was hard to remember and not very pleasant to hear. It was far less pleasant than the other bandit names like Zhong Ergu, Li Guo, and Wang Gaodan. In addition, there seemed to be a problem at Cold Mountain Stronghold today. Many bandits had disappeared, but he could not find the reason. This matter made Wu Sheng even angrier. Now that he saw Qin Shujian, his mood was naturally not good. Stronghold Master, I know the reason why the other brothers disappeared, Qin Shujian coughed and said mysteriously. Wu Sheng's expression froze. Soon after, he anxiously said, speak quickly. Wu Sheng's reaction slightly surprised Qin Shujian. Based on the reactions of the other bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold, he thought that Wu Sheng was similar to the other bandits and should be an NPC without much intelligence. But now, after exchanging a few words with him, he saw the rich changes in his expression. Wu Sheng seemed to be different from the other bandit NPCs. In a sense, he was more like a person. Chapter 679. The sound of the bell echoed in the 4 cities. All the foreign cultivators who were about to step into the territory of the human clan stopped involuntarily. The human clan sensed it. I'm afraid this bell is also a powerful divine weapon. Just from the sound of the bell, we can hear the murderous power in it. Many almighty experts couldn't help but look solemn. Although the army of the human clan was attacking the shadow clan, it didn't mean the power of the human clan had declined to the point where it could be controlled by others. Dongshan said in a low voice, the human clan was glorious in the ancient times, suppressing all the clans in the world. Now that the ancient times have been destroyed, the human clan is still alive. The appearance of Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin has given the human clan hope to rise again. However, the rise of the human clan is too short. The foundation of the ancient times has been consumed in the past 1,000,000 years. Shi Yang brought many experts to attack the shadow clan. Even if there are some remaining guards, they won't be too strong. Dongshan was worried that some people would be shaken, so he gave them a shot of confidence in advance. This time, the allied forces of the various clans attacked the human clan's territory not just to force Shi Yang to retreat. If it was possible, they also hoped to take down several cities in the human clan's territory and weaken the power of the human clan. So, the battle in the shadow clan resisted the attack of the human clan, but they also played the role of entangling the main force of the human clan. Don't worry. Since we've decided to join forces to attack the human clan, we won't retreat halfway. A water Eldar expert sneered. Dongshan glanced at him and said indifferently, it better be so. Don't forget the domineering nature of the human clan. All the non-human clan forces either submit completely and become a vassal of the human clan or be destroyed by the human clan. Since the birth of the world, countless forces have been destroyed by the human clan. Even now, when the human clan is at its weakest, there are still top clans that have been destroyed by them. His clan was one of the 5 elements Eldar, the Gold Eldar. The Fire Eldar had been destroyed long ago. The Earth Eldar, which represented the Earth Eldar, was also destroyed by the human clan. Until now, only 3 of the 5 elements Eldar were left. The invisible sense of crisis made Kim Eldar want to find a way to save himself. Judging from the current situation, the human race was the one with the greatest chance of destroying Jin Eldar. Because Jin Eldar was a vassal of the demon race, the human race and the demon race had an irreconcilable hatred. There had to be a chance. The human race would definitely not mind weakening the demon race's strength. Other than that, what made them decide to attack the human race was the Dog Emperor's attainment of the Tao. The Dog Emperor attained the Tao. Indirectly, the strength of the human clan had also increased a lot. The stronger the human race was, this made them even more fearful. However, Dongshan didn't say these words. Everyone had a tacit understanding. While they were talking, the allied forces of the 5 elements Eldar officially stepped into the territory of the human race. The foreign army is here. Retreat. Yang Yongjun, who had been fighting the players from the western region, suddenly saw the scene in the distance. He didn't even think about it. He immediately retreated. Although the enemy in front of him was hateful, it was not worth it for him to pay the price of losing a level. Therefore, Yang Yongjun retreated without hesitation. He retreated. The other players in the team also retreated. What should we do? The players from the desolate great world had dark expressions. Looking at the retreating players from the eastern continent and the approaching foreign army, they fell into a dilemma. Throw away all the corpses. We're retreating too. Luo Xian gritted her teeth and made a decision. Their strength was only at the spirit martial realm. If they were to face the foreign army head-on, only death would await them. At the same time, the corpses of the demon race were also very cumbersome. It was obviously unrealistic to want to carry the corpses away. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to throw away the corpses and leave. Otherwise, if they stayed for a while, it would not be as simple as losing a few corpses. This old lady will remember this grudge. We'll meet again in the future. We'll settle this properly in the future. Luo Xian hatefully looked at Yang Yongjun's back as he left. She resolutely turned around and fled. Dozens of merit points were gone just like that. Her heart ached as she watched. Now, if she didn't make a decision, she would be in trouble. Soon, the players from the desolate great world threw away the corpses and left in a different direction from Yang Yongjun. At this moment, the allied forces of the 3 races numbered in the tens of millions. At this moment, the army was vast and mighty. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. On the city wall of Yu City, Qin Yuanbai looked at the army of the 3 races in front of him with a dignified expression. Standing beside him were Yin Bancheng and Fang Xinglan. Gold Eldar, Water Eldar, Wood Eldar. It seems that the 5 elements Eldar is determined to be the enemy of the human race. Qin Yuanbai's face was cold. The human race's territory was now divided between the Great Jiao and the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. However, the 5 elements Eldar didn't go to the Great Jiao and instead came to the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. How could he not be angry? Yin Bancheng said, "There's news from the Great Jiao and they're asking if we need help." "No need." Qin Yuanbai shook his head and refused. What a joke. The war hadn't even begun and they were asking for help from the Great Jiao. Did they really think that the Chenyuan Sacred Ground was shameless? Then, he looked at Yin Bancheng and said, "Have all the humans evacuated from the wilderness and returned to the city? Most of the humans have withdrawn, but I can't guarantee that everyone will return." After all, the news had been spread. Not everyone would obey orders immediately. "I don't care so much." Qin Yuanbai's face turned cold, and he shouted in a low voice, "Elder Fang, please make a move and activate the formation of the human race's territory to kill the allied forces of the 3 races." "Okay." Fang Xinglan nodded and immediately formed a few seals. In an instant, a dense light rose from the human race's territory. Countless formation veins and threads formed a shocking formation. Boom! The formation took shape like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. A monstrous killing power emerged from it, strangling the cultivators of the 3 races. Not good. There's a formation. Dong Shun's expression changed, and he immediately blasted out with his palm. The terrifying power blasted a corner of the formation. But the problem was, the formation was vast. Although it seemed to be a complete formation, in fact, it was not related to each other. The destruction of a corner of the formation. It didn't affect the operation of the overall formation at all. In an instant, many cultivators of the three races were strangled. Seeing this scene, the powerful figures of the various races also reacted and bombarded the formation. The formation lines are under your feet. Destroy the formation lines under your feet. As long as these formation lines are erased, the formation will naturally be destroyed. Dong Shun shouted loudly. In Yu City, Fang Xinglan looked at the formation that covered the human race's territory in front of him. His eyes were calm without the slightest fluctuation. Although he was a first realm array master. But in fact, Fang Xinglan had also consulted Qin Shujian about the array Dao, and he also had some understanding of the second realm. The formation set up in the human race's territory. Rather than saying that it was a formation set up by himself, it was better to say that it was a shocking formation set up under Qin Shujian's guidance. Emperor Qin has already reached the third realm. The formation in front of me can be said to be a shocking formation of the third realm. Unfortunately, my strength is limited, and I can't completely unleash the power of this formation. However, even so, it's enough for you to suffer. Fang Xinglan revealed a faint smile on his face. The experts of the three races were forcibly destroying the formation lines on the ground, and he didn't make any response or stop them. Qin Yuanbai frowned deeply. Elder Fang, your formation seems to have improved greatly again. Of course. Fang Xinglan smiled slightly but didn't say too much. Qin Yuanbai said, as a first realm array master, Elder Fang is already very strong to be able to unleash such a level. It's just that the three races have sent out many mighty figures this time. I'm afraid there will be a hard battle. In his eyes, the formation could only kill ordinary cultivators. As for experts above the saint level, the formation wouldn't have much of an effect. To put it bluntly, no matter how strong Fang Xinglan was, he was only a first realm array master. If he wanted to match a saint, he needed to step into the second realm. If he wanted to match a mighty figure, he needed to step into the third realm. It could be said that, compared to the cultivation Dao, the array Dao was already very declining. It's going to be difficult. Qin Yuanbai sighed. The allied forces of the three races had a total of 10 mighty figures. On his side, only Fire Sage was at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm. Such a difference in strength was not ordinary. In that case, he might really have to ask for help from Da Zhao in the end. As for the loss of the human race's territory, he wasn't worried. Xiao Chengfeng was overseeing the sacred city. With the other party's strength, it was enough to stop these mere 10 mighty figures. After all, he had also seen Xiao Chengfeng's true strength. Moreover, Qin Shujian was confident that the other party would be overseeing the human race's territory. It was enough to show that his strength had already reached a terrifying level. At least from the looks of it now. In the human race's territory, there should be no one who was Xiao Chengfeng's match. Once the formation is broken, you guys join forces with me to kill as many heavenly humans as possible. Elder Nyo will cooperate with Fire Sage to kill a mighty figure. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qin Yuanbai turned his head and said to Nyo Dali and Fire Sage. The formation couldn't hold on for much longer. If this continued, the formation would definitely be broken. Therefore, what the human race had to do was to take advantage of the moment when the formation was broken before the three races' powerhouses could react and strike first to gain the upper hand. As for the rest, they could put it aside first. This is nothing. Fang Xinglan was confident that victory was in his hands. Elder Fang still has a backup plan. Not only Qin Yuanbai, but even Yin Bancheng was stunned. Although they knew that the other party was only a first realm array master, he was already very strong to be able to do this. If there was a backup plan, the two of them didn't believe it. On the other side, Metal Eldar Dong Shun destroyed the formation with a punch. Then, a terrifying power rose from his body. Then, he struck out with a palm print. Tens of thousands of feet of golden light erupted with a bang. Wherever the golden light passed, the formation retreated. Don't stay any longer. Let's end this quickly. When the human race's reinforcements arrive, we will definitely lose, Dongshan shouted sternly. He knew that the human race's strength was definitely not strong now. But the problem was, the human race was not fighting alone. The human race also had reinforcements. And the strength of the human race's reinforcements was much stronger than that of the three races. If he were the human race, Dongshan could basically be sure that he would have to ask for reinforcements. Hearing this, the Water Eldar and Wood Eldar's expressions changed. In an instant, the other two races' powerhouses also did their best to attack. In an instant, tens of thousands of feet of huge waves covered the sky and the earth. Countless wood spirits' power emerged, causing the earth to shake. The formation patterns emitted a dazzling light, then quickly dimmed and finally completely shattered. The powerhouses of the three races attacked with all their strength. The formation was destroyed like an avalanche. All of a sudden, the Wood Eldar's power seemed to have touched something, which made the Wood Eldar's expression change drastically. Be careful. There's something underneath. What? The Metal Eldar and Water Eldar's powerhouses were confused. On the city wall of Universe City, Fang Xinglan smiled and said softly, "Now, the formation, rise." After saying this, he made a hand seal. The second formation buried deep underground was activated. In an instant, the stars moved and the universe moved in reverse. More heavenly cycle constellations appeared and meteors fell from the sky. Impossible. How could the human race have such a powerful formation expert besides the Qin Emperor? Seeing the meteors fall, Dongshan's face turned as ugly as Sima's. The threat of the formation was not as simple as the meteors. The universe moved in reverse. It caused the surrounding space to become stagnant. His sense of direction became messed up. Some powerhouses originally wanted to attack the meteors, but in the end, they attacked in the opposite direction. The meteors did not hit them. Instead, they killed many of their own people. Then, the meteors fell. His body was smashed, and he was instantly seriously injured. Damn it! What the hell happened? The cultivators of the three races wailed. Inside the formation, there were not many cultivators who died under the attack of the meteors. More of them died in the hands of their own people. Such a change. It caused many people to be shocked. This formation. Qin Yuanbai started to stutter, and the way he looked at Fang Xinglan had completely changed. Was this still the Fang Xinglan he knew? In front of such a formation, Qin Yuanbai felt that he had to kneel. No. It was not a feeling. He would definitely die. Didn't he see that many of the powerhouses of the three races were injured? The power of such a formation was far beyond the limit of a first-realm formation grandmaster. Yin Bancheng said faintly, "Tell me the truth. Did the Qin Emperor give you this formation?" I can't say. Fang Xinglan smiled meaningfully. For this, the others also understood in their hearts. If it was taught by Qin Shujian, then there was no problem. With the other party's means of covering the entire battlefield, his formation Dao cultivation could be said to be extremely high. Inside the Chenyuan sacred ground, Qin Shujian was originally silently cultivating. All of a sudden, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, he looked up at the sky and saw a faint blood color surging. The thunder tribulation. Qin Shujian's expression changed drastically. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had never seen a pig run. He had seen many thunder tribulations. Every time an ancient true immortal broke the seal and was born, there would be a thunder tribulation. That kind of destructive aura, Qin Shujian would never forget. Now, although the thunder tribulation above his head was a little thinner, the destructive power was still terrifying. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, when the thunder tribulation strikes, the Chenyuan realm will definitely be destroyed. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer urged. He did not expect it either. Why would the thunder tribulation suddenly appear? But there was one thing. However, The god-slaying saber was certain. That was, the thunder tribulation was coming for Qin Shujian. As Zhu Bing. His perception was extremely sharp. The aura of the thunder tribulation in the sky had locked onto Qin Shujian. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not have time to think too much. He immediately left the Chenyuan sacred ground and rushed towards the endless mountain range. At this moment, the cultivators of the Liangshan spirit domain all looked up at the blood-colored thunder tribulation in the sky. Everyone's faces were both shocked and puzzled. This blood-colored aura looks a little familiar. What do you mean familiar? When Senior Xia Yi appeared, didn't this blood-colored aura appear? Later, when the true immortals of the various clans appeared, didn't this blood-colored aura appear as well? A cultivator was speechless and ridiculed. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why the blood-colored aura appeared again. The level of the thunder tribulation was too high. These cultivators could not understand too much. But there was one thing. However, they knew about it. That was, the thunder tribulation bred by the blood-colored aura would generally not strike other innocent people. It always had only one target. So, when these people saw the blood-colored thunder tribulation appear, they were not too afraid. Zhongzhou Prefecture. The moment the thunder tribulation appeared, it immediately attracted Emperor Zhao's attention. The thunder tribulation. Emperor Zhao's calm expression also changed. His eyes seemed to have crossed hundreds of millions of miles and directly saw the scene of the Liangshan spirit domain. Then, a puzzled look appeared on Emperor Zhao's face again. How can there be such a weak thunder tribulation? The thunder tribulation had appeared. But the problem was that this thunder tribulation was very weak. Of course, it was weak compared to other thunder tribulations. In fact, although the thunder tribulation of the Liangshan spirit domain was weak, it was enough to threaten a true immortal. At this moment, the thunder tribulation that was originally in the Liangshan spirit domain suddenly disappeared and appeared in the endless mountain range in the next moment. Emperor Zhao pinched his fingers as if he was calculating something. After a while, he shook his head and finally put down his fingers. The thunder tribulation of the rule is hard to calculate after all. However, with the strength of the thunder tribulation of the rule, Emperor Qin should have a high chance of passing it. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He had no intention of getting involved. Because this was the thunder tribulation of the rule. Anyone who wanted to get involved would attract a more powerful thunder tribulation of the rule. When that time came, both sides would die together. In the endless mountain range, Qin Shujian looked at the blood-colored sky above his head and his face was very ugly. Why did this thunder tribulation of the rule suddenly target me? He was racking his brains. He did not understand why the thunder tribulation of the rule would descend on him. After saying that, Godslayer said faintly, "Did you break the oath of the rule?" How can Qin Shujian wanted to refute? However, as soon as he opened his mouth, his face immediately stiffened. In his life, he had not made many oaths of the rule. The oaths of the rule of the heavenly pattern island had been completed. As for the oaths of the rule to persuade the various clans to help, it would take at least 100 years to strike. After thinking about it, there was only the oaths of the rule of the 10,000 race battlefield. Qin Shujian was sure. He did not personally make a move on the 10,000 race battlefield. However, he had taken advantage of some loopholes. For example, he had given out some formations. F***CK. Qin Shujian cursed inwardly. When he thought of this possibility, his heart palpitated slightly. He was basically certain that this was the reason for the thunder tribulation of the rule. Godslayer said, "Did you do something to the 10,000 race battlefield?" He was not stupid. From the change in Qin Shujian's expression and the thunder tribulation of the rule in front of him, he had deduced something. Hearing this, Qin Shujian replied in a muffled voice, "I didn't do anything. I just left some formations in the 10,000 race battlefield as a backup." "Then you're in trouble," Godslayer said in a pitiful tone. "You're obviously taking advantage of the loophole of the rule oath." "No, you've already violated the rule oath, but because you didn't really make a move, the thunder tribulation of the rule isn't considered powerful. This thunder tribulation will be a warning as long as you can survive it. The warning thunder tribulation of the rule would not continue to strike until the cultivator died under the thunder tribulation. However, this kind of thunder tribulation was equally powerful. If he could survive this tribulation, it would naturally be a warning. But if he couldn't survive it, that would also kill him. Qin Shujian's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Godslayer's words now. Because the blood-colored thunder tribulation in the sky had been gestating for so long and had finally completed its gestation. Boom, the blood-colored thunder tribulation fell, shattering the void wherever it passed. The aura of destruction. It then covered thousands of miles. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Power rule. Alchemy rule. Casting rule. Array rule. At this moment, Qin Shujian revealed all his trump cards. Boom, an aura as vast as the abyss spread out like a hurricane. Qin Shujian took out Godslayer from his sea of consciousness and then slashed fiercely at the sky. Just one slash. The void was turned into dust. The terrifying saber light collided with the blood-colored thunder tribulation. Then, the blood-colored thunder tribulation was directly torn apart, and the saber light sank into the blood-colored tribulation cloud in the sky. In an instant, the blood-colored tribulation cloud surged violently. An even more powerful aura overflowed from it. Not good. Such a change made Godslayer cry out in alarm. Qin Shujian's heart sank. What happened? The tribulation cloud of the rule thunder tribulation cannot be attacked. Otherwise, heaven and earth will think that you are provoking it. This will increase the power of the rule thunder tribulation. You have to be careful, Godslayer said at an extremely fast speed. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face turned green. You should have said so earlier. He thought that if the blood-colored tribulation cloud was shattered, the rule thunder tribulation would naturally pass. So, the tribulation cloud could not be struck. Godslayer said, the rule thunder tribulation is the punishment of heaven and earth. Just like when your father hits you, if you resist, then you will be committing treason. Qin Shujian was speechless. It turned out that the rule thunder tribulation was like a father hitting his son. Resisting was unfilial, so he could only obediently accept it. A moment later, Qin Shujian said faintly, didn't they say that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs? Why would the rule thunder tribulation kill people? At this moment, the power brewing in the tribulation cloud finally reached a limit, and in the end, it struck down with a loud bang. Boom. The myriad tribes battlefield. The cultivators of the three clans in the human territory had been trapped in the formation for a long time. However, this formation was set up by Fang Xinglan after all. It was not an easy task to trap the Almighty. The effect of the universe reversal was very useful at first. But as time passed, he gradually got used to it. The Qin Emperor's array skills are really amazing. If this formation was personally set up by the Qin Emperor, I'm afraid that in an instant, it would be able to completely annihilate the army of the three clans. Fang Xinglan secretly sighed. He felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that this formation was set up by him, and his strength was not enough. If the Qin Emperor had personally set it up, the army of the three clans was nothing to worry about. This time, Qin Yuanbai did not voice out his own judgment. Instead, he looked at Fang Xinglan and said, Elder Fang, how long can the formation last? It can't hold on for long. Fang Xinglan shook his head. No matter how powerful the formation was, there was a limit. Wait for me to activate the last move. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xinglan cast a seal. The formation patterns hidden deep in the ground were completely activated. Terrifying power gathered together, and in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, the cultivators of the three clans were destroying the formation patterns and the meteorite attacks. They did not have time to be distracted by other things. No one would have thought. Behind the second layer of the formation, there was a third layer of the destruction formation. So, the explosion of the Great Formation completely engulfed all the cultivators of the three clans. Boom, the destructive power exploded with a loud bang. Under the impact of this power, even the void was directly torn apart. The almighties of the three clans were the first to bear the brunt. Dongshan's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he condensed the gold spirit energy of heaven and earth to himself, turning it into a solid shield to protect himself. Then, a terrifying power came crashing over. The gold spirit shield shook violently, and in an instant, it was cracked by the impact. In the next moment, Dongshan flew out horizontally. The cultivators of the four cities were speechless at this moment. Everyone's gaze fell on the area where the formation exploded in front of them. At that moment, they saw flesh and blood flying everywhere, and also saw the almighties bleeding. That destructive power. It made everyone's heart palpitate. Inside the sacred city, Xiao Chengfeng walked out of the city lord's mansion, and his gaze directly saw the scene outside Yu City. This is the Qin Emperor's method. How dare he do this? Xiao Chengfeng's expression was somewhat stunned. He did not expect Qin Shujian dared to do this under the condition that he had made an oath of the rules. There was no reason for it. Xiao Chengfeng was somewhat in awe. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the other party dared to provoke the thunder tribulation of the rules, he was very impressed. At least, even with his identity as immortal Haotsang in his previous life, he did not have the confidence to provoke the thunder tribulation of the rules. Because in the face of the real thunder tribulation of the rules, even a 9th-level immortal would fall. If one could not become above the rules, there was no way to go against the thunder tribulation of the rules. Thinking of this, Xiao Chengfeng suddenly wanted to go back and take a look. He took advantage of a loophole, and he directly violated the oath of the rules. If it was a loophole, that would be fine. If it directly violated the oath of the rules, the thunder tribulation of the rules would have already descended. Going back at this time, maybe he could see Qin Shujian for the last time. Forget it, since he dared to do this, he should have the confidence. After all, the Qin Emperor has the existence above the rules behind him. Xiao Chengfeng thought of the scene in the long river of time and felt relieved. With the other party's foundation, he might really have the possibility to go against the thunder tribulation of the rules. Qin Shujian dared to do this. That was why he was so confident. Xiao Chengfeng was no longer worried about this. I'm afraid the 5 elements Eldar is going to be destroyed. Looking in the direction of Yu City, he felt a little pity. 2 of the 5 elements Eldar had already been destroyed. Maybe under this great tribulation, the other 3 clans would also be destroyed. No matter what, the 5 elements Eldar were all clans that had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It would be a pity if they were gone like this. Later, Xiao Chengfeng returned to the city lord's mansion and no longer paid attention to this matter. In his opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Outside Yu City, the aftermath of the destruction gradually subsided. More than half of the allied forces of the 3 clans had fallen. Of the 10 powerful experts, 5 were directly killed, 3 were seriously injured, and the remaining 2 were still intact, only suffering some minor injuries. This result, it was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Kill the powerful experts first. Qin Yuanbai shouted. The next moment, he stepped into the air and charged toward one of the golden Eldar celestials. At the same time, the celestials of the Qianyuan sacred ground all attacked. The goal of a transcendent was only to be transcendent. The goal of a saint was only to be a saint. As for the powerful experts, they were killed by Fire Sage and Nyo Dali. The reason for Nyo Dali's attack was very simple. Because he was an expert at the peak of the saint realm. If he sneak attacked a severely injured powerful expert, he had a high chance of success. In this case, every time the 3 clans lost a powerful expert, it would increase the human race's chances of winning. A golden Eldar had just been hit by the aftermath of the explosion and was about to recover when he saw a big man with 2 horns on his head charging toward him. Seeing this, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on this powerful expert's face. A mere saint dares to attack me? You're courting death. He was seriously injured by the explosion of the array. This had already made this golden Eldar furious. At this time, Nyo Dali was right at the muzzle. One had to know. At his peak, he was an expert in the 8th tier of the celestial realm. Even if he was seriously injured now, he was not someone a Saint Realm cultivator could easily deal with. Boom! The power of the golden spirit condensed into a long blade and instantly cut through the sky. Nyo Dali threw out a simple punch, but it seemed to suppress the void and the sky. An indistinct shadow condensed. Then, a shocking roar came out. Roar. The terrifying roar completely shattered the golden spirit long blade. Then, Nyo Dali's fist directly bombarded the golden Eldar's body. The terrifying power blasted his body into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. A powerful expert had fallen. It completely shocked the other cultivators. The way they looked at Nyo Dali was also completely different. An almighty expert. Even if it was a severely injured powerful expert, his strength was still extremely powerful. But even so, he was still killed by the person in front of him with a punch. Such a change. Naturally, it shocked the others. So weak. Nyo Dali touched his own horns, his face a little stunned. He thought that the other party's strength should be very strong since he talked so big. Even Nyo Dali had thought about how to escape if he couldn't beat him. Qin Shujian wouldn't blame him. In the end, the other party talked big, but his strength was pitifully weak. He couldn't even take a punch from Nyo Dali. Nyo Dali found that he seemed to have worried for nothing. Then, his eyes fell on Dongshan. Among the remaining powerful experts, the other party revealed the strongest killing intent. So, Nyo Dali had to pay attention. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Strike later and you'll suffer. As the cave master of the Ox Demon Cave, Nyo Dali was very clear about this. So, without waiting for Dongshan to speak, he attacked the other party first. If it was in the past, Nyo Dali didn't dare to attack a powerful expert like that. But the powerful expert who had just died gave him a lot of confidence. All of a sudden, this green ox found that his strength seemed to be very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Qin Shujian, but he was still very strong. He punched. The same shadow condensed and the same roar came out. Beneath that roar, Yi Zichen shouted. Dongshan discovered that his spirit god's flesh and blood had been frozen. It was as if he had encountered a supreme existence. Until now. Only now did he truly understand why that Almighty had died so quickly. You can't kill me. Dongshan was furious. He exerted all the power of the 9th level celestial being and forcibly expelled the shock. Then, he punched out. Boom, the two fists collided. His skin cracked and his flesh burst open. Dongshan was sent flying with a look of shock. It wasn't until he landed and coughed up blood that he recovered from the shock. When he looked at Nyo Dali again, his eyes were filled with horror. You're not a saint. You're a hidden powerful expert. Such strength. It was impossible for a saint cultivator to have it. Nyo Dali habitually touched his horns and said with a silly smile, "It seems that your strength isn't that good." Hearing that, Dongshan's face suddenly turned gloomy. The next moment, the phantom of the long river of rules surged. A vast domain came crashing down. Domain of the powerful expert. Nyo Dali felt the stagnant space around him, and his expression changed a little. Whether you're a saint or a powerful expert, you'll die today. Dongshan's eyes were cold. All the gold spiritual power in the world was drawn by him, and finally, it turned into a long blade that emitted endless sharpness. As soon as the long blade was drawn, the overflowing blade energy had already torn the space. The next moment, he directly slashed at the bull demon in front of him. Facing this blade, Nyo Dali had a great warning in his heart. When his heart beat violently, it seemed that something was awakening in his body. Then, he transformed into the original body of the green bull and forcibly broke through the shackles of the domain. His 4 hooves stomped on the sky and suppressed Dongshan. Boom, the long blade collided with the bull's hooves and then shattered. The bull's hooves fell. The void collapsed. The power that was enough to suppress the world for eternity completely imprisoned Dongshan in place. Then, The bull's hooves fell on his body in his horrified gaze. Boom! The moment the bull's hooves fell, Dongshan's body shattered like porcelain. The moment his body shattered, before the spirit god could escape, he was completely obliterated by this terrible power. At this point, the only 9th-level Heaven Realm expert of the Gold Eldar had fallen. Dongshan's death made the powerful experts of the 3 clans look horrified. Retreat. At this point, the remaining experts did not dare to fight and retreated out of the human territory. Inside the endless mountain range, the thunder tribulation of rules disappeared. Only Qin Shujian's body collapsed. He lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. P.S. Something came up yesterday and I went back to my hometown. The high-speed train will take me back from my hometown, Yongjiang, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 680. Lying on the ground. His broken body was recovering. The remaining power of the thunder tribulation raged on his body, causing the recovery speed to slow down a lot. Qin Shujian didn't do anything. He just wanted to be quiet. Ever since he broke through to the 8th level of the celestial being. It was the first time Qin Shujian had encountered such a blow. Although he understood the power of the thunder tribulation, he had never really tried it. With his current strength, there were only a few perfected immortals in the 4 major continents who could pose a threat to him. Although some things were not said out loud, Qin Shujian was still quite complacent. It was just that, the nomological lightning tribulation just now taught him a good lesson about how to conduct himself. It made him understand. Even the weakest thunder tribulation was not comparable to ordinary perfected immortals in terms of power. In front of heaven and earth, he was still too weak. Sigh. Qin Shujian sighed heavily. He looked at the clear sky with a complicated expression on his face. He was so close. He almost died under the thunder tribulation. He had been in the pugilistic world for so many years. Qin Shujian had never encountered such a great danger. I still can't make an oath casually. The consequences are extraordinarily serious. He finally understood. Why were so many people afraid of the oath and didn't dare to violate it? Such a thunder tribulation. If it were a demon emperor, he would probably have already knelt. An expert who could resist it. Perhaps only the Zhao emperor could do it. However, Qin Shujian also couldn't understand something. Senior, you said that the power of the thunder tribulation was very ordinary at first. Why did it become stronger later? Could it be that the thunder tribulation also becomes stronger with the passage of time? It depends on the situation. Generally, it won't. The power of the thunder tribulation rarely changes, but we can't rule out this possibility. Godslayer's words also sounded like he had survived a disaster. It was too tragic. Under the thunder tribulation, Zhu Bing was also trembling. Because between heaven and earth, Zhu Bing's greatest threat was the thunder tribulation. From ancient times until now, countless Zhu Bing had been destroyed by the thunder tribulation. So, Godslayer also felt fear when facing the lightning tribulation of laws. Fortunately, this time, the might of the lightning tribulation wasn't too strong. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Hearing this answer, Qin Shujian did not continue to ask. It was no longer important as to why the lightning tribulation had become stronger. What was important was, he had survived. More importantly, the lightning tribulation had also disappeared. At this moment, Qin Shujian was lying on the ground, too lazy to move. He allowed his body to recover on its own. However, his thoughts had already drifted to the inside of the 10,000 races battlefield. Did I leave anything behind? I don't think so. He just placed some formations in the human race's territory. I wonder if Fang Xinglan activated all of the formations in this battle, or if he still left a portion behind. It would be fine if he triggered all of them, but if he only triggered a portion of them, wouldn't that mean that the next time he triggered them, there would be more lightning tribulations descending? He thought of this possibility. Qin Shujian's face also turned pale. Experiencing the nomological lightning tribulation once was enough. There was no need to experience so many times. He had already made his decision. After he recovered this time, he would completely remove all the formations in the 10,000 races battlefield. In this way, this would avoid the possibility of the lightning tribulation descending again. Half a day later, Qin Shujian struggled to get up. Then, he took out the hallow pill from the heaven board and swallowed it. He swallowed 3 hallow pills in a row. His injuries, which had already healed, were completely healed. Western Prefecture. Gold Eldar, Water Eldar, Wood Eldar. At this moment, powerful auras erupted from the territories of the 3 clans. The emperors of the 3 clans directly descended on the human territory. Terrifying auras. They were already wreaking havoc in the human territory. In the human territory. When all the cultivators saw the indifferent expressions of the emperors of the 3 clans, they could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Soon, Huazhan walked out of the East City and looked at the emperors of the 3 clans. He said solemnly, "Why did you suddenly come to the human territory?" When he came out, he had already sent a message back. But even so, Huazhan also felt great fear in his heart. The emperor in front of him. The weakest was a terrifying existence at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Moreover, to be able to become the emperor of a clan, his strength was also extremely powerful. Although he was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm, his true combat strength was not weaker than an ordinary nirvana realm cultivator. In front of such a powerhouse, it was difficult for Huazhan not to be afraid. Gold Ling Huang said coldly, "Benhuang needs an explanation from the human race. In the battle of the 10,000 races battlefield, Gold Eldar suffered the most losses. The only powerhouse at the 9th level of the celestial being realm had fallen. Many of his clansmen had also gone in. This matter. Gold Ling Huang was extremely furious. However, Gold Ling Huang was furious. Water Ling Huang and Wood Ling Huang did not look any better. They were basically sure. The formations in the human domain were definitely not the work of ordinary human cultivators. It was also because of this. That was why the emperors of the several clans dared to come over and denounce him. Buzz, a powerful aura crushed the heavens. Qin Shujian walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at Gold Ling Huang and said indifferently, "Gold Ling Huang, what explanation do you need from the human race? Emperor Qin, you were the one who left the formation in the human territory, right?" Water Ling Huang said coldly. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. "Does Benhuang need to explain who left the formation to you? If you can't afford to play, then don't play. If you leave the 10,000 races battlefield now and seal the secret realm, you might still have a chance of survival. If you lose, come here and denounce us. Do you really think that Benhuang is afraid of you?" Arrogant words. The 3 of them were furious. If possible, they wanted to attack directly. However, considering Qin Shujian's strength, the emperors of the 3 races forcefully suppressed their anger. Gold Ling Huang shouted in a deep voice, "Emperor Qin, let's not beat around the bush. During the meeting of the 10,000 races, all parties have already made an oath to not interfere in the matters of the 10,000 races battlefield. You're breaking the oath now. Do you think I can break it just because you said so?" Qin Shujian sneered. "Breaking the oath? Why didn't I see the thunder tribulation strike Benhuang to death? Don't worry about it. Even if Benhuang broke the oath, it's a matter of heaven and earth. What does it have to do with you? It's still the same sentence. If you can't afford to play, then hurry up and get lost. It's fine if the alliance army of the 3 races attacked the human race, but after losing, you still dare to come over and bare your fangs and brandish your claws. Do you really think you're great? Emperor Qin, get lost." Qin Shujian opened the human emperor fan and waved it forward casually. Boom, boundless astral winds erupted and instantly engulfed Gold Spirit Emperor and the other 2. In an instant, the 3 of them had already broken through the void and disappeared on the spot. 1,000,000 miles away, the emperors of the 3 races fell from the void. Their bodies had already collapsed, and blood splattered all over the ground. They looked extremely miserable. "If there's a next time, Benhuang will crush you to death." The indifferent words entered their ears, causing their expressions to turn ugly. However, they're ugly expressions. It was also mixed with a trace of ghastly white. Without fighting, one wouldn't know how big the gap between the two sides was. Until now. Only then did Gold Ling Huang understand how big the gap between him and Qin Shujian was. The other party only used a simple fan to fan him, and not only could he fan him 1,000,000 miles away, but he also suffered serious injuries. In other words, if Qin Shujian wanted to crush him to death, it would definitely not take much effort. Such a fact. It made Gold Ling Huang feel a sense of humiliation. He didn't even look at Gold Ling Huang and Gold Ling Huang. He turned around and left. This battle. No, this wasn't a battle at all. If this matter spread out, Gold Eldar's face would be completely lost. Gold Ling Huang had already made up his mind. As long as he didn't become an immortal, he wouldn't appear in front of Qin Shujian. As for his departure, Gold Ling Huang and Gold Ling Huang didn't stop him. The two of them were also in a daze. It seemed that they hadn't recovered from what had just happened. After a long time, Gold Ling Huang and Gold Ling Huang looked at each other. They didn't say anything and also left. In the territory of the human race, Qin Shujian slowly fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. He turned his head to look at Huazhan, who was in a daze. Next time, if there are such idiots, don't send a message to Ben Huang. Just ask Emperor Zhao to come out and kill them. After that. Then, he stepped into the void and disappeared. This lowly official obeys. Huazhan stuttered as he replied. Strong. Strong beyond belief. Such strength made Huazhan feel that the emperors of the three races were like toddlers who had just learned to walk in front of Emperor Qin. The difference was huge. It was already beyond his imagination. Emperor Qin hasn't become an immortal yet. He's also a celestial being. The difference is too big. Huazhan took a deep breath. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. He suddenly felt pity for the emperors of the three races. Such a blow. It would probably make them unable to recover from it. As for the other cultivators in the territory of the human race, after seeing this scene, they were also stunned. Emperor Qin is so strong, too strong. Now, they didn't know what words to use to describe it. Anyway, he was strong. He was so strong that there was no end to it. Although these people had long known that Qin Shujian was terrifyingly powerful, every time they saw him attack, they were still shocked. They left the territory of the human race. Qin Shujian returned to the East Continent. He was too lazy to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. He only sent the message of dismantling the formation to Fang Xinglan. On the 10,000 races battlefield. In the territory of the human race. With the eruption of Niu Dali and the death of Dong Shun, the remaining mighty figures of the three races fled. At the same time, the other cultivators of the three races were also defeated. Kill. Damn it, we can't let them escape. They're all merit points. Chase them, chase them. I see a heavily injured divine martial artist. The players of the East Continent went completely crazy. For them. These fleeing cultivators of the three races were all experience points and merit points. Killing one was a gain. If he could kill a few more, he would make a huge profit. More importantly, now that they were defeated, they didn't have any intention to resist at all, so it was even easier to hunt them down. An energy sword slashed through the air and directly stopped a water Eldar cultivator. Kill him. Liu Qinghong's expression was cold, and the sword in his hand emitted a bone-piercing cold light. At this moment, the other players in the team also surrounded the water Eldar cultivator in front of them. Scram! That water Eldar cultivator was furious. He only wanted to escape now. Because the human race was too strong. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. However, although the human race was strong, it didn't mean that everyone was strong. The ones who stopped him were only a few spiritual God realm cultivators. No, there were also true martial realm cultivators. In the eyes of this water Eldar cultivator, such strength was not a threat at all. If it was in the past, he would have killed them long ago. But now, the water Eldar cultivator couldn't be bothered to fight. He just shattered the energy sword with a palm strike. Then, He stood up in the air and wanted to fly towards the sky. You want to fly? Dream on. Cao Hong sneered. His long saber slashed down with a force that could split Mount Hua. Mid-grade spiritual artifact. It was compatible with the martial arts he cultivated. The power of this saber strike made the water Eldar cultivator fearful. There was no surprise. He had just flown into the sky when he was forcefully suppressed. Then, the other players in the team all attacked at the same time. One of the players waved his palm, and a green mist instantly swept over. Caught off guard. The water Eldar cultivator directly breathed in the green mist. It's poisonous. That cultivator's expression changed. At this moment, all kinds of attacks bombarded over. 15 minutes later, the water Eldar cultivator's broken body fell to the ground. Airborne realm cultivators are really difficult to kill. Liu Qinghong wiped the sweat off his forehead, and his chest was slightly panting. So many people joined forces. Furthermore, he was only able to kill an airborne realm cultivator who had been scared out of his wits after giving it his all. In other words, if the other party was not frightened by the battle just now and attacked seriously, they would even be killed. Then, Liu Qinghong looked at Liu Qingqing on the side and said, "Put away the body and wait until the matter is over before distributing it." Okay. Liu Qingqing nodded, and then used the storage ring to put away the water Eldar's body. Fortunately, the water Eldar's body was not big, so it was not a problem to put away the storage ring. For this, the others did not have any objections. Soon, the players in the team targeted another foreign cultivator. In this battle, the human race could be said to be flourishing. A formation killed more than half of the cultivators of the three races, and many powerful experts fell. In the end, Niu Dali killed Dong Shun, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. So, the 10,000 races were defeated. The cultivators who had completely lost their morale had no intention of fighting at all. In comparison, the morale of the human race was high. Many of the weaker humans were able to kill the foreign cultivators who were more powerful than them. Buzz, the long sword cut through the void and killed a gold Eldar cultivator at lightning speed. Nyingbo skillfully put away the corpse and then stared at the next target. Let's kill a few more and gather 100 merit points first. He glanced at the storage ring and saw that there were already 6 corpses lying inside. After breaking through the spirit martial realm, he received guidance from Qin Shujian again. Nyingbo had made great progress in swordsmanship. That swordsmanship, it could directly kill ordinary airborne realm cultivators. Moreover, he also knew how strong he was. When he attacked, he only chose the right opponent and tried his best to kill with one sword strike. Boom! Shadow Ghost screamed as his body was cut in half by the ancient bronze sword. The powerful sword energy remained in his body. After his body was shattered, Shadow Ghost's spirit deity escaped from his body and was attacked by the sword energy again. After he resisted the sword energy, the spirit deity was already extremely weak. At this point, Shadow Ghost didn't dare to stay any longer and directly urged the spirit deity to leave. Boom! The sword energy cut through the sky and directly annihilated the weak spirit deity. At this point, the first mighty figure of the Shadow Clan had fallen. The Shadow Clan is only SOSO. Shi Yang looked at the other 3 mighty figures of the Shadow Clan with a cold smile on his face. Hearing this, the 3 mighty figures of the Shadow Clan had gloomy expressions. Yingmai was even more shocked. Shi Yang's strength made him feel a great deal of pressure. Especially the fall of Shadow Ghost, it was even more so. Such strength. To be honest, it was not much worse than the emperor of a clan. While he was shocked, Yingmai sneered and said, "Shi Yang, you brought people to attack my Shadow Clan. I'm afraid that the human territory has already been conquered by the 5 elements Eldar. What do you mean by that?" Shi Yang frowned. Yingmai said, "Don't you find it strange that until now, our Shadow Clan hasn't sent any reinforcements? It's very simple. The 5 elements Eldar has already attacked the human territory with all their strength. After such a long time, I'm afraid that the human race has already lost many cities." Hearing this, Shi Yang's heart froze. If Ying Mai hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought that the Shadow Clan's reinforcements would attack the human territory instead of coming to support the Shadow Clan. Such an approach. It was indeed unexpected. However, Shi Yang wasn't too shocked. So what if they attacked the human territory? There was still Xiao Chengfeng guarding the human territory. As for the former Marquis of Beiyun, Shi Yang also had a great fear in his heart. He had once asked Emperor Zhao what level Xiao Chengfeng's strength had reached. And the answer he got was, among the heavenly beings, Emperor Qin was first, and Xiao Chengfeng was second. Regarding this, Shi Yang already had an estimate in his heart. Seeing his silence, Ying Mai thought that Shi Yang was already afraid and couldn't help but say again, it may not be too late for the human race to retreat now. Otherwise, if you continue to fight, even if you take down the Shadow Clan, you will suffer more losses. And, from the looks of it, you may not be able to take down the Shadow Clan, although Shadow Ghost had been killed. But in reality, Shi Yang had also consumed a lot of energy. They were both powerful figures. Ying Mai's perception was extremely sharp. As for the original plan of entangling the human race and giving the five elements Eldar a chance to take down the human territory, he didn't plan to do so. Because until now, the Shadow Clan had already suffered a great loss. If they really continued to fight to the death, the Shadow Clan's losses would definitely be greater. When that time came, even if the five elements Eldar took down the entire human race, it had nothing to do with the Shadow Clan. Although they were allies. Allies didn't mean that they were completely on the same side. When that time really came, it wasn't impossible for the five elements Eldar to stab himself with a knife. So, Ying Mai now wanted the human race to retreat and didn't want to get involved in other things. Hearing this, Shi Yang sneered, my human race's foundation is not something you can understand. The five-element spirit race also wants to break into my human race's territory. If this is the basis of your Shadow Clan's confidence, then I don't need to waste my time. After saying this, the ancient bronze sword had already erupted with a strong sword chi. Seeing this, Ying Mai's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that Shi Yang would still be indifferent after hearing this news. This matter. Ying Mai wasn't sure if the other party was really like this or just deliberately mystifying things. But at this moment, Shi Yang didn't retreat, which meant that the Shadow Clan might be in a critical situation. Right now, in the Shadow Clan, the human race was already in full swing with the Shadow Clan cultivators. In terms of top combat strength, the human race was much stronger than the Shadow Clan. The only four powerful figures had all been blocked by Shi Yang, and the strongest remaining were the Saint cultivators. Su Zhon and Dan Hao. They were all All-Might-level experts. When the two of them attacked, almost all the Saint cultivators of the Shadow Clan were taken care of. As for the ordinary Celestials, that was even less of a problem. Moreover, the Great Zhao army could form a military formation. The millions of soldiers were well trained and could attack and retreat in a battle. The scattered cultivators of the Shadow Clan couldn't compare to them at all. If the Shadow Clan still had any advantage, it was probably their ghostly killing methods. But within the military formation, blood and chi soared to the heavens. Although the Shadow Clan could kill and injure some human cultivators, most of them were still killed by the human cultivators. Therefore, from the start of the battle until now, many human cultivators had died, and the Shadow Clan cultivators had suffered even heavier losses. Kill. A human cultivator dodged a sudden shadow stab with a step and slashed at the Shadow Clan cultivator in front of him with a ferocious expression. All of a sudden, the Shadow Clan cultivator in front of him disappeared, and a long black blade pierced through the human cultivator's chest. The intense pain caused the human cultivator's face to twist. However, he didn't fall to the ground because of this. Instead, he turned his hand and stabbed the Shadow Clan cultivator behind him. As the Shadow Clan cultivator fell, the black saber that was stuck in his chest had already slowly disappeared. Instantly, that human cultivator clutched his chest, blood gushing out from between his fingers as he gasped for breath. Old Zhao, are you dead? Beside him, a human cultivator laughed as he killed a Shadow Clan cultivator. Then, he looked at that human cultivator with concern in his eyes. Hearing that, old Zhao forced a smile and scolded, "Scram, how can a puny Shadow Clan cultivator take my life? Seeing that you're still full of energy, you won't die." "I won't die." Old Zhao grimaced in pain. A cultivator's powerful healing ability was slowly healing his physical injuries. That blade just now, it had completely grazed his heart. If it had been just a little bit more, it would have been a fatal wound. Thinking back to the moment of life and death just now, old Zhao's aura fluctuated slightly, and at this moment, he became even stronger. "You broke through to the outer aura realm." The human cultivator who spoke earlier was astonished. "I was lucky to break through. Hehe, this round of injuries wasn't a loss." Old Zhao laughed. After swallowing a pill to recover, he immediately aimed at the next Shadow Clan cultivator and charged over with his blade. In a battle of life and death, some humans broke through their previous shackles and reached a higher level. But there were also humans who fell under the blade of the Shadow Clan. Boom! A powerful Shadow Clan cultivator self-destructed. The terrifying power caused Shi Yang to cough up blood as he retreated. After the first powerful Shadow Clan cultivator self-destructed, several more Shadow Clan cultivators self-destructed, causing the human cultivators to suffer heavy injuries. Yingmai shouted loudly, "Retreat!" Then, the Shadow Clan cultivators retreated. In the end, the Shadow Clan didn't have any way to resist the humans' attack. So, Yingmai could only cut off part of the territory and shrink the Shadow Clan's territory. At the same time, one by one, the Shadow Clan cultivators leapt up and exploded in the air, turning into black shadows. In the end, a vast canopy covered half of the Shadow Clan's territory, completely isolating the human cultivators. Shadow Canopy. This was the Shadow Clan's life-saving method. Every time it was used, many Shadow Clan cultivators would die as the price. Unless they had no other choice, the Shadow Clan wouldn't use the Shadow Canopy. And the Shadow Canopy was also extremely powerful. Even if a powerful cultivator wanted to break it, it wouldn't be an easy task. As the canopy formed, tens of millions of Shadow Clan cultivators self-destructed and died. "Crown Prince, what should we do now?" Dan Hao rose into the air. His current appearance was a bit wasteful. The battle just now. Dan Hao was blasted in the face by a Saint cultivator's self-destruction. It was inevitable that he would be injured. Hearing this, Shi Yang shook his head and said, "The Shadow Canopy has formed. Unless an emperor personally makes a move, there's no hope of breaking it even with the help of Zhu Bing. Let's ignore it for now." It was impossible for an emperor to make a move. As for Zhu Bing, the only Zhu Bing that could be used were the two Zhu Bing in Xiao Chengfeng's hands. However, the other party obviously wouldn't make a move easily. In this way, the Shadow Clan's Shadow Canopy had no hope of breaking it in a short period of time. In Shi Yang's opinion, this didn't have much to do with it. Even though the Shadow Canopy couldn't be broken, the human clan had occupied half of the Shadow Clan's territory. They had already achieved their goal of plundering the general trend of heaven and earth. More importantly, once the Shadow Canopy was set up, the Shadow Clan wouldn't easily break it. After all, the protective barrier was finally set up at the cost of the lives of tens of millions of clansmen. If it was easily broken, then the Shadow Clan would suffer a great loss. In other words, the human clan occupied the Shadow Clan's territory in a short period of time. They didn't need to worry about the Shadow Clan stabbing them in the back. "Pass down my order. Immediately send people over to build a teleportation gate. In addition, clear out the remaining Shadow Clan members here and turn all these cities into ours." Shi Yang decisively gave the order. The cities were ready-made. In the battle just now, not many cities were damaged. In this way, the human clan had basically made a profit for free. They only needed to send people to check the cities inside and out and eliminate the backup left by the Shadow Clan. The rest of the matter, it was much simpler. After receiving the order, the human clan cultivators moved into the cities on a large scale. At the same time, they sent people to send a message back to the human clan's territory, asking the formation masters to come over and build a teleportation gate. The entire 10,000 clan battlefield. It was only tens of millions of miles. One teleportation gate was more than enough. It didn't need something as advanced as a teleportation array to connect with the eastern continent. In the human clan's territory. In the territory of the Great Zhao Empire. Duan received Shi Yang's message and immediately smiled. The Crown Prince has already conquered half of the Shadow Clan's territory. The remaining Shadow Clan members have already set up the Shadow Canopy. There won't be any threat in the short term. That's great. Yes, after conquering the Shadow Clan, the human clan will definitely be able to occupy more of the world's general trend. The other experts from the Imperial Court all looked excited. This could be said to be the first victory of the human clan. After the excitement, Marquis Yunyang said, the Five Elements Eldar Coalition Army has suffered a crushing defeat in the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. Now the Five Elements Eldar's strength has been greatly reduced. If possible, our next target can be the Five Elements Eldar. I didn't expect the Chenyuan Sacred Ground to have such a strong cultivator besides the Qin Emperor. Alas! Hearing this, some Imperial Court cultivators sighed. The battle in the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. They all saw it with their own eyes. The allied army of the Five-Element Spirit Race had 10 powerful people personally taking action. Even the Great Zhao side would not be able to contend against this kind of power, given that Shi Yang had left with a portion of the strong people. But what they never expected was such a powerful force directly fell in front of the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. The army was defeated. More than half of the powerful cultivators had died. Looking at the Chenyuan Sacred Ground, not a single celestial had died. Such a result. It could be regarded as an unprecedented victory. Duan shook his head and said, it's not appropriate. The Five Elements Eldar was crippled by the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. At this time, if we attack the Five Elements Eldar, it will inevitably be suspected of robbing the battle achievements. In this way, the relationship between the Great Zhao Empire and the Chenyuan Sacred Ground will be cracked. And don't forget that the Qin Emperor has a very hot temper. If we really anger him, even the Zhao Emperor may not be able to help. Hearing this, the excitement on the other people's faces lessened a lot. Indeed, the Five Elements Eldar was crippled by the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. If they really wanted to attack, it wouldn't be their turn. Unless they wanted to break off with the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. Fang Yilan said, the biggest reason why the Chenyuan Sacred Ground was able to defeat the Five Elements Eldar was because of that formation. In my opinion, the Chenyuan Sacred Ground can't have such a powerful formation master. Grand Secretary Fang, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, that formation was probably created by the Qin Emperor. Fang Yilan said in a deep voice. As a Second Realm Array Dao Grandmaster, she could see more things. The formation master of the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. Excluding the Qin Emperor, there was only Fang Xinglan. As for Fang Xinglan's strength, Fang Yilan knew very well. After all, the formation of the human race had declined and there were only a few formation masters. As a formation master, how could she not have met Fang Xinglan? But with Fang Xinglan's means, he couldn't set up such a powerful formation. Marquis Yunyang frowned and said, all the clans have made an oath that the emperors are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the 10,000 clans battlefield. If the Qin Emperor took action, wouldn't he violate the oath? You'll have to ask General Duan about this. Fang Yilan smiled. Duan's smile faded a little and he said slowly, there's news that not long ago, a thunder tribulation appeared in the spiritual domain of Mount Liang, and then it moved to the Endless Mountains. Also, the Five Elements Eldar Emperors appeared in the human territory and wanted to denounce the Qin Emperor. However, the Qin Emperor took action and fanned the Five Elements Eldar Emperors a million miles away, scaring all the Emperors away. In that case, it really was the Qin Emperor's doing. Fang Yilan nodded. She wasn't too surprised by this result. The only surprise was, it was probably that Qin Shujian really dared to violate the oath and survived the thunder tribulation. However, what the others paid more attention to was Duan's last sentence. With one fan, he fanned the 5 elements Eldar Emperors a million miles away, scaring all of them away. Such strength. People couldn't help but be fascinated by it. At the same time, some of the ideas of the 5 elements Eldar had been completely dispelled. Picking peaches was fine, but they had to be able to take a beating. If they couldn't even withstand one fan, they could only wait for death. Duan Zun said, "It's enough that we were able to take down the Shadow Clan. The Crown Prince wants you to go to the Shadow Clan's territory and set up a portal there." "That's easy. I'll go there right away." Fang Yilan nodded. After that, Duan Zun went on, "I've sent the news back to the Imperial Court. It won't be long before powerful cultivators head to the Western Province and take over the Shadow Clan's territory. However, the Shadow Clan's defeat and the 5 elements Eldar's heavy injuries will definitely make the other clans more wary of us humans. In order to avoid sneak attacks from powerful cultivators, we need to send out all the scouts during this period. If anything unusual happens, come back and report it as soon as possible." Shi Yang wasn't here. Duan Zun became the person who temporarily gave orders. As one of the 5 great generals, he was much more proficient than the others when it came to marching, fighting, and deploying troops. In this regard, the others didn't object. Soon, Duan Zun's order was sent out. In the Great Zhao Empire, human cultivators were sent out in large batches to act as spies in the dark. Immediately after that, Fang Yilan also set off for the Shadow Clan's territory. However, she wasn't going alone. Marquis Qianshan, Jiyu Changqing, and Marquis Yunyang accompanied her. As a second realm array grandmaster, Fang Yilan was more precious than the average powerful cultivator. At this moment, there might be some forces secretly watching the human cultivators and then looking for the right opportunity to attack and kill them. Therefore, the humans didn't dare to let down their guard. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Marquis Qianshan and Marquis Yunyang's main goal was to escort them. In the Shadow Clan's territory, after the Shadow Canopy was set up, the Shadow Clan's tense hearts relaxed a little. Soon, they were depressed again. In this battle, the Shadow Clan suffered a crushing defeat. 2 powerful cultivators fell, and more than a dozen Celestials were killed or injured. Not only that, in the end, the Shadow Canopy was set up, causing the deaths of tens of millions of Shadow Clan members. Of the dozen or so Celestials who died, half of them turned into the energy of the Shadow Canopy. It could be said that the number of cultivators who died in the hands of the humans was not as many as the Shadow Canopy. But if they didn't set up the Shadow Canopy and continued to fight, the Shadow Clan would suffer more casualties. What they did now was equivalent to cutting off their wrists. Inside the movie city, Ying Mai's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Beside him were the few remaining Celestials of the Shadow Clan. The Dark Shadow Canopy has already been set up. Unless the humans request the assistance of their ancestral armaments, it will be impossible for them to break through the Dark Shadow Canopy. However, if they are to borrow the might of their ancestral armaments, the 10,000 races battlefield will likely be destroyed. Therefore, the probability of the humans sending out Zhu Bing is not high. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ying Mai calmly analyzed. Now that we have set up the Shadow Canopy, we have a chance to catch our breath. Now, the first thing we need to figure out is how the 5 elements Eldar is doing on the human side. But the problem is, now that the Shadow Canopy is set up, we can't go out. A Shadow Clan Celestial shook his head and said. Hearing this, Ying Mai's face was cold. If we can't go out of the Shadow Canopy, can't we inquire about information from the 4 major continents? This time, if he didn't figure out the matter of the 5 elements Eldar, he felt that he wouldn't feel comfortable no matter what. Thinking of the losses in this battle, Ying Mai's heart ached again. P.S. Support the original version, Chidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Chapter 681. The situation on the 10,000 tribes battlefield was changing rapidly. The human race had conquered half of the Shadow Clan's territory, and the various clans also had victories and defeats. In the midst of the great battle, There was no way to avoid the deaths of living beings. The blood of these fallen creatures seeped into the ground and was gradually absorbed by the divine weapon. Meanwhile, after absorbing the blood of living beings, the divine weapon was also slowly expanding. However, this expansion was very slow. It wasn't something that anyone could detect. But at the same time, it wasn't that no one was able to detect it. The world is expanding. No, the 10,000 tribes battlefield is expanding. Xiao Chengfeng closed his eyes and spread out his perception. Instantly, he discovered these clues. The pressure of the 10,000 tribe battlefield. There was no way to restrict his spiritual perception. Therefore, as long as Xiao Chengfeng willed it, half of the 10,000 tribe battlefield would fall into his perception. Because of this, Xiao Chengfeng could sense that the 10,000 tribe battlefield was expanding, absorbing the blood of 10,000 races to forge a divine weapon. Could it be that the Qin Emperor wants to forge a world-shaking divine weapon? Xiao Chengfeng opened his eyes, and his expression became complicated. The 10,000 tribes battlefield was already very strong. If someone was able to control it, it would be enough even if it was comparable to a 9-seal Dao treasure. However, this was far from the limit of this divine weapon. Xiao Chengfeng found it hard to imagine how powerful this divine weapon would be when it reached its peak. Comparable to Zhu Bing, however, it was hard to say how many tribulations Zhu Bing was comparable to. Xiao Chengfeng did not think too much about this matter. He focused his attention on himself. I've stopped at the 7th layer of the Sky Human stage for quite some time. After another 1 or 2 months of polishing, I will be able to break through to the 8th layer of the Sky Human stage. Judging by the current situation, I should be able to polish my cultivation base to perfection within 3 years. After polishing my realm to perfection, I can break through to the true immortal realm. Becoming an immortal in 3 years. This was the goal that Xiao Chengfeng had set for himself. That wasn't right either. This was all part of Xiao Chengfeng's plan. Becoming an immortal in 3 years was his plan. For the reincarnation of immortal monarch Haotsang, the leap from diviner to true immortal had never been difficult. It was truly difficult. It was the leap from the 9th level of immortal to the level above the natural order. But the problem was, if one wanted to break through beyond the precepts, one had to lay down a strong enough foundation at every step. In this way, only then would a breakthrough at the last minute become a matter of course. Therefore, the purpose of Xiao Chengfeng's reincarnation was to take a peek at the rules. If it was just for the sake of becoming a true immortal or even recovering the cultivation level of his previous life, there would be no need for him to recultivate. Inside Yu City, the humans began to clean up the battlefield. Although the corpses would return to heaven and earth, there was a prerequisite, and that was that no one picked them up. Once it was picked up by someone, in that case, the corpses would be considered as spoils of war by default. Naturally, there would be no such thing as returning to heaven and earth. The 5 elements Eldar. In the first place, they were born from the 5 elements of heaven and earth. In the end, they developed flesh and blood and became true living beings. In essence, the 5 elemental Eldar was a rare material. A high-level 5 elements Eldar was an even more precious treasure. Therefore, the corpses of the 5 elements Eldar could not be wasted. 5 elements essence. Ling Huayu's eyes turned red. Her original natural and unrestrained attitude had completely disappeared at this time. With the essence of the 5 elements in hand, she was confident that she could forge a powerful divine weapon that was comparable to a Dao artifact. As a Grandmaster forger, there was nothing more exciting than forging a divine weapon. Thinking of this, Ling Huayu suddenly rose into the air, and her voice was directly transmitted. As long as there are 10 corpses of the 5 elements Eldar of the God martial arts realm, no matter what realm, I can forge a top spiritual weapon for free. The power of the spiritual weapon is no less than a 2-seal Dao artifact, and there is no upper limit. If there are corpses of the 5 elements Eldar of the Deva realm, you can also come to me. At that time, we will discuss the specific forging matters. Her voice spread. It covered the entire battlefield. Those human cultivators and players couldn't help but look at Ling Huayu, and then looked at the corpses of the 5 elements Eldar in their hands. Their eyes suddenly became fiery. Top spiritual weapon. This term, which was extremely unfamiliar in the past, was now completely rooted in people's hearts. The reason was, it was because the top spiritual weapon came from the hands of Qin Shujian. At this point, only then did the others know. It turned out that a spiritual weapon could also be comparable to a Dao artifact. This kind of spiritual weapon had a name, which was called a top spiritual weapon. 10 corpses of the god martial arts realm. It was about equivalent to 1,000 merit points. 1,000 merit points could be exchanged for the most basic Dao artifact, which was a 1-seal Dao artifact. The true precious role of a 1-seal Dao artifact was to suppress fate and have the possibility of independent growth. But the problem was, now that the fate of the sects in the world belonged to the Chenyuan sacred ground, it was not very useful for ordinary people to exchange for a Dao artifact. The only function was probably to suppress one's own fate. In this way, the role of a Dao artifact would be reduced a lot. As for the possibility of independent growth, that was even more nonsense. A Dao artifact's growth could easily take thousands of years. After such a long time, unless one was a true immortal expert, otherwise, one would turn into ashes. So, such a Dao artifact could generally only be used as an inheritance of a family or sect. It was used to bless the younger generation. As for oneself, there was no way to enjoy it too much. In comparison, a top spiritual weapon, which was at least comparable to a 2-seal Dao artifact, was more practical. Moreover, Ling Huayu said that it was at least a 2-seal Dao artifact. If one was lucky, wouldn't it mean that it had the possibility of being comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact? Such a deal. Basically, no one would refuse. After shouting, Ling Huayu landed on the city wall. Yin Bancheng coughed and asked, if there are celestial corpses, what kind of magic weapons can Elder Ling forge? Elder Yin, how many celestial corpses do you have? What are their levels? There are 2 golden Eldar celestial corpses. One is at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm, and the other is at the 1st level of the celestial being realm. Yin Bancheng looked at the storage ring and then gave an answer. He had picked up the corpse at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Or else, with Yin Bancheng's strength at the 1st level of the celestial being realm, there was no way he could kill a golden Eldar at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Hearing this, Ling Huayu suddenly looked a little excited. Elder Yin, if you give these 2 corpses to me, I am confident that I can forge a magic weapon comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact, or at least a 3-seal Dao artifact. The 3rd level of the celestial being realm was just right. If it was at the saint level, she was not confident that she could forge it. The 3rd level of the celestial being realm. It was the most suitable casting material. Compared to Ling Huayu's excitement, Yin Bancheng's face was slightly stiff. You are confident. That is to say, there is a possibility of failure? Ling Huayu rolled his eyes. Elder Yin, if there is a 100% success rate, it is probably at the level of the Qin Emperor. Besides, even if it is the Qin Emperor who forges a magic weapon, I am afraid that it will not fail. Casting was naturally risky. If the casting failed, it would be a failure. Suddenly, Yin Bancheng hesitated. Ling Huayu said patiently, Elder Yin, think about it carefully. A 1-seal Dao artifact only costs 1,000 merit points, a 2-seal Dao artifact already costs 3,000 merit points, and a 3-seal Dao artifact costs 10,000 merit points. A corpse at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm can only be exchanged for 1,500 merit points. Plus the corpse at the 1st level of the celestial being realm, it is only 2,000 merit points. With such merit points, you can't even exchange for a 2-seal Dao artifact. Now, as long as you give me the corpse, you will have a chance to get a top magic weapon comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact. Isn't this a good deal? Ling Huayu's words. Yin Bancheng was a little tempted. If that was the case, it was indeed more cost-effective to give the corpse to Ling Huayu to forge a magic weapon. However, the possibility of failure was really a little f***ed up. Yin Bancheng looked suspicious. Elder Ling is forging a magic weapon for me for free. I wonder what benefits it will bring you. I have reached a bottleneck. If I forge a magic weapon, there is hope to break through this bottleneck. Ling Huayu didn't hide anything and said calmly. If it was in the past. In the past, she was already at the peak of forging when she was a grandmaster. But with the appearance of the human emperor forging technique, Ling Huayu really knew that breaking through to the grandmaster level was just a new starting point. Just like the array grandmaster, the grandmaster level of forging was also divided into 3 realms. Now, she was only in the first realm. There were still the second and third realms. According to Ling Huayu's guess, Qin Shujian was very likely in the third realm. It was just that if a grandmaster wanted to break through, in addition to a flash of inspiration, he also needed to forge a large number of magic weapons and gain some experience from it. Hearing that, Yin Bancheng also felt relieved in his heart. If that was the case, then it made sense. He wasn't worried about any problems. It was just that Ling Huayu suddenly became so kind that Yin Bancheng wanted to know more. The cleaning of the war. It didn't last for very long. Not long after. Everyone cleaned up the corpses. Every battle, no matter how great the victory was, meant that there would be deaths and injuries. For these things, Qin Yuanbai and the others were already very open-minded. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. If any race wanted to rise, they couldn't avoid bloodshed. Now, some people died. In the future, fewer people would die. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanbai said, "Those cultivators who are seriously injured and can no longer fight, let them choose. If they want to stay in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, they can still stay here. If they want to go back, they can also be escorted back. As for resources, send a batch over every year. At least they won't be disappointed." In the end, Qin Yuanbai added, "This is what Emperor Qin wants. I'm just conveying it. That's the best way to do it." Xia Kun nodded. The other elders also didn't raise any objections. After all, these cultivators all fought for the human clan, which was why they ended up in such a situation. It was reasonable. They had to be treated well. Otherwise, the human clan's heart would be broken. Moreover, they didn't want to be kicked out by the Chenyuan sacred ground to fend for themselves if they ended up in such a situation one day. After briefly conveying Qin Shujian's message, Qin Yuanbai said, "Also, Emperor Qin hopes that Elder Fang will remove all the backup plans he left in the human clan's territory. They can't be used again in the future." What? Fang Xinglan was stunned and then said in confusion, "If we do this, then the defense of the Chenyuan sacred ground will be weakened a lot." The victory of this battle. A large part of the reason was the effect of the formation. If all the backup plans of Qin Shujian were removed, then the defensive strength of the Chenyuan sacred ground would be weakened by at least half. Qin Yuanbai coughed lightly. "There is news that not long ago, a thunder tribulation appeared in the Liangshan spiritual domain and finally struck down in the Endless Mountains. It is suspected that it was aimed at Emperor Qin." He only said half of these words. But at this time, the others suddenly understood. No wonder Emperor Qin wanted to remove the backup plans. It turned out that he was targeted by the thunder tribulation. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan couldn't say anything more. The defensive strength of the human clan's territory was important, but at the same time, the safety of Qin Shujian was more important. If he was killed by the thunder tribulation, then the Chenyuan sacred ground would be disbanded. And before Emperor Qin was killed by the thunder tribulation, he would probably come to the 10,000 clan battlefield to kill him. "I heard that the great Zhao Empire has already taken half of the Shadow Clan's territory, forcing the Shadow Clan to set up a dark shadow canopy to defend," Qin Yuanbai said. Dark shadow canopy? Some elders looked puzzled. This name was very unfamiliar to them. The Golden Rock King said in a deep voice, "The Dark Shadow Canopy is one of the trump cards of the Shadow Clan. It is a powerful defensive means set up at the cost of the lives of many Shadow Clan members. The strength of the Dark Shadow Canopy depends on the strength of the Shadow Clan cultivators sacrificed. I heard that in ancient times, There was a shadow clan true immortal who set up the dark shadow canopy. Even if the ancient emperors wanted to break it, it was not an easy task. The people who came out of Tianwen Island, the Golden Rock King, had the knowledge of ancient inheritances. Methods like the dark shadow canopy. Unless one had a deep understanding of the shadow clan, there were not many cultivators who really knew about it. The Great Zhao Empire had long planned to deal with the shadow clan, so they were very familiar with the dark shadow canopy. But on the Qianyuan sacred ground side, it was a lot worse. After hearing the Golden Rock King's explanation, the others also had a deep understanding of the dark shadow canopy. Qin Yuanbai nodded and said, "The dark shadow canopy can be put aside for now. Now that most of the 5 elements Eldar have been killed or injured, their strength has weakened a lot. We may be able to take advantage of this opportunity to take down the 5 elements Eldar's territory. Otherwise, if the 5 elements Eldar's strength is weakened, I'm afraid that other clans will target them." The Great Zhao Empire had already taken down half of the Shadow Clan's territory. If the Qianyuan sacred ground did not make any progress, it would be a little awkward. So, the 5 elements Eldar's attack on the human clan's territory this time was both a bad and a good thing. At least the Qianyuan sacred ground could defeat the 5 elements Eldar. Next, they could take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the 5 elements Eldar in one fell swoop. Attacking the 5 elements Eldar is a good opportunity. Kui Huai nodded, and then his expression became hesitant again. But the problem is that although the 5 elements Eldar's strength is weakened, there are still powerful figures. It won't be easy for us to take them down. Hearing this sentence, the others also felt a little heavy in their hearts. The drawbacks of the Qianyuan sacred ground. At this time, they were exposed again. Without enough powerful figures, they could only passively defend and had no opportunity to attack. Kui Huai's words. It was heart-wrenching. Qin Yuanbai pondered for a moment and said, "It's impossible for us to take down all the 5 elements Eldar. In my opinion, it's better to integrate our forces and attack one of the clans with all our strength. Although Nyo Dali is a saint cultivator, his strength is enough to kill a master in the 9th tier of the celestial being realm. It's no problem for him to lead the attack. With Holifire's assistance, none of the 5 element spirit clans will be able to stop them." "That's appropriate." Yin Bancheng nodded slightly. The Qianyuan sacred ground was not necessarily weak. At the very least, the strength that Nyo Dali showed in this battle really shocked everyone. It was effortless. He killed God Dong of the Gold Eldar on the spot. Such strength. It was probably not much worse than Shi Yang's. In this way, the Qianyuan sacred ground could be regarded as a force with top powerhouses. The only difference was that there were too few powerful figures, not as many as there were in the Great Zhao sacred ground. King of Azure Billows, who had been silent. At this time, he suddenly said, "If we want to attack the 5 elements Eldar, I suggest that we attack the Water Eldar." "Why?" Qin Yuanbai looked puzzled. King of Azure Billows said, "The 5 elements Eldar basically have means of self-protection. Among them, the Gold Eldar has the Gungjin Sword Realm, which is similar to the Shadow Clan's Dark Shadow Canopy, and has more killing power. It's not easy to break through the Gungjin Sword Realm. As for the Wood Eldar, they have similar means." King of Azure Billow's words. It gave the others a certain understanding of the 5 elements Eldar. Then, Fang Xinglan said in a deep voice, "So the Water Eldar doesn't have means of self-protection?" "Of course the Water Eldar does. I don't know if you've heard of the Chen River, but the first Water Eldar in the world was born in the Chen River. Since then, any spiritual intelligence born in the rivers and seas of the world has been classified as a Water Eldar. Therefore, the Water Eldar's means are similar to the Chen River, which they call the Bitter Sea. Of course, compared with the real Chen River, it's far inferior. But even so, it's not easy for ordinary people to cross the Bitter Sea." King of Azure Billows paused for a moment. Then he said with a faint smile, "However, I, the Eldar, have a 7-seal Taoist weapon spirit ship, which was refined by a true immortal in the ancient times. Except for the Chen River, no water in the world can stop the spirit ship. Unless the Water Eldar has a true immortal who personally set up the Bitter Sea, it can't stop the spirit ship. The Seven-Seal Taoist weapon spirit ship. This was the real trump card of King of Azure Billows. Fang Xinglan asked anxiously, "How big is the spirit ship and how many people can it hold?" "Elder Fang, you should know that a Taoist weapon can freely change its size, so it can hold practitioners. But the more people there are, the more energy it will consume. According to my estimation, the spirit ship can hold 1,000,000 people at most. If it exceeds this number, it may not work." King of Azure Billows gave a conservative estimate. In this regard, the others were also satisfied. It was enough to hold 1,000,000 people. Qin Yuanbai smiled faintly. The main purpose of attacking the Water Eldar is to deal with the Celestial Being practitioners. The Water Eldar below the Celestial Being level is not a problem. But this time we can issue some missions. Anyone above the physical invulnerability realm who is willing to go with the army can go to attack the Water Eldar. Okay. Yin Bancheng nodded. The human clan was planning to attack the Five Elements Eldar. The Five Elements Eldar. Now they were in a passive state of defense. With the death of Dongshun, the Gold Eldar's strength had been greatly reduced. So far, there were only 2 celestial beings at the 7th level. At this moment, just as King of Azure Billows said, the Gold Eldar took the initiative to give up part of its territory and then condensed its power to set up the Gungjin Sword Realm, turning this place into a dangerous place except for the Gold Eldar. Similarly, both the Wood Eldar and the Water Eldar were the same. There was no other way. In the 10,000 clan battlefield, if any force entered a weakened state, it would be targeted by other forces. The Five Elements Eldar. They could be considered a mid-tier race, and the territory they occupied was not small. Judging from the current trend of heaven and earth, the more territory it occupied and the more experts it produced, the stronger the trend of heaven and earth it obtained. The trend of heaven and earth the Five Elements Eldar controlled was not small. In this case, naturally, many clans and forces had their eyes on the Five Elements Eldar. In the past, the Five Elements Eldar was not weak and was a vassal of the Demon Clan. No clan would easily attack. But it was different now. The Five Elements Eldar's strength had been greatly reduced. Even if they had the Demon Clan's skin, it was useless. In the 10,000 clan battlefield, no matter how strong an ally was, it was only an ally's strength. Whenever a war broke out, it would affect a lot of things. Even if the Demon Clan was strong. At this time, they did not dare to act recklessly. Or else, the situation of this top clan would become difficult. At this moment, the Demon Clan's territory was also preparing their troops. Tian Hong was in the main city, listening to the reports of others. After a while, Tian Hong said, "Let's put the Five Elements Eldar's matter aside. Don't worry too much about it for now. If any clan attacks the Five Elements Eldar, we have a reason to intervene. We can't fail again. Otherwise, everyone will know that the Demon Clan's strength has been greatly reduced. By then, it will be more difficult for our clan to advance further." During this time, Tian Hong was also under a lot of pressure. The main reason was, it was because the Demon Clan's army had failed to attack the Illusory tribe. That was right. They had failed. As a top clan, destroying a small clan like the Illusory tribe was just a matter of waving their hands. But now in the 10,000 clan battlefield, the Demon Clan had failed to attack the Illusory tribe. The reason was that the Illusory tribe had many reinforcements. But this was not a reason for the Demon Clan to fail. If the Demon Clan was at their peak, no matter how many reinforcements there were, the Demon Clan was confident that they could take them down in one fell swoop. But not now. The Demon Clan's strength had been greatly reduced. They did not even have a great sage in the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. There were not even many almighty experts. As such, the failure of the Demon Clan's attack on the Illusory tribe was unexpected but also reasonable. It was acceptable for them to fail once. But if they failed again and again, the Demon Clan's power would fall to the freezing point. So, Tian Hong did not dare to act rashly. Instead, He waited silently for a suitable opportunity to act. He had to ensure that the demon clan had an absolute chance of winning the second battle. Then Tian Hong continued, "How's the progress of collecting the blood of living beings?" Hearing this, a demon saint replied in a deep voice, "We have sent most of our clansmen out. All the collected blood of living beings has been transported back to our clan's mystic realm as soon as possible." Speaking of this, he looked a little puzzled. "Lord Tian Hong, may I ask why the demon emperor wants to collect the blood of living beings?" The other demon saints also looked puzzled at this time. The matter of collecting the blood of living beings. It was not a big deal, but it was not small either. If this spread out, it would definitely cause some unnecessary controversy. Tian Hong said calmly, "You know that the heavenly demon temple has been damaged. The main purpose of collecting the blood of living beings is to nurture the heavenly demon temple. Otherwise, the demon clan will never have any chance of winning against the human clan. But you can't spread this matter without permission. If you know, just keep it to yourself." The heavenly demon temple. The other demon saints looked at each other with a look of realization. If that was the case, then it was understandable. In the demon clan's mystic realm of the 4 major continents, the original heavenly demon temple had been placed in the dragon transformation pool. As for the original dragon transformation pool water, it had turned scarlet at this time. The demon emperor was expressionless as he poured all the collected blood of living beings into the dragon transformation pool. He could only smell the stench of blood in the air. Then the scarlet pool water seemed to be boiling as it kept bubbling. "I want more blood. Kill a few more, then I'll have a chance to recover. If you can kill a few true immortals for me, I can even transcend the tribulation and become a 4 tribulation Zhu Bing. At that time, even the sky-breaking halberd may not be able to break my defense." The heavenly demon temple's urgent voice came from the dragon transformation pool. The demon emperor was expressionless as he poured the last of the blood into the pool. He said indifferently, "Let's not talk about killing true immortals for now. The current situation in the 4 major continents is not suitable for killing true immortals. When the demon abyss arrives, Ben Huang will kill those demon gods and use their blood to nourish you." A 4 tribulation Zhu Bing was powerful. But the difficulty of advancing was not ordinary. Given the current situation of the heavenly demon temple, the demon emperor was not confident that he could help them advance to a 4 tribulation Zhu Bing. The opening of the 10,000 race battlefield. At most, he could collect blood and let them recover from their previous injuries. Apart from that, there was no other way. The heavenly demon temple was a little regretful. Killing demon gods is also possible, but it will take a little longer. Regarding this, the demon emperor did not reply. After the news that the human clan had conquered half of the Shadow Clan's territory was sent back, Emperor Zhao immediately ordered the human clan experts to go to the Shadow Clan's territory to build a city. To fight for the general trend of the world. It was not as simple as occupying territory in the 10,000 race battlefield. It was the same in the 4 major continents. The people who were ordered to go this time, they were the East City Lord Huazhon and the West City Lord. Because most of the experts of the Great Zhao were now in the 10,000 race battlefield, among the remaining experts, the 4 city lords were the strongest. Flying in the air. The West City Lord said with some confusion, "Why did His Majesty send the 2 of us to scout the way? Just send someone to the Chenyuan sacred ground to ask for 2 teleportation arrays and then throw one over to the Shadow Clan. Moreover, the Shadow Clan also has a city. When the time comes, we can just take it over." Could it be that the Shadow Clan dares to go back on their word? The teleportation array of the Chenyuan sacred ground. It was now famous. It was just that the Qin Emperor did not make a move easily, so the teleportation array had always been a scarce resource. But if Emperor Zhao really asked, the Qin Emperor could not refuse. At this time, he could just send someone over and throw down a teleportation array. In the West City Lord's view, there was no need for them to do it personally. Huazhon said lightly, "Although the Shadow Clan won't go back on their word, we can't guarantee that they will do something. Let's just go over there. Anyway, Staying in the human clan's territory is going to make us go moldy. Speaking of this, it seems that you are about to break through to the Supreme Realm. The West City Lord turned his head to look at Huazhan and changed the topic. It's just a thin line. How can it be so easy to break through? Huazhan shook his head, looking emotional. Hearing this, the West City Lord had an envious look on his face. It's just a thin line. You and I entered the Imperial Court on the same day, but after so many years, you are about to break through to the Supreme Realm, but I am still in the 5th tier of the celestial being. Sometimes, the gap between people really isn't that big. After saying this, the West City Lord heaved a heavy sigh. His talent was not weak, but it was not very strong either. Reaching the current realm was almost the limit. It was undoubtedly difficult to break through to the Supreme Realm. In comparison, Huazhan's strength was the most powerful among the 4 city lords. And so was his strength. This was why he was qualified to be the leader of the 4 city lords. Hearing this, Huazhan did not know what to say. In the end, he could only comfort him. Talent has never determined the height of a cultivator. If Brother Zhao concentrates on cultivation, there is hope for you to break through to the Supreme Realm. Brother Hua, you don't have to comfort me. The West City Lord shook his head and said with a wry smile, when this is over, I may resign from the position of West City Lord and enter the 10,000 clan battlefield to try my luck. You want to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield? Huazhan was shocked. The other party's words were completely beyond his expectations. The 10,000 clan battlefield is now a meat grinder. It hasn't been open for long, but the number of supreme beings who have died has reached double digits. The number of cultivators below the heavenly human realm is even more numerous. If Brother Zhao enters the 10,000 clan battlefield, I'm afraid the risk is too great, Huazhan advised. Entering the 10,000 clan battlefield. In his opinion, it was too risky. Although Huazhan was in charge of the human territory, he was always aware of the information in the 10,000 clan battlefield. During this period of time, he was also very clear about the great battle that had happened in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Because of this, Huazhan did not agree with the West City Lord entering the 10,000 clan battlefield. Although the 10,000 clan battlefield is dangerous, it also has great opportunities. At our level, if we want to break through, we need to cultivate in seclusion and look for that mysterious flash of inspiration. Or we need to go through a life-and-death battle and find the opportunity to break through. The West City Lord did not think much of it. He smiled and said, I have already made up my mind. Brother Hua, you don't have to persuade me anymore. He paused for a moment. Then he continued, moreover, I don't have much lifespan left. If this continues, I may die in 1,000 years. Instead of dying, it's better to fight to the death. If I don't succeed, I will die. I believe that if Brother Hua reaches this stage, you will make the same choice. After that, the West City Lord smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the Shadow Clan's territory first. Okay. Huazhan nodded slightly and did not talk too much about this issue. He could tell. The West City Lord had really made up his mind. In that case, Huazhan would not deliberately stop him too much. Everyone had their own path to walk. Since the other party had already made a decision, he could only respect his choice. Moreover, just as the West City Lord said, the 10,000 clan battlefield was dangerous, but it was also full of opportunities. If one could survive a long battle inside, the probability of breaking through was much higher than cultivating alone. Perhaps, I should also enter the 10,000 clan battlefield. For no reason, a thought came to Huazhan's mind. He was now only one step away from becoming a supreme being. But whether he could really break through still depended on probability. If he could enter the 10,000 clan battlefield, Huazhan had absolute confidence that he could break through. Not long after, the two arrived at the Shadow Clan's territory. At this moment, in the Shadow Clan's territory, huge pits appeared one after another. That was where the Shadow Clan's city was originally located, but now the city had disappeared, so only a few huge pits were left. Seeing this, Huazhan and the West City Lord looked at each other and saw the same expression in each other's eyes. As expected, the Shadow Clan did not intend to leave too many things for them. Then, Huazhan said loudly, "We are cultivators of the human clan, and we are here to take over the Shadow Clan's territory under the orders of Emperor Zhao. I hope Emperor Zhao can make things convenient for us." As his voice fell, after a while, the void shattered. A finger drew across the Shadow Clan's territory and finally left a black silk line on the ground. Outside the black line belongs to the human clan, and inside the black line is the Shadow Clan's territory. The Shadow Emperor's indifferent voice came out and quickly disappeared. The two did not care. Huazhan cupped his hands slightly and said with a faint smile, "Shadow Emperor is generous, I thank you on behalf of the human clan." Hearing this sentence, the void vibrated slightly, and a powerful aura was faintly discernible. Inside the Shadow Clan's secret realm, the Shadow Emperor's face was gloomy. Although he looked like a black shadow, now he was even darker. The Shadow Clan was defeated. Being forced to abandon half of their territory already made him feel very pained. Under such circumstances, Huazhan provoked him with words, which made the Shadow Emperor even more furious. If it weren't for the two human emperors of the human clan, he would have attacked and directly killed Huazhan. "Human clan, we are not done with this matter." The Shadow Emperor suppressed the anger in his heart, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. After a long time, all of his anger and killing intent turned into a long sigh. The Shadow Emperor also felt a little weak now. The Shadow Clan set up the Shadow Canopy, which was equivalent to binding their hands and feet. The other clans could not attack, but the Shadow Clan could not leave either. Because the Shadow Canopy was an absolute defense. The people inside could not leave, and the people outside could not enter. So when the Shadow Canopy was set up, the Shadow Clan lost the possibility of advancing. Unless the Shadow Clan broke the Shadow Canopy. But in that case, the Shadow Clan did not have the strength to face the armies of the other clans. It could be said that the 10,000 clan battlefield had just opened, and the Shadow Clan had already been defeated. It was not a complete defeat, but it was close. Chapter 682. In the sea. A huge ship braved the wind and waves, sailing on the surface of the sea. This was the 10,000 races battlefield. Normally speaking, there was no sea in the 10,000 races battlefield. But because this was the territory of the water Eldar, there was a sea. Why haven't we seen the end after sailing in the sea for so long? On the spirit ship, Qin Yuanbai's expression was solemn. It started from the moment they entered the restrictions set up by the water Eldar. Then until now, 5 or 6 days had passed. With the speed of the spirit ship, 5 or 6 days was enough to cross hundreds of millions of miles. The entire 10,000 races battlefield was not hundreds of millions of miles. The small sea in front of them could not be bigger than the 10,000 races battlefield. But even so, the spirit ship still had not reached the end of the sea. Not only that, they could not even see the way they came from. Such a change not only made Qin Yuanbai and the others feel troubled, but even Xia Kun and the Golden Rock King did not look too good. Xia Kun said in a deep voice, "The sea of bitterness is boundless, there is no shore to turn back." King of Azure Billows, are you sure you can break out of here? That's right. If you are not sure, we might consider sending a message to the sacred city and ask Xiao Chengfeng to rescue them. The Golden Rock King added. Compared to the others, those who came out of the heavenly Pattern Island knew more about the Sea of Bitterness. It was precisely because of this that they understood the power of the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless, there was no shore to turn back. There was once a true immortal trapped in the Sea of Bitterness. There was a true immortal who wandered in the Sea of Bitterness for 100,000 years. In the end, when his lifespan was exhausted, he did not reach the other side of the Sea of Bitterness. This matter. It made the Sea of Bitterness famous. Hearing this, King of Azure Billows said with a faint smile, "You don't have to worry. The spirit ship is my Eldar's treasure. Although the Sea of Bitterness in front of us looks powerful, it has not reached the point of besieging the spirit ship. The water Eldar does not have a true immortal, and this is not the sea of bitterness formed by a true immortal. You may not have noticed, but the spirit ship could have walked out of the sea of bitterness long ago. It's just that the water Eldar's experts interfered, causing us to keep going in circles in the sea of bitterness. King of Azure Billow's words made the others' expressions changed. Immediately, Holifier spread his divine will. After a long time, she finally noticed some clues. The King of Emerald Billows is right. There are indeed some traces of strong cultivators around, but these traces are too well hidden. If he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Qin Yuanbai immediately asked upon hearing Holifier's words. Fire Sage, do you have a way to break it? There's no other way. Holifier shook his head, then explained, the Vermilion bird tribe is born with the fire element, while the embittered sea is born with the water element. Water and fire counter each other, and the embittered sea's water element is stronger than my own fire element. Unless I can cultivate the true innate divine fire, there is no way to counter it. Innate divine fire. It was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. If he had a divine flame of this level, Holifier was confident that he could burn the entire sea of bitterness dry. King Beatao nodded and said, Holifier is right. The carnate divine fire at its peak might be able to restrain the embittered sea. But the Vermilion bird tribe can't control the true carnate divine fire without becoming a true immortal. Subsequently, he comforted them, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Although the water Eldar's experts have intervened, they can't stop the spirit ship from sailing. At most, they can delay it for a while. You may not see it, but I can feel that the other side of the sea of bitterness is approaching. For the Eldar's supreme treasure. King Beatao had absolute confidence. Even though he had been in the sea of bitterness for several days, he had never shown any signs of panic. Golden Rock King secretly transmitted his voice, are you really sure? If not, don't try to be brave. If all the cultivators on the ship die in the sea of bitterness, neither of us will have a good ending. To this, King Beatao rolled his eyes at Golden Rock King. Indeed, he was too lazy to explain so much. The sea of bitterness. Nyo Dali stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the vast sea in front of him with a puzzled expression. Qin Yuanbai, who was standing beside him, also noticed something strange. Elder Nyo, do you know something about the sea of bitterness? I don't know much. I just feel that it sounds a little familiar. Nyo Dali didn't react. He touched his horns and smiled honestly. When King Beatao talked about the sea of bitterness, he felt that it sounded a little familiar. It seemed that he had some understanding of the sea of bitterness before. Nyo Dali thought back carefully but couldn't find any reason. Could it be that the bloodline in my body has interacted with the sea of bitterness before? No, it should have interacted with the water Eldar. Nyo Dali thought of the bloodline in his body. As he entered the 10,000 clan battlefield, he found that more and more memories emerged in his mind. It felt like the memories in his bloodline were gradually recovering. When he killed God Dong, it also triggered the power of his bloodline. So, Nyo Dali was now very curious about his own situation. He also wanted to know what kind of bloodline flowed in his body, just as the spirit ship was sailing on the sea of bitterness. On the other side of the sea of bitterness, there were 2 water Eldar experts standing there. They were the only 2 water Eldar experts left. They were not only the 2 water Eldar experts in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, but also the last 2 water Eldar experts. In other words, except for Water Ling Huang, there were only 2 water Eldar experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm left. The sea of bitterness can't stop them. According to this trend, they will walk out of the sea of bitterness in 2 days at most. Chunyue's face was solemn and her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. In order to set up the sea of bitterness, the loss of the water Eldar was not ordinary. The water Eldar was a race derived from the wisdom of the water spirits of heaven and earth. The sea of bitterness. It was a dangerous place formed by gathering the water spirits of heaven and earth. In other words, in order to form the sea of bitterness, Many water Eldar had to be sacrificed. The sea of bitterness in front of them was created. The water Eldar had paid too much. If it could not be of any use, then the water Eldar would have suffered a great loss. I don't know the origin of that ship, but it could safely cross the sea of bitterness. Without that ship, the human race would definitely not have the ability to cross the sea of bitterness. Is it possible for us to destroy that ship? Chen Ju's expression was not too good. Now, only he and Chen Yu were water Eldar experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. If the human race crossed the sea of bitterness, with the current strength of the water Eldar, there was absolutely no possibility of resisting. But the problem now was, the sea of bitterness could not stop the human race. We can only try and see if there is a chance to swallow them up. Chen Yu shook her head slightly. Then she used a technique to cause the sea of bitterness to ripple. Seeing this, Chen Ju did not hesitate and also used a technique to merge into the sea of bitterness. Rumble, the sky of the sea of bitterness suddenly changed. Violent waves appeared on the calm surface of the sea. Shocking waves suddenly rose from the surface of the sea, covering the sky and the earth, wanting to completely drown the spirit ship. Oh no, the water Eldar has launched an attack. King Emerald Billow's expression changed slightly, then he looked at Holofire and said, Holofire, please stop these waves. Don't let them drown the spirit ship. Among the people present, only Holofire, who was in the 8th level of the celestial being realm, had the ability to do so. Okay. Holofire nodded, then immediately saw her vital essence surging. Vast divine fire soared into the sky, forming a shield that covered the entire spirit ship. Just as the fire shield rose, the waves had already crushed down. The two collided. A deafening sound was heard. Under the attack of the sea of bitterness, the fire shield shook violently, as if it would shatter at any time. Seeing this, Holofire's pretty face was also slightly pale. The power of the sea of bitterness was too strong, and she was only in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. It was not easy to resist the attack of the sea of bitterness. I can't hold on for long. If you have any other tricks, use them quickly. Holofire's voice was a little urgent. At this time, she did not dare to force anything. Let me do it. Nyo Dali paused for a moment, then said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on him. They were also very curious about this green ox who killed the golden Eldar, Dongshan. The situation in front of them. Holofire obviously could not hold on. The rest was to see if this green ox had the possibility of breaking the situation. Under the gaze of many people, Nyo Dali also felt a little smug, but he quickly collected his thoughts, looked at the waves that covered the spirit ship, and then closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, but the aura on his body had completely changed. Then, Nyo Dali threw out a simple punch, but it seemed to involve the power of heaven and earth, and a huge and endless phantom suddenly appeared. Accompanied by the bombardment of the fist. The phantom also launched an attack. Boom! The waves that filled the sky were all torn apart by the fist, and the entire sea of bitterness shook violently. Outside the sea of bitterness, in the horrified eyes of Chen Yu and Chen Ju, they only saw the vast sea of bitterness being hit by a terrifying force, and then it was torn into two halves. Not only that, a terrifying fist reflected in the eyes of the two. Be careful. Not good. Chen Yu and Chen Ju's faces changed dramatically, and suddenly, a vast amount of vital energy erupted, bombarding the fist. Boom! The two collided, and the vital energy was instantly shattered. Finally, Chen Yu and Chen Ju both flew out, and their bodies cracked a lot in the air, and after landing, they were already seriously injured. Such a turn of events. It alarmed the water Eldar, and also completely shocked the people on the spirit ship. This, Qin Yuanbai's words became stuttering. The other people's faces were also dull. They only saw Nyo Dali slowly retracting his fist, and the originally vast sea of bitterness had been completely torn apart. No one had expected. How could this azure bull be so tyrannical? As strong as the sea of bitterness. It was torn apart by the opponent's fist. However, after all, The Sea of Bitterness was a restriction set by the Water Eldar. As the power disappeared, the Sea of Bitterness also slowly healed. Seeing this scene, King of Azure Billows did not waste any time, and directly urged the spirit ship to break through the air, taking advantage of the crack in the Sea of Bitterness that had not completely healed, and rushed out first. Wherever the spirit ship passed, all the broken Sea of Bitterness and space were all suppressed. Not long after, the spirit ship had already appeared outside the Sea of Bitterness. And after crossing the Sea of Bitterness, it entered a piece of land, which was the Water Eldar's territory. At this moment, King of Azure Billows had already put away the spirit ship, and all the people on the spirit ship had officially stepped into the Water Eldar's territory. At the same time, the changes in the Sea of Bitterness and the damage to Chen Yu and Chen Ju also shook the entire Water Eldar. After all, the Sea of Bitterness was a place that surrounded the entire Water Eldar's territory. Under such circumstances, the Sea of Bitterness being torn apart naturally could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of others. What's going on? What the hell happened? Several Water Eldar's celestial beings stepped out, and their faces were also full of shock. Soon, they saw a group of human cultivators appear. Not good, the human clan is invading, everyone prepare for battle. A Water Eldar's celestial being shouted directly, completely sounding the alarm. Immediately, all the cultivators in the Water Eldar did not have time to be shocked, and entered a state of battle. It was also at this moment. The two Water Eldar's powerful figures also recovered a little, and finally appeared in front of Qin Yuanbai and the others. Is the human clan really going to kill us all? Chen Yu's pretty face was gloomy. She did not expect the Sea of Bitterness to be broken so quickly. Thinking of the fist that tore the Sea of Bitterness, Chen Yu's heart also trembled slightly. Too strong. To be able to tear the Sea of Bitterness with one punch, even if he was not an emperor, he was not far away. Such a strong person. The Water Eldar had absolutely no chance of resisting. While talking, Chen Yu's gaze had already swept back and forth in the crowd. She wanted to find the strong person who tore the Sea of Bitterness. At last, Chen Yu's gaze fell on Nyo Dali. She did not forget. The other party had once killed the Golden Eldar's Goddong, the only Golden Eldar's 9th-level celestial being. Among all the strong people, only Green Nyo in front of her could break the Sea of Bitterness. Qin Yuanbai responded with a sneer. The 5 Elements Eldar joined forces to attack the Chenyuan Sacred Ground with the intention of destroying the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. It's just that the 5 Elements Eldar's strength was not enough, so they failed in the end. Now that the Chenyuan Sacred Ground is attacking the Water Eldar, we are just giving them a taste of their own medicine. As early as when we attacked the Sacred Ground, the Water Eldar should have thought of this result. Qin Yuanbai's words. This made the Water Eldar's heart sink again, but there was nothing to refute. Indeed, the winner takes all. This was the case. If the human clan had been defeated in the past, the Water Eldar would have also occupied the human clan's territory. Thinking of this, Chen Ju calmed his mind, then cupped his hands and said, the human clan is powerful, and the Water Eldar admits that he is no match for them. If the human clan can be merciful, I, the Water Eldar, can become a vassal of the human clan. With the current strength of the Water Eldar, it was impossible to survive the disaster. In this way, the only path he could take was to submit to them. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Chen Ju didn't need to think for too long to make a decision. As for Chen Yu and the other Water Eldar celestial beings, although their faces were ugly, they did not object. Obviously, they also knew that this was the only chance for the Water Eldar to survive the disaster. Vassal? Qin Yuanbai shook his head and said calmly, the human clan does not need the Water Eldar to be a vassal. Today, the Water Eldar only has 2 chances. The first is to withdraw from the 10,000 clan battlefield, and the second is to be destroyed by us on the 10,000 clan battlefield. Apart from that, there is no third way. The human clan is really going to be so ruthless. Chen Ju's face was ugly, and there was anger rising in his eyes. This was equivalent to letting the Water Eldar completely give up the momentum of heaven and earth. although it would not be to the extent of extermination. But in this world of great battles, the Water Eldar had to withdraw from the stage. When the great calamity of the demonic abyss arrived, perhaps the Water Eldar would be exterminated because of this. So, Qin Yuanbai's words were equivalent to sentencing the Water Eldar to death. The only difference was, the Water Spirit clan could still survive for a few more decades. Qin Yuanbai said, "I will only give you a quarter of an hour to think about whether you want to withdraw or fight to the death with the Chenyuan sacred ground. There is no need to say anything else. The Water Eldar's momentum of heaven and earth. It must be fought for." Now that the Water Eldar's strength had been greatly reduced, even if this race became a vassal of the Chenyuan sacred ground, it would not play much of a role. As strong as the Water Ling Huang was, he was just a 10th level celestial being. In the current situation, he could not play any role at all. Qin Yuanbai was very clear about the current situation. The real purpose of the human clan. It was to fight for the momentum of heaven and earth. Secondly, it was to train troops. If he could persuade the Water Eldar to retreat, it would naturally be a good thing. It would prevent a lot of casualties. But if the Water Eldar resisted stubbornly, Qin Yuanbai would not be stingy with a fight. It was no big deal. All the Water Eldar cultivators would be destroyed. After all, if the Water Eldar was a vassal, the momentum of heaven and earth would still belong to the Water Eldar. It would not be inclined to the human clan at all. Qin Yuanbai's words made the hearts of all the Water Eldar cultivators sink. The soldiers were at the gate. There was nothing more than this. Chen Ju's face was twisted and he was struggling to make a decision. After a long time, he looked at Qin Yuanbai and said word by word, "Water Eldar, retreat." After saying this sentence, Chen Ju seemed to have lost all his strength, and his aura was decadent. "Elder Chen Ju, you can't retreat. Once you retreat, I, the Water Eldar, will no longer have any room to maneuver." The Water Eldar Celestials all spoke anxiously. "Shut up." Chen Ju shouted coldly, then turned around and looked at the Water Eldar Celestials. "Do you have the confidence to start a war with the human clan? Or do you want to bury all my clansmen of the Water Eldar to be satisfied? Those who are willing to fight, stay. Those who are not, follow me and retreat." Immediately after, Chen Ju looked at Chen Yu again. "Chen Yu, what do you think?" "Retreat." Chen Yu's red lips opened slightly, and finally said slowly. The only two supreme experts made a unanimous decision. The remaining Water Eldar people had nothing to say. Soon, the Water Eldar retreated one after another. In just half a day, there were no longer any clansmen in the Water Eldar's territory. It was also at this time, a powerful emperor's shadow appeared in the sky. At this moment, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the largest emperor's shadow. "That's the Water Ling Huang. The mark left by the Water Ling Huang in the 10,000 races battlefield. How did it activate at this time?" Any cultivator with a little knowledge would not be unfamiliar with the Water Ling Huang. After all, he was one of the emperors of the 10,000 races. Not counting the true immortals, he was also a top expert. At this time, the sudden appearance of the Water Ling Huang's shadow naturally attracted everyone's curiosity. All of a sudden, the Water Ling Huang's shadow turned into countless streams of light and shot out, disappearing into various places of the 10,000 races battlefield. At the same time, all of a sudden, a kind of understanding rose in everyone's hearts. The Water Eldar had been defeated. Every time a clan completely withdrew from the 10,000 races battlefield, the power mark left behind by the clan's emperor would collapse, turning into treasures and scattered all over the 10,000 races battlefield, blessing other cultivators. After receiving this news, most of the cultivators had gone mad. Whether the Water Eldar was defeated or not, it had nothing to do with them. What really mattered to them was, it was the treasure left behind by the Water Ling Huang. No matter what, the other party was also the emperor of a clan. Even a little bit of power was a rare treasure for ordinary cultivators. So, after this power was released, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Many cultivators chased in the direction of the flowing light. I saw a flowing light appear there. It should be a treasure left behind by the water Ling Huang. Speaking of which, what kind of treasure can the water Ling Huang leave behind? Who knows? Anyway, for a powerhouse of this level, anything left behind would be enough for us to eat. Liu Qinghong and a group of players rushed towards one of the locations. A treasure left behind by a 10th level celestial being. It was not something that other things could compare to. For the players. At present, the strongest was only at the spirit martial realm. Such strength, compared to the 10th level celestial being, was more than 100,000 miles away. However, the greater the gap. This proved that the things left behind by the water Ling Huang could be of greater use. It wasn't just the players. Even other cultivators, and even some celestial being cultivators, were ready to make a move. Those who could truly remain calm. Most likely, they were experts above the Saint realm. For experts of this level, unless it was a complete water Ling Huang's blood essence, it would still be of great use. But like now, a drop of water Ling Huang's blood essence was scattered in all directions, so it wouldn't be of much use. So, compared to the treasure formed by the water Ling Huang's blood essence, they were more concerned about the destruction of the water Eldar. The water Eldar was destroyed. Was it done by the humans? In the territory of the Wood Eldar, there were Wood Eldar experts who were extremely shocked. They were both 5 elements Eldar. The water Eldar was now completely beaten out of the 10,000 races battlefield. The Wood Eldar also felt this kind of threat. There were forces that could make the water Eldar completely withdraw from the 10,000 races battlefield. Then, they could also drive the Wood Eldar out of the 10,000 races battlefield. In this way, the Wood Eldar experts couldn't remain calm even if they wanted to. After a short period of shock, immediately, some Wood Eldar experts left the 10,000 races battlefield, intending to report the news back to the Wood Ling Huang, and then thoroughly investigate the water Eldar's situation. The water Eldar was defeated. Tian Hong's tone was also solemn. Then, he looked at the few beast saints and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, the ones who attacked the water Eldar should be the humans." After saying that, a beast saint replied in disbelief, "The water Eldar has already set up a sea of bitterness around the territory. Without the help of an emperor, who can cross the Sea of Bitterness and enter the water Eldar's territory? The water Eldar's Sea of Bitterness. It was one of the most powerful restrictions. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Chen He, it wasn't weak either. Even now, it wasn't easy for the beast race to cross the water Eldar's Sea of Bitterness. However, even so, the water Eldar was still defeated. Such an unforeseen event naturally shocked the beast race experts. Tian Hong said, "It's no longer important why the humans were able to cross the Sea of Bitterness. What's important is that the humans first occupied half of the Shadow Clan's territory, and now they've completely chased the water Eldar out of the 10,000 races battlefield. Currently, the humans have occupied a lot of the world's momentum. If we don't suppress them, it'll be much more difficult for our race to contend against them. Lord Tian Hong, what are your plans? Send a message to the Blood Eldar. Now, we must join forces to suppress the humans. Otherwise, if the humans continue to grow stronger, no other race in the 10,000 races battlefield will be able to contend against them." Tian Hong's expression was indifferent. In the current situation, the humans were considered the most powerful force in the 10,000 races battlefield. If the 10,000 races alliance army hadn't collapsed because of Qin Shujian, the humans wouldn't have dominated. However, there were no IFS. It was an undeniable fact that the humans were powerful. Right now, they had to suppress the humans. Otherwise, if the humans were allowed to continue growing, it would be a huge problem. In the water Eldar's territory, Qin Yuanbai said, "Immediately occupy all the cities. Ask the forgers who are traveling with the army to investigate carefully. Make sure that there are no traps left by the water Eldar here." "No problem." Ling Huayu nodded and then left with a group of forgers. Afterward, Qin Yuanbai said, "Elder Fang, please open a portal to connect to the Chenyuan sacred ground." "Okay." Fang Xinglan nodded. The Water Eldar's territory is surrounded by the Sea of Bitterness, which is a natural danger zone. In this way, we don't have to worry about other races sending troops to attack this place. Qin Yuanbai smiled. Because of the Sea of Bitterness, the Water Eldar's territory was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The humans occupied this place. They didn't have to worry about other forces attacking and robbing them. In this way, the humans didn't need to divide their forces to guard this place, which could save them a lot of trouble. This was a good thing. King Beitao nodded and said, "Yes, it's not easy to cross the Sea of Bitterness. If the Water Eldar hadn't retreated just now and killed all of them to fill the Sea of Bitterness, then the power of the Sea of Bitterness would have become even more powerful." After he finished speaking, King Beitao found that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Qin Yuanbai and the others now looked at King Beitao again. He killed all the Water Eldar and then filled the Sea of Bitterness. They didn't realize it. It turned out that this fatty's heart was so ruthless. "Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong?" King Beitao didn't understand. After a while, only then did he react, and then his face darkened. "I'm just stating a fact. There's nothing to be surprised about. Besides, the Water Eldar has retreated now, so it's impossible for them to chase after and kill them." King Beitao, don't misunderstand. Qin Yuanbai laughed. He didn't waste time on this matter and immediately ordered everyone to occupy the city. Immediately afterward, Qin Yuanbai sent the news of the capture of the Water Eldar back to the Chenyuan sacred ground. They kicked the Water Eldar out so quickly. After receiving the news, Qin Shujian's face was also stunned. But soon, he came back to his senses. It was a good thing to capture the Water Eldar's territory. As the Great Zhao Empire captured half of the Shadow Clan's territory, the human clan gained some momentum. Together with it, even the human clan's fate had become much stronger. But the problem was, the fate of the human clan was now controlled by two people. When the Shadow Clan's territory was captured, the human clan's fate mainly increased on the side of the Great Zhao Empire. It had little to do with the Chenyuan sacred ground. Although Qin Shujian said that he did not care too much about this matter, but in fact, he had some thoughts in his mind. Now that the Chenyuan sacred ground had captured the Water Eldar's territory, it was naturally a good thing. The Water Eldar's territory has been captured. The next step is to send people over to take over. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Then, he quickly thought of something else. That was, the Chenyuan sacred ground had no strong cultivators left. All the Celestials had gone to the 10,000 clan battlefield. In the huge Chenyuan sacred ground, Qin Shujian and Mu Yang, who was rooted in the Chenyuan sacred ground, were probably the only celestial level cultivators. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian sighed. "It seems that I have to make a trip in person again. It's troublesome." The Water Spirit Secret Realm. Now, all the Water Eldar's cultivators had withdrawn from the territory and returned to the Secret Realm. According to the matters discussed at the Myriad Clan meeting, any clan that was defeated had to give up their territory. So, Ling Huang didn't have the courage to violate this matter. When Qin Shujian came over, the Water Eldar had completely sealed off the Secret Realm. But, the Water Eldar's territory had now become a ruin. The spirit veins had been excavated. The city had been destroyed. Before the Water Eldar sealed off the Secret Realm, it took away everything that could be taken away and destroyed everything that could not be taken away. What could be left for the human clan? It was just a territory. For this, Qin Shujian had expected this. He took out an array disk from the Heaven List and threw it in the Water Eldar's territory. Then, he took out a set of array flags and completely covered the Water Eldar's territory. The array was activated. The array disk was activated. Qin Shujian took a step inside and returned to the eastern continent in the next instant. In the Chenyuan sacred ground, he found Zheng Fang and the others. Emperor Qin, in the Myriad Clan battlefield, the Chenyuan sacred ground has already taken over the Water Eldar's territory. Ben Huang has set up an array in the Water Eldar's territory. You can go there immediately through the transmission array. Within a month, the city must be built and sent people to occupy it. Completely occupy the world there, Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this, Zheng Fang cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Emperor Qin." Then, he immediately left. Since the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, many of the original disciples of the Yuan sect were also sent to the sacred ground. However, if they wanted to build a city in the Water Eldar's territory, it was not enough to rely on the people of one sect. With the Qin Emperor's decree in hand, Zheng Fang directly mobilized most of the people in the Qianyuan sacred ground and went to the Water Eldar's territory together. 10 days passed. There was an infinite power of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian felt something. When he took out the heaven list, he saw that the human clan's fate had risen a lot. Not only that, at this moment, all the human clan cultivators seemed to have some kind of enlightenment in their hearts. Some bottlenecks that had troubled them for a long time. At this moment, all of them felt as if they had been enlightened. Soon, many cultivators broke through. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, there was a vision in the sky. There were powerhouses breaking through to the diviner realm. The power of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian whispered softly. For the first time, he felt the power of heaven and earth. Just now, the human clan's fate had risen greatly. He knew that Zheng Fang and the others had completely occupied the Water Eldar's territory. And with the rise of the human clan's fate, the power of heaven and earth also descended. Under the impact of this power of heaven and earth, even Qin Shujian himself seemed to have sensed something from the unseen world. However, this feeling was still very weak and not enough for him to break through his original realm. But there was one thing to know. Even with Qin Shujian's current foundation, he could understand it. For other cultivators, the feeling was bound to be even stronger. Godslayer said, "There is a saying that the one who has the power of heaven and earth will own the world. Every time there is a great battle, it is an opportunity for the creatures of heaven and earth. Any force that can seize the power of heaven and earth can also take advantage of this opportunity to rise. If the human clan can occupy all the power of heaven and earth, I can guarantee that within 10 years, a true immortal will be born in the human clan. A true immortal will be born in 10 years. Qin Shujian's expression froze. Godslayer's certainty surprised him a little. Yes, and it won't be as simple as a true immortal. Godslayer said in a deep voice, "The power of heaven and earth is far more powerful than you think. Unfortunately, from ancient times until now, no one has been able to truly take all the power of heaven and earth for themselves. The ancient heavenly court couldn't do it, and neither could the ancient demon emperor. Whoever wants to take all the power of heaven and earth is bound to experience a tribulation. But this tribulation will be very terrible, so terrible that even a 9th-level immortal will be turned into ashes in the face of this tribulation. How much do you want to get? How much do you have to pay?" Qin Shujian could understand Godslayer's words. However, he didn't care very much. At least so far, Qin Shujian hadn't thought of taking all the power of heaven and earth for himself. This time, after capturing the Water Eldar, the human clan should be able to give birth to a lot of celestial beings. He was already very satisfied with this result. What the Qianyuan sacred ground lacked now was celestial beings. A plundering of the power of heaven and earth. With the birth of many celestial beings, Qin Shujian felt that this was a great thing. He could plunder the power of heaven and earth a few more times. He might be able to give birth to powerful experts. However, Nyo Dali surprised me. He could easily kill a 9th-level celestial being at the 6th level of the celestial being realm. This kind of potential is a bit too strong. Qin Shujian thought of the message sent back from the 10,000 races battlefield. "Senior, do you think that the bloodline of an upper 3 levels of true immortal can really do this?" Hearing this, Godslayer said, "In addition to the powerful bloodline, he also has the blood essence of the ancient demon emperor. Obtaining the blood essence of an upper 3 levels of true immortal is a great opportunity. It's not impossible for Nyo Dali to become stronger because of this. In Godslayer's opinion, he couldn't see anything at the celestial being level. Unless, if the other party could grow to become a celestial being, then it was another matter. Emperor Qin, you should be very clear about the power of a 9th-level immortal. Xiao Chengfeng is the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haotsung. He's only a 7th-level celestial being now, but other than you, no emperor below the true immortal realm is his match. If he can break through to the 8th or 9th level of the celestial being realm, he can also become a celestial being. Chapter 683. Immortal Lord Hao Kang could do this. Niu Dali had a powerful bloodline and had obtained the blood essence of an ancient demon emperor. Although he couldn't be compared to the reincarnation of immortal Lord Hao Kang, he wasn't too bad. 6th level of the heaven-human realm. Killing a 9th level heaven-human realm. Although it was a little shocking. But when he thought of the other party's foundation, it made sense. Thinking about it this way, Qin Shujian was suddenly able to understand. At this moment, he also focused his attention on himself. When he broke through to the 8th level of the heaven-human realm, he consumed 2 trillion life source. Now, after such a period of recovery, his life source had gradually recovered a lot. Especially after the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield. The growth rate of his life source was much faster than before. Originally, there was only about 100 billion life source in a month. Now that it was converted, it had reached 300 billion in a month. According to this trend, I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the heaven-human realm in about a year, Qin Shujian thought to himself. Once he broke through to the 9th level of the heaven-human realm, his strength would be able to sweep across the 4 great continents. In 3 years, Qin Shujian's goal was to break through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. At that time, he would have the confidence to sweep across the 4 great continents. I'll set a small goal to break through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm within 3 years. My strength will be able to sweep across the lower 3 levels of the true immortal realm. It would be best if I could match the middle 3 levels. Qin Shujian silently set a goal for himself. When that time came, it wouldn't be as simple as sweeping across the 4 great continents. He would also make a trip to the outer realm. Speaking of which, I wonder if the powerful void demon in the outer realm is still there. Thinking of that powerful void demon, Qin Shujian's mind entered the core of the Chen Yuan realm. Then, he observed the outside world through the core of the Chen Yuan realm. Although Qin Shujian had no way to go out of the outer realm, but with the help of the Chen Yuan realm, he could still sense the situation around him. After a long time, Qin Shujian withdrew his divine consciousness from the core of the world. Strange, why didn't I see a single void demon? Where did these damn things go? In the past, they surrounded the world. No matter how hard he tried to chase them away, he didn't see a single one of them. Such a change. This made Qin Shujian a little curious. However, he didn't care too much about it. It was a good thing that there were no more void devils in the outside world. It meant that those void devils had other things to do and were too lazy to keep an eye on this world for the time being. If that's the case, I can retrieve the God tribe's secret realm that was placed in the South Continent. Thinking of the God clan's secret realm, Qin Shujian also set off immediately. Southern Continent. Following the destruction of the God clan, the territories that originally belonged to the God clan were also divided up by other forces. Regarding this, the humans didn't say anything either. This was because the Protoss were located in the southern continent and the humans were located in the eastern continent. If they wanted to occupy the Protoss territory, they would have to disperse the humans' strength. At that time, the 10,000 race battlefield had not been opened yet. It was too risky for humans to occupy the God race's territory. Therefore, it was normal for the God race's territory to be divided among other forces. However, Qin Shujian had hidden the God race's secret realm using some means. Even if the other races wanted to find them, they had no way to do so. However, even if he didn't hide it, the God race's secret realm was placed there, and no one dared to touch it. It was fine to occupy the territory. If they even touched the god race's secret realm, the humans would definitely not let it go. Therefore, when Qin Shujian arrived at the former god race's territory, this place had already been invaded by many forces. He ignored these cultivators and directly waved his hand to open the seal of the god race's secret realm. Immediately after, he forcefully grabbed the entire god race's secret realm. Rumble, the god race's secret realm was grabbed out, and the entire void shattered like a mirror. There was a huge vibration. It caused the cultivators in the god race's territory to be greatly shocked. Qin Huang of the human race. Qin Huang is here. Soon, some cultivators recognized the identity of the person in the void. The two words Qin Huang spread. Instantly, these cultivators were terrified. At this moment, a celestial rose into the air and bowed slightly. I wonder why Qin Huang is here. After saying that, he carefully raised his head and paid attention to the changes in Qin Shujian's expression. Strictly speaking, the god race's territory was conquered by this human emperor. He and the others. In a sense, they were equivalent to thieves. If Qin Huang wanted to pursue the matter and destroy them, the other forces would have nothing to say. Therefore, this small clan's celestial was also quite nervous. He wanted to leave. But when he thought that his clansmen had already taken root here, once they started fighting, there would definitely be countless casualties. Therefore, this small clan's celestial suppressed the fear in his heart and came to test Qin Shujian's intentions. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "Do your thing, don't worry too much. Ben Huang is just here to take the god race's secret realm." Then the god race's territory, since the god race's territory has been taken by you, it naturally belongs to you. However, if the myriad clan battlefield is taken back by the human race in the future, then it will be another matter. Qin Shujian's words. It made this small clan's celestial feel relieved. Then, he bowed solemnly to Qin Shujian. Qin Huang's righteousness, I will remember this matter in my heart. After saying that, this small clan's celestial cupped his hands again. Then, he returned to his original position. Qin Shujian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Then, he focused his attention on the god race's secret realm in front of him. The other party's intentions. How could Qin Shujian not know? They were just worried that he would attack and wipe out all the forces that occupied the god race's territory. Now that the myriad clan battlefield was opened, all the grudges should be settled in the myriad clan battlefield. As for the 4 continents, they needed to be stable. This was also the main reason why Qin Shujian did not attack. After all, the myriad clan battlefield was opened by him. It would not be appropriate if he broke the rules himself. At this moment, as the god race's secret realm was taken out, Qin Shujian made a seal with both hands. Layers of sealing power wrapped and compressed the entire god race's secret realm. When the god race's secret realm was separated from heaven and earth, an endless void was revealed from within. This void, not the void within heaven and earth, but the void outside heaven and earth. The void outside heaven and earth appeared. It proved that there was a loophole in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were slowly mending this hole at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Shujian stood in the void without moving. He was waiting for heaven and earth to completely heal before he dared to leave. Or else, if the void demons took this opportunity to sneak into heaven and earth, it would be a big problem. Half an hour later, the void of heaven and earth healed. Qin Shujian turned and left. In the void outside heaven, an infinitely large black shadow stood there quietly, motionless. It seemed like a breath had passed. It also seemed like thousands of years had passed. The black shadow trembled, and a puzzled voice came from it. Strange, why did I feel the aura of the upper-class world just now? Could it be that the heaven and earth barrier is broken? Thinking of this possibility, the black shadow surged, and 2 rays of light shot out from it. In an instant, they crossed hundreds of millions of miles and landed directly on the heaven and earth barrier. Along the way, there was a 10,000-foot-long beast crawling. However, the moment the light flashed, the 10,000-foot-long beast disintegrated, and its flesh and blood flowed in the void. Boom, the light fell outside the heaven and earth barrier, and there seemed to be a shocking explosion of power. It was just that this terrifying power was too strong. It did not cause the heaven and earth barrier to fluctuate in the slightest. The black shadow seriously glanced a few times, and finally slowly withdrew his gaze. No, the heaven and earth barrier is intact. Then where did the aura of the upper-class world come from? Could it be that I slept for too long, so I'm confused? Sigh, I'm so sleepy. A soft voice came from the black shadow. In the end, the voice gradually calmed down. He had existed for countless years. There were many things in heaven and earth that could no longer attract his attention. Only the upper-class world. It could still make the black shadow tremble. The moment the black shadow woke up and trembled, there was a floating continent in the void of heaven and earth. There were countless miniature black shadows there. And in the middle of the continent, it was a palace that seemed to be made of bones. In the center of the palace, there was a statue that was 1,000,000 feet tall. The statue's face could not be seen clearly, and even its body shape could not be seen clearly. It only seemed to be covered in endless black fog. And below the palace, there was a throne of bones. Among them, there were also several black shadows entrenched there. The demon emperor has awakened again. Since he fell into a deep sleep 1,000,000 years ago, the demon emperor has only awakened once, 200,000 years ago. Why has he awakened so frequently recently? Yelvis's low voice echoed in the palace. In the Morshaluo clan, there were now 3 demon emperors. Yelvis was one of them. The other 2 demon emperors. One was called Longfellow. The other was called Troy. Some time ago, there was a flaw in the heaven and earth barrier in the upper-class world. I suspect that a true immortal opened up a new small world. Yulun went to investigate the situation, but in the end, he died there. Troy said calmly, "Do you remember that before Yulun died, there was also a riot in the demon abyss, and Zhu Bing's sky-breaking halberd appeared? I suspect that Yulun's death and the demon emperor's awakening are related to the sky-breaking halberd." At the mention of the sky-breaking halberd, the other 2 demon emperors' expressions were grave. Yelvis said in a deep voice, "The sky-breaking halberd is Hao Kang's Zhu Bing. In the past, Hao Kang also came to our clan. Demon Emperor Morshaluo fell into a deep sleep after fighting with Hao Kang. However, when Hao Kang killed his way into the demon abyss, he had already died there. For the sky-breaking halberd to appear at this time, could it be that Hao Kang has reincarnated and recultivated? Reincarnated and recultivated. This was not impossible. After all, it was not that easy to truly kill a true immortal who had reached the upper 3 grades. If it is really Hao Kang's reincarnation, we must find a way to kill him, Longfellow said with a murderous intent. Hao Kang is hostile to our void evil demon clan. 1,000,000 years ago, if Demon Emperor Morshaluo hadn't personally attacked, our clan would have been completely destroyed. Even so, there were still countless devil emperors who had fallen in his hands. If he reaches the peak again, he will definitely not let our clan go. As Longfellow spoke, black fog appeared. The void evil demons had a long lifespan. Almost all of the devil emperors had experienced that period of time in ancient times. 1,000,000 years ago, there were not only 3 demon emperors in the Morshaluo clan, but a total of 12. However, 9 of them, all of them had died in Hao Kang's hands. The sky-breaking halberd has been stained with the blood of many of our clansmen. This hatred must be avenged. Yelvis's voice was cold. Let's spread the news that Hao Kang wants to reincarnate and recultivate. The Morshaluo clan is not the only one who wants to kill him. The other clans also hate him to the core. Since that is the case, there is no reason for us to do the work ourselves. Hao Kang was very powerful. Yelvis was not sure if Hao Kang had left any powerful backup plan. Although he was not afraid of the reincarnated Hao Kang. However, Yelvis did not intend to make a wedding dress for others. Hearing this, Longfellow said, "Even if we join forces with the other clans, I'm afraid we can't deal with Hao Kang. If there is no mistake in the Great Thousand World, we can't attack at all. However, If we don't break the barrier of the Great Thousand World, how can we kill Hao Kang? The barrier of the Great Thousand World. It was the biggest obstacle to stopping the Void Demons. If there was no barrier between heaven and earth, the Void Demons would have invaded the Great Thousand World when the Heavenly Court collapsed. It would not have been a million years. They had been staring at the Great Thousand World, but there was no way to enter it. We still need to ask the Demon Emperor about this matter, Troy said in a deep voice. All right. Yelvis nodded. The Demon Emperor has just woken up. He should not have officially fallen into a deep sleep yet. We can try to communicate with him. After making up his mind, he only saw that the black shadow on the throne of bones had already disappeared without him noticing. The outer realm was very big. It was many times bigger than the Great Thousand World. Any Demon Emperor. They had all cultivated for millions of years. Because of their huge bodies, they were all entrenched in the depths of the outer realm, silently absorbing the power of the outer realm to nourish themselves. Soon, Yelvis and the others came to the depths of the outer realm. Demon Emperor Yelvis of the Mo Xiaoluo clan, Troy, Longfellow, requests to see Lord Mo Xiaoluo. Looking at the infinitely large black shadow in front of them, the three of them did not dare to be rude and bowed respectfully. Their voices were not loud, but they were accurately transmitted into the black shadow. 1 breath. 2 breaths. After a full half an hour, the black shadow suddenly trembled. The terrifying power caused the void to tremble violently. An abyss-like aura surged like a wave. In front of this power, even experts as strong as Devil Emperors felt their hearts tremble. The Demon Emperor has just fallen into a deep sleep. He should be awake now. Longfellow's voice was trembling. Even if he was already the Demon Emperor, facing Mo Xiaoluo, there was still a shadow of death. The Demon Emperor was in a deep sleep. No one had ever dared to disturb him. Tens of millions of years of sleep were enough to make the Demon Emperor delirious. In this way, if the other party went crazy, even the Demon Emperor could not escape. In the history of the Void Demons, it wasn't as if there had never been an unlucky Demon Emperor who had accidentally disturbed the sleeping Demon Emperor, only to be swallowed by the Demon Emperor in one gulp. If Mo Xiaoluo had not woken up before, at this time, the Demon Emperors did not dare to disturb him. It's you. What business do you have with this Emperor? A slow voice came from the black shadow. After hearing this voice, the Demon Emperors breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they could still talk. As long as they could talk, nothing else was a problem. Immediately, Yelvis said respectfully, Demon Emperor, some time ago, the sky-breaking halberd came out of the demon abyss. We suspect that Hao Kang has reincarnated, so we want to join forces with other clans to kill Hao Kang. But this matter, we dare not make the decision casually. We are here to ask for your advice. The sky-breaking halberd? Mo Xiaoluo recalled for a moment, then said, this emperor seems to have seen the sky-breaking halberd. So, it is indeed Hao Kang reincarnated. After saying that, the black shadow was silent, as if thinking about something. Yerwise and the other demon emperors stood there respectfully, not daring to move at all. After an unknown period of time, the black shadow retreated like a wave, and finally, a man in a black robe appeared there. Where the black-robed man stood, it seemed to be the source of the darkness. No weak light could enter it. As long as it touched the darkness, it would be completely swallowed. And the moment they saw the black-robed man, Yelvis and the other two bowed down. Greetings, Demon Emperor. No need for formalities. Mo Xiaoluo waved his hand casually, with a faint smile on his face. They only saw him reach into the void. Then, it was pulled out. Rumble. The void trembled, and the vast river of time was directly pulled out by Mo Xiaoluo. All of you, come with me, Mo Xiaoluo said calmly, then took a step forward, walking into the river of time. Hearing that, Yelvis and the others did not dare to hesitate. They instantly walked into the river of time. Experts who had reached the level of the Demon Emperor. Entering the river of time was never a problem. But, this time, when entering the river of time, Yelvis found that the river of time in front of him was many times more vast than before. This scene. It made the three demon emperors' faces uncontrollably show a shocked look. Mo Xiaoluo walked forward with his hands behind his back. No matter how many waves emerged in the river of time, he easily suppressed them. The river of time runs through the universe. Its existence records the traces of the existence of all creatures, and also records everything from nothing to something. Walking in front. Mo Xiaoluo said slowly. Yelvis and the other demon emperors kept silent. They all knew that what Mo Xiaoluo said at this time was actually a guide to them. Although the demon emperor and the demon emperor were only one level apart. In fact, there was no way to measure the gap. 4 millions of years. No less than hundreds of demon emperors were born, but there were only 4 demon emperors from beginning to end. There had never been a demon emperor. To be able to cross the original limit and break through to become a demon emperor. Because of this, the demon emperor had unparalleled prestige among the void fiends. There is a river of time in the great wide world, which records the past of the great wide world. There is also a river of time in the outer void, which records the past of the outer void. Even in the demon abyss, there is a river of time, which records everything in the demon abyss. All the river of time is separated, but also considered as one. Mo Xiaoluo stepped forward and waved his hand to extinguish a monstrous wave, splashing thousands of water droplets. Inside every water droplet, there were countless images flashing. Those images were the imprints that had been left in the river of time. The so-called destruction of an era is actually cutting off the river of time in a place. But in fact, there is a supreme river of time in the universe, which runs through the entire universe and records the root of everything. Everything recorded here is the real root, and no existence can cut it off. When you have the chance to reach the demon emperor realm, you can enter the river of time that covers the universe. Mo Xiaoluo said calmly. Hearing this, Troy looked at the river of time in front of him, took a deep breath and asked, Sir, what is the purpose of us entering the river of time in the universe? The river of time in the universe. This term was very strange to him. Not only him. Even the 2 demon emperors, Yerwise and Longfellow, had not heard of it. So, Troy wanted to know. What was the purpose of Mo Xiaoluo entering here? There are only 2 ways to kill Hao Kang. Mo Xiaoluo replied faintly. The first is to break the barrier between heaven and earth and directly kill Hao Kang's reincarnation. The second is to kill his past in the river of time. As long as the only one in the past falls, then Hao Kang's present will naturally fall. Kill the past. Hearing this sentence, their pupils violently shrank. Such a method. They had never heard of it. Can we really kill the past in the river of time and then change everything? Yerwise felt his heart beating violently. He had always been. He thought that the past and future could not be changed. Even if he could walk into the river of time, he could only see some images at most. But now, Mo Xiaoluo's words had changed Yerwise's view. If they could really kill the past, then there would be a big difference. After all, any expert would have a weak time. If they could kill the past, then any expert would be weak and pitiful. To this, Mo Xiaoluo did not reply. He walked in the river of time, and all the images inside flashed in it. The vast river of time. From time to time, there would be big waves. Mo Xiaoluo's eyes were calm, and he saw all the scenes that happened in his eyes. There were demons fighting in the demon abyss. There were also experts fighting in the great thousand world. In the outer realms, there were also the fights between the fiends and the beasts of the void. Everything, everything. Nothing could be hidden from Mo Xiaoluo's eyes. Has the great thousand world become so weak? Mo Xiaoluo saw the images of the great thousand world, and there was a trace of waves in his eyes. In his memory, the great thousand world had always been very strong. There was the Emperor of Heaven, who made the demon emperors fearful, and there was also Hao Kang, who could move unhindered in the outer void. There were also powerful ancient emperors, each of whom was not weaker than a demon emperor. It could be said that Mo Xiaoluo had never forgotten the strength of the great thousand world. When the great calamity of the demon abyss happened, Although he knew that the Great Thousand World had suffered heavy losses, he did not think that it had been weakened to this extent. The lower three true immortals are the most powerful. No, it is only in recent years that true immortals have appeared. If we calculate for a period of time before that, it was just a mere heavenly man. What a weak world. It is a pity that there is no way to break the barrier of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I could take this opportunity to attack the Great Thousand World. Mo Xiaoluo thought in his heart. Attacking the Great Thousand World was the wish of all the demon emperors. Because only in the Great Thousand World could he find a way to break through the shackles. However, the barrier of heaven and earth blocked the footsteps of all the demon emperors. Thoughts turned in his mind. Mo Xiaoluo had already walked a long distance in the river of time. All of a sudden, there were waves in the river of time. He stopped in his tracks. When Mo Xiaoluo stopped, Yelvis and the others who were following behind him also stopped at the same time. In their line of sight, the river of time flowed in front of them, and images flashed in it. Mo Xiaoluo suddenly stretched out his hand. Mysterious fluctuations spread out, causing the entire river of time to tremble slightly. All of a sudden, countless water droplets rose. Images overlapped one after another. As time passed, more and more images overlapped, and the aura on Mo Xiaoluo's body became more and more powerful. Boom! Mo Xiaoluo's transformed body began to blur, and a monstrous black shadow covered the river of time. A terrifying power swept out in an instant. At this moment, the river of time also seemed to be enraged. A large number of waves rose. A demon emperor was accidentally contaminated by the waves, and his face suddenly changed. Retreat. Troy's face changed dramatically. The moment he was contaminated by the waves, he felt that his lifespan was declining at a terrifying speed. Although the lifespan of the void demon was very long, it was so long that there was almost no end to it. However, no matter how long one's lifespan was, there was still a limit. If the waves of the river of time were to rush over, even a demon emperor would have the risk of dying. Without Troy saying anything, Yelvis and Longfellow both sensed the threat of the river of time. Immediately, the three demon emperors directly withdrew from the river of time. Just at the moment of withdrawal, they saw the monstrous waves sweeping over, about to drown Mo Xiaoluo. In the outer space, Troy was still in shock. Will Lord Demon Emperor be all right? He recalled the fleeting glimpse he had just had. He had a fear of death. If that wave had been aimed at him, there would have been no chance for him to survive. Yelvis said, "The Demon Emperor's strength is omnipotent, and the river of time can't do anything to him. Don't worry, it won't be long before the Demon Emperor comes out from inside." Millimeter Longfellow nodded slightly. Regarding the Demon Emperor's strength, they were still very confident. If the Demon Emperor fell so easily, then the Void Demon would have been destroyed long ago. In the river of time, countless images gathered together. In the end, a drop of golden water droplet quietly floated there. Inside the golden water droplet, there was a portrait. That was in the Qian Yuan realm. The moment Xiao Chengfeng had just awakened his memory. "How Kang?" Mo Xiaoluo whispered softly, and casually pointed at the golden water droplet. Terrifying power. It instantly wrapped the golden water droplet. Inside the water droplet, the sky of the Qian Yuan realm also instantly darkened. The whole world seemed to be swallowed up by everything. Only Xiao Chengfeng's heart surged with a great feeling of horror, and just happened to see a terrifying finger falling from the dark. Boom! A cold blade light tore through the dark sky. In an instant, Mo Xiaoluo's finger was cut off, and black blood dripped into the river of time, washed away by the river. At the same time, a man walked out of the golden water droplet, standing in front of Mo Xiaoluo with his hands behind his back, and the expression on his face was cold and indifferent. Mo Xiaoluo. How Kang? Mo Xiaoluo's expression was normal. He slowly retracted his hand. The finger that had been cut off had already recovered to its original state. Looking at the man in front of him, Mo Xiaoluo said calmly, "You have been dead for 1,000,000 years, and I didn't expect you to have a backup plan in the river of time, which surprised me. My means are not something you can understand. Hao Kang's face was indifferent, and his eyes were full of disdain as he looked at Mo Xiaoluo. In the previous battle, if you hadn't escaped fast enough, the 4 great clans of the Void Demons would have become 3 great clans. After so many years, your courage has increased a bit. You actually dared to attack this sovereign's future in the long river of time. 1,000,000 years ago, I lost to you, and I didn't have a chance to avenge my shame. Since you left a backup plan in the river of time, it's good that I have a taste of it. Mo Xiaoluo's calm face was filled with killing intent. Hao Kang said, I also want to see how much you have improved in the past 1,000,000 years. As soon as his words fell, the void cracked. A huge wave rose in the river of time. Hao Kang pushed out his palm, and the abyss-like power raged in the river of time. Under this power, the golden water droplets separated and merged back into the river of time. Mo Xiaoluo's face was solemn, and endless shadows rose into the sky, as if turning into the source of darkness, wanting to devour Hao Kang. Boom! Outer space. There was an area covered by endless shadows. At this time, the shadow shook, and 2 eyes shot out from it, looking directly at the scene in the river of time. That's Mo Xiaoluo. The moment he saw Mo Xiaoluo, the shadow was stunned. Then, he saw the arrogant person who tore the endless shadows apart, and his mind shook violently. Heavenly Court Hao Kang. Mo Xiaoluo is fighting Hao Kang. What happened? The awakened demon emperor was at a loss. After 1,000,000 years of sleep, he had forgotten a lot of things. Only a powerhouse of the same level could make him remember. At this moment, the other 2 demon emperors also woke up, and then looked at the river of time. On this day, all the sleeping demon emperors woke up. The Void Demon clan was shocked. All the Void Demons thought that the Void Demon clan would usher in a new peak. Inside the Mo Xiaoluo clan, Yewise and the other demon emperors still stayed in place without moving. When the other demon emperors woke up, they also looked in the direction of the terrifying aura with a shocked expression. Another demon emperor woke up. It seems that the awakening of Demon Emperor Mo Xiaoluo caused the other demon emperors to wake up. Troy took a deep breath. All the demon emperors woke up. This was a big deal. However, they couldn't care about anything else now, because Mo Xiaoluo was still fighting in the river of time. Although they had great confidence in Mo Xiaoluo, it was better to be safe than sorry. If anything happened to Mo Xiaoluo in the river of time, the Mo Xiaoluo clan situation would become very difficult. A clan with an awakened demon emperor. It was a completely different concept from a clan without a demon emperor. After a long time, the void cracked, and Mo Xiaoluo fell out of the river of time. Demon Emperor. Yewise and the others' faces changed greatly. In their sight, Mo Xiaoluo's body was broken, and there were even more terrifying wounds on his body, almost splitting him into 2. Then, it was the boundless energy that gathered from the outer space, helping him to heal his injuries. Mo Xiaoluo's face was gloomy. Hao Kang is worthy of being the top powerhouse of the Heavenly Court. I thought that after 1,000,000 years, breaking through to the peak of the Demon Emperor level was not much worse than him. But I didn't expect that just the means left in the river of time had already injured me. I'm afraid that when he was at his peak, he had already touched the realm above the rules. This battle. Mo Xiaoluo knew that he had lost. Lost in the hands of Hao Kang 1,000,000 years ago. Because the one who left the means in the river of time was Hao Kang 1,000,000 years ago, and he was Mo Xiaoluo 1,000,000 years later. Compared to Hao Kang, he had 1,000,000 years more than the other party. But even so, he was still defeated. Such a result made Mo Xiaoluo feel angry. Lord Demon Emperor, just now the great demon emperors woke up. What should our clan do next? Yewise did not dare to talk about Hao Kang's matter, so he changed the topic. Mo Xiaoluo said, the battle between me and Hao Kang caused them to wake up. Since they woke up, it's good. I can go over and talk to them, and see how to deal with Hao Kang's matter. You don't have to worry about other things, just maintain order in the clan. With that, Mo Xiaoluo had already disappeared. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, Xiao Chengfeng suddenly stood rooted to the ground. A memory that should not have existed suddenly emerged. The dark sky. As if it could destroy the world. Immediately, Xiao Chengfeng came back to his senses and looked up at the sky. His eyes were cold. Mo Xiaoluo, have you already noticed my reincarnation? That's why you wanted to kill me in the river of time. Unfortunately, you underestimated me too much and overestimated yourself. But what I didn't expect was that after 1,000,000 years, you're already a 9th-level immortal. But even so, you're still a piece of trash. Xiao Chengfeng's heart was filled with killing intent. Reaching the 3rd-level true immortal realm, it was not impossible to erase a person's past in the river of time, but it was very difficult to do so, and the price to pay was not small. Moreover, the stronger the existence, the harder it was to erase the past. Because after growing to a certain level, one could see the past and the future. So, from the beginning, Mo Xiaoluo was destined to fail. Soon, Xiao Chengfeng calmed his mind. Now, the main thing he should do was to improve his strength as much as possible. In the Qian Yuan realm, Qin Shujian was also a little stunned. Just now, memories that were both unfamiliar and familiar surfaced in his mind. Chapter 684. Recalling the memory in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression gradually became solemn. His strange behavior. It was also detected by the god-slaying saber. What's wrong? The sudden voice made Qin Shujian come back to his senses. He did not hide anything from Godslayer's inquiry. Senior, I suddenly have an extra memory in my mind. It's a memory about when Xiao Chengfeng first awakened. Do you know what's going on? An extra memory. Godslayer's tone was a little puzzled. Obviously, Qin Shujian's words made him a little unable to react. The memory in my mind about when Xiao Chengfeng first awakened is that there was an attack by an expert, but at the same time, there's another memory of when Xiao Chengfeng first awakened and nothing happened. The former suddenly appeared, and the latter was originally there. Qin Shujian gave a simple explanation based on his own situation. Hearing that, Godslayer fell silent. After a while, a voice slowly came out from his sea of consciousness. If I'm not wrong, there should be an expert who entered the long river of time and then attacked the past. Only when the past has changed, there will be an extra memory in your mind. An expert attacked the past. Qin Shujian's expression changed dramatically. Didn't they say that in the long river of time, the past and future have infinite possibilities, and that no one can change the past and future? The past had infinite pasts. The future also had infinite pasts. In his understanding of the long river of time, the so-called change in history was just changing one of the possibilities, but in fact, it would not cause any impact. Godslayer said, your understanding is not wrong, but if there is an expert who can integrate the countless pasts together and make the infinite become limited, then there is a possibility of changing history. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. Even an ordinary true immortal in the upper 3 levels would not be able to do this. And to change the past, a huge change is required, and the probability of success is also very low. After a pause, Godslayer said, because it's worth sending a powerhouse who can change the past, then the person he wants to deal with is likely to be in existence of the same level. He could change the past, but experts of that level could also see the future. The past and the future might be very long, or it might just be an instant. Thus, once someone tries to change something, the being that is being changed will be able to see this scene at its peak and will naturally act to stop it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian fell silent. Changing the past and even erasing the future. Such methods were not something he could understand at the moment. There was no reason for it. Qin Shujian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If someone tries to deal with my past and erase it, then won't I completely die? I won't. Godslayer said confidently, your future will be extremely powerful. If someone tries to erase your past, then your future will try to stop them. Not many heroes would be obliterated by others in the past, because they would all become supreme experts in the future. Unless the person who erases them is really too powerful. But there's no need to do that. There's no need to erase the past at the moment when you can fight against the strongest in the future. You can just do it directly. In Godslayer's opinion, Qin Shujian would definitely be a top supreme expert in the future. After all, in his long years, he had never seen anyone with the potential of Qin Shujian. And he had never seen anyone. He could have the strength to kill 1 or 2 true immortals at the 8th level of the celestial being realm. More importantly, Godslayer was sure that Qin Shujian was an existence above the rules in his previous life. In this life, even if there was no way to return to the peak of his previous life, his achievements would definitely not be low. Therefore, Qin Shujian's worry, in his opinion, was completely unnecessary. There shouldn't be an expert in the world who can do this, but there may be such an expert in the future. What was the scene you saw at that time? Godslayer asked. When it came to such a level, there were too many uncertainties. Hearing that, Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said, "What I saw was endless darkness, and then a finger crushed down from the sky. But I can feel that the target of that finger shouldn't be me." Then, Qin Shujian carefully described the scene at that time, as well as the details of the finger. After a long time, Godslayer's tone was solemn. "Demon Emperor. You mean, the one who attacked was the Demon Emperor?" "That's right," Godslayer said. "According to your description, the one who attacked should be the Demon Emperor of the Void Demons, but I don't know which Demon Emperor it is. But his target is not you, so it can only be Xiao Chengfeng. His previous life, Immortal Lord Haotsang, was the great enemy of the Void Demons. Many demon emperors fell in his hands, and it was rumored that there was even a demon emperor who fought with him. If the Void Demons noticed Haotsang's reincarnation, and then a demon emperor attacked him in the long river of time, wanting to erase his past, then it makes sense." Godslayer's explanation. Qin Shujian also agreed. After all, in the Qianyuan sacred ground, only he and Xiao Chengfeng were worthy of this level of existence. But the other party's target was not him. It had to be Xiao Chengfeng. Godslayer said, "But among the Void Demons, there shouldn't be many demon emperors who can do this. I think instead of asking me about this matter, you should ask Xiao Chengfeng. He is the person involved, so he should know better than you and me." Xiao Chengfeng. Qin Shujian was stunned. He almost forgot to talk to Xiao Chengfeng directly. After Godslayer's reminder, Qin Shujian immediately prepared to leave and go to the 10,000 clan battlefield to meet Xiao Chengfeng. There was no other way. Some strong people wanted to erase the past and change the future. Qin Shujian couldn't be at ease with such a thing. Although according to Godslayer's words, he would be very strong in the future, and there wouldn't be any strong people who could do this. But no matter what, Qin Shujian had to figure out this matter. On the other side, in the 10,000 clan battlefield, under the impact of the momentum of heaven and earth, many strong people of the human clan also broke through. Qin Yuanbai's aura surged. Then, he directly announced that he would enter seclusion. Not only that, even Yin Bancheng and the others directly entered seclusion. Those who were not affected by the momentum of heaven and earth. Only non-human cultivators could do that. For example, Fire Sage, Neo Dali, or Golden Rock King and Jade Wave King from Tianwen Island. With the momentum of heaven and earth, it will be easier to break through the realm. Unfortunately, we are not human and can't enjoy the benefits brought by the momentum of heaven and earth. Golden Rock King was a little jealous. He also wanted the momentum of heaven and earth. He also wanted to break through to a higher realm. For Golden Rock King, the 4th level of the celestial being was just a new starting point. After entering the Saint Realm, there were Almighties. After Almighties, there was Nirvana. After Nirvana, there was True Immortal. He still had a long way to go. But Golden Rock King could also understand. Cultivators who were not human had no possibility of sharing the momentum of heaven and earth. The momentum of heaven and earth. It was not a simple alliance or integration into the human clan. Only those who had the blood of the human clan flowing in their bodies were qualified to be blessed by the momentum of heaven and earth. Jade Wave King said, "It's not worth regretting not being blessed by the momentum of heaven and earth. Now that there are so many strong people in the 10,000 clan battlefield, as long as we fight with them, we will have a chance to break through our original realm." Jade Wave King is right. Golden Rock King forced a smile. He could only calm down like this. All of a sudden, a powerful aura erupted from beside him. The few people who were talking were all stunned at this moment. They turned their heads stiffly to look at Nyo Dali, who was acting as if nothing had happened. There was disbelief in their eyes. Elder Nyo, have you broken through? Fire Sage asked in surprise. Nyo Dali's face revealed a simple and honest smile. I think I have broken through. Well, the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. It's barely passable. The 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm, barely passable. Golden Rock King and Jade Wave King suddenly felt a little depressed. Especially Golden Rock King. He knew that the reason why Nyo Dali could break through so quickly was all because of the inheritance of the demon clan. Regarding this, Golden Rock King's eyes were red with envy. If he had the inheritance of the demon clan, then he would be a powerful figure in the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. No. It was not as simple as the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. With his current foundation, Golden Rock King felt that he was at least in the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm, or even the 9th level. But what was done could not be undone. No matter how much he thought about it, it was just a thought. Golden Rock King had no other choice but to be envious. Elder Nyo has broken through to the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Your strength should be almost on par with an emperor, Fire Sage said in a deep voice. I haven't really fought with an emperor, so I'm not sure. Nyo Dali shook his head slightly. He did not have an accurate idea of his own strength now. Fire Sage said, you were able to kill a master in the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm when you were in the 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Now that you have broken through to the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm, you are almost on par with an emperor. In this way, the Chenyuan Sacred Ground can be considered to have a top master in charge of a region. When Elder Qin and the others finish their closed-door cultivation, maybe we can directly attack and capture the Gold Eldar and the Wood Eldar. The Gold Eldar had the Gungjin Sword Realm. The Wood Eldar also had strong defensive means. It was different from the Bitter Sea. The Bitter Sea was traversed by spirit ships. The other two forbidden lands could only be broken through with tyrannical strength. Now, Nyo Dali had broken through. The human clan had the possibility of breaking through the defenses of the two races. Golden Rock King nodded. Yes, if we can capture the Gold Eldar and the Wood Eldar, the power of the Chenyuan Sacred Ground will definitely increase greatly. At that time, it will be much more difficult for the other clans to suppress us in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Capturing the Water Eldar had already brought them such great benefits. If they captured two more races, perhaps under the influence of the general trend of heaven and earth, the human clan would directly give birth to powerful figures. Although Golden Rock King was not a human, he was still a nominal elder of the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. To a certain extent, it could be said that he shared the honor and disgrace of the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. So, the prosperity of the Sacred Ground would also be of great benefit to him. In response to their words, Nyo Dali stroked his horns and smiled, but he didn't reply. Somewhere in the 10,000 clan battlefield, a frost-like flower bloomed, and a crystal-clear drop of water quietly stayed in the center of the flower. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi gathered there. This made the drop of water exude a powerful aura. At this time, many cultivators gathered here, fighting and killing each other. The treasure of the water Ling Huang is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Bullshit, this treasure is mine. Whoever snatches it from me will die. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take it with your own ability. Kill. The cultivators of the various clans were fighting in order to snatch the treasure left by the Water Ling Huang. As the Water Eldar retreated from the 10,000 clan battlefield, the power left by the Water Ling Huang had been completely dispersed and finally landed in various parts of the 10,000 clan battlefield. For this, many cultivators were looking for the treasures left by the Water Ling Huang. Although the cultivators of the Saint Realm and above didn't care about the things left by the Water Ling Huang. But for the ordinary diviner cultivators and those cultivators below the diviner level, The things left by the water Ling Huang were considered treasures. As a result, naturally, there were more people fighting for it. Boom, an arrow pierced through the air. A cultivator of the spirit martial realm didn't even have time to resist before he was directly shot in the air. Immediately after, another 3 arrows were fired, and another 3 cultivators fell. Such a change. Naturally, it caused many cultivators to be wary. Human. Where did this human cultivator come from? Is the bow in his hand a treasure? The divine martial realm, as some cultivators were afraid. After looking at each other, they joined forces to attack. If they wanted to snatch the treasure, they had to get rid of the most threatening one first. Zhong Ergu smiled disdainfully. A bunch of useless people, how dare you attack me? Elder Qian, kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the bowstring was drawn. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. In the next moment, Zhong Ergu released the bowstring from his fingers. The spiritual arrow instantly shot out. The arrow flew out and turned into countless arrows in the air. It directly engulfed the cultivators who had attacked. Boom, the spiritual arrow shot out and instantly caused all the cultivators' bodies to explode. In an instant, as many as dozens of cultivators died. At this point, the cultivators who had planned to attack couldn't help but stop at this time. They looked up at Zhong Ergu with eyes full of horror. Among the cultivators present, many of them were in the divine martial realm. But even so, they felt the threat of death in front of Zhong Ergu. The spiritual arrow condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting one life after another. These cultivators were able to see it. The bow of heaven and earth was an extremely powerful divine weapon. But no one knew. The bow of heaven and earth was not a simple divine weapon, but a 5-seal Dao artifact. A 5-seal Dao artifact. Coupled with Zhong Ergu's cultivation, almost no one could compete with him except for a diviner. Ling Huang's treasure is mine. If anyone is not convinced, feel free to attack. Otherwise, get lost. Zhong Ergu smiled proudly. Then, under everyone's angry gaze, he walked directly to the spiritual flower. Then, he reached out and plucked the entire spiritual flower, then put it into his storage ring. From beginning to end, no one tried to snatch it. Compared to the treasure, these cultivators valued their lives more. The purpose of entering the 10,000 clan battlefield was to experience killing and break through the original shackles. However, killing was also about balance. A one-sided crush would not be of any use at all, and they would lose their lives in vain. After doing all this, Zhong Ergu glanced at them, then turned and left. After he completely left, a cultivator's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "The human race is so arrogant. I want to see how a mere divine martial realm cultivator can run rampant in the 10,000 clan battlefield." He had made his decision. After this matter, he would immediately investigate Zhong Ergu's identity, then ask the diviners in the clan to kill him. As for the reason for asking the diviners to help, it was very simple. The other party had an extremely powerful divine weapon in his hand. Just this reason alone. It was enough to tempt the diviners. Soon, the cultivators present turned and left. Since the treasure had been taken away, there was no need for the others to stay. On the other side, Zhong Ergu found a secret place and set up a simple perception and shielding array around it. Qin Shujian was the #1 array Grand Master of the human race. The Qianyuan sacred ground was the holy land for cultivation in the world. As an elder of the Yuan sect, he naturally had some knowledge of arrays. Although he did not gain too much knowledge in arrays, it was not a problem to set up some simple arrays. After the array was set up, Zhong Ergu took out his harvest from the storage ring. "Elder Qian, what do you think is the treasure of water Ling Huang?" Looking at the spiritual flower in front of him, Zhong Ergu's eyes flashed with a puzzled look. With his clumsy knowledge, he didn't know much about the situation. Hearing this, the Qiankuan Bo pondered for a while and said, "The spiritual flower is not important. It is just an embryo. The real treasure is the drop of water on the spiritual flower." As far as I know, the water Eldar is derived from the water spirit of heaven and earth, and water Ling Huang is one of the best among them. The treasure formed from his blood essence also contained a rich amount of water spiritual energy. If you swallow it, there is a high probability that you will be able to activate the water spirit body. During this time, the Qianquan Bo had also learned a lot about the various races. This was because he realized that his previous knowledge and experience were completely inadequate. He had already been abandoned once. There must not be a second time. Just like how one could not fall in the same place twice, the Qianquan Bo believed that he was also a Taoist artifact with aspirations. So, in order to play his role, the Qianquan Bo silently memorized all the information recorded in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Now, Zhong Ergu only needed to ask. He did not need to think for too long to give an answer. Water spirit body. Zhong Ergu was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this name. The Qianquan Bo was speechless. You are really ignorant. There are all kinds of physiques in the world. Among them, the 5-element spirit body is more famous and common. The water spirit body is one of them. If you can transform into a water spirit body, you can absorb the water spirit power between heaven and earth to cultivate. Moreover, as long as you have any kind of physique, your cultivation will be much faster than those who have no physique. To put it bluntly, the water spirit body is a way to improve one's aptitude. Such an explanation. Zhong Ergu finally understood. So, if I transform into a water spirit body, my talent will be even more powerful. In theory, the Qianquan Bo said. In theory, there are strong and weak water spirit bodies. A weak water spirit body may not increase your talent much, but if your water spirit body is strong, your talent will naturally become stronger. The Qianquan Bo explained. Zhong Ergu nodded. Then, he looked at the water droplet in front of him, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Do I just need to swallow it? Do I need to prepare anything? There's no need for that. It's not the complete essence blood of the water spirit emperor. It's a treasure that has been diluted many times. With your current cultivation level, you should be able to handle it. The Qianquan Bo comforted him. Hearing that, Zhong Ergu did not hesitate. He immediately wrapped the water droplet with his true essence and swallowed it. He lost the water droplet. The spiritual flower also withered instantly. Not long after, it had turned into dust and dissipated. The water droplet fell into his stomach. A powerful force rose from his body. This force was both powerful and extremely gentle. It nourished Zhong Ergu's body and slowly changed. This feeling. He could not help but let out a comfortable moan. The Qianquan Bo said faintly, I say, can you stop making these strange sounds and cultivate properly? Do you know that every time you make a sound, there will be water spirit power overflowing? Hearing that, Zhong Ergu immediately shut his mouth. The water spirit power could not be wasted. A day passed. During this time, some cultivators passed by. But because of the shielding formation, no one noticed that there were other cultivators silently cultivating nearby. Time passed. The water spirit power was completely digested. Zhong Ergu's body shook slightly, and the aura on his body suddenly became stronger. The third level of the divine martial realm. Originally, when he attacked and occupied the Eldar of water, under the power of heaven and earth, he had already broken through to the second level of the divine martial realm. Now that he was refining the treasure of the water Ling Huang, he officially broke through to the third level of the divine martial realm. In a short period of time. After breaking through 2 levels in a row, Zhong Ergu's mood was also very good. Feeling the changes in his body and everything around him, he discovered. When he was absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, there was another gentle force gathering in the dark. This force. Zhong Ergu soon knew its origin. The water spirit of heaven and earth. Is this the water spirit body? Simply inhaling and exhaling the spirit energy, he knew that his cultivation was a bit faster than before. The bow of heaven and earth said, now you only have the initial water spirit body. If you want to reach a more perfect level, You need to collect more treasures left behind by the water Ling Huang. When your water spirit body transforms to a certain level, maybe you can ask the Qin Emperor to help you find a drop of the real water Ling Huang's blood essence. When that time comes, your water spirit body is the real powerful one. The real water Ling Huang's blood essence. Zhong Ergu's heart was a bit hot. Soon, the bow of heaven and earth poured cold water on him again. But with your current strength, even if I give you the water Ling Huang's blood essence, you won't have the chance to refine the blood essence of such a strong person before you break through to the celestial being realm. The third level of the divine martial realm is pitifully weak. Cultivate well. Don't be killed by a passing celestial being before you become stronger. It doesn't matter if you die, but if the Qin Emperor blames me, then I am too innocent. Old Qian, if you don't know how to speak, then don't say any more. Zhong Ergu's face turned black. The joy of breaking through just now was also gone at this time. However, he also kept the bow of heaven and earth's words in mind. If he wanted to become stronger, there was a shortcut at the moment. That was to collect enough water Ling Huang's treasures and then increase his realm. Unfortunately, the Red Lotus of Purgation doesn't allow me to use it. Otherwise, I can give it a try. Maybe my realm will increase faster. Zhong Ergu thought of the Red Lotus of Purgation that he had been cultivating bitterly and then shook his head. The Red Lotus of Purgation didn't allow him to use it. This was the order of Qin Shujian. He could only cultivate now, but he couldn't show it in front of others. To this, Zhong Ergu didn't dare to disobey this order. He also wanted to know. If one day he could use the Red Lotus of Delusion that he had painstakingly cultivated, what kind of power would it have? Just as Zhong Ergu went to the second place to look for treasures. Inside the sacred city. It was also the first time Qin Shujian set foot in it. According to the rules and the oath, emperors and genuine immortals couldn't fight on the 10,000 tribes battlefield. However, Qin Shujian only came to the 10,000 tribes battlefield this time and never planned to fight. In this way, it wasn't a violation of the oath. Inside the governor's mansion, the moment Qin Shujian walked in, Xiao Chengfeng also felt that something was amiss. When he looked up, he saw the person who came in. The Qin Emperor is here. Brother Xiao. Qin Shujian nodded and then sat down opposite him. Looking at Xiao Chengfeng in front of him, Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao, you should know the purpose of Bunhuang's visit this time. The Qin Emperor is here for Mo Xiaoluo. Mo Xiaoluo? Qin Shujian was stunned. He didn't completely come back to his senses. Xiao Chengfeng smiled faintly. Mo Xiaoluo is one of the 4 great demon emperors of the void. He also attacked in the past and wanted to kill me. This time, the Qin Emperor should have come here to change the past. Now I'll tell you the answer. The person who attacked is Mo Xiaoluo, the demon emperor of the Mo Xiaoluo clan. There was no need for Qin Shujian to ask too much. Xiao Chengfeng told him everything that had happened. Hearing this, Qin Shujian took a deep look at him and said, Brother Xiao really knows everything. However, Ben Huang is very curious about why Mo Xiaoluo attacked you. And why did he fail again? Did your future stop him? To this, Xiao Chengfeng was silent for a moment, then stretched out 2 fingers. The Qin Emperor's question, I can give 2 answers. I had a lot of grievances with the void demons in my previous life. Mo Xiaoluo should have noticed my reincarnation, but he couldn't break the barrier of heaven and earth. So he attacked in the river of time, trying to erase my past. As for the reason for his failure, it's very simple. Although I died in my previous life, I was still a powerful person who could see the past and the future. The one who intercepted Mo Xiaoluo was me 1,000,000 years ago. Xiao Chengfeng said with a faint smile. Mo Xiaoluo attacked in the present 1,000,000 years later, trying to erase his past. And the immortal Hao Kang 1,000,000 years ago noticed this, so he intercepted him 1,000,000 years later. Although it was a bit unreasonable to say this. However, Qin Shujian believed it in his heart. But what really made him curious was why the one who attacked was the immortal Hao Kang 1,000,000 years ago, and not the future Xiao Chengfeng. It couldn't be. The future Xiao Chengfeng was not as powerful as the immortal Hao Kang a million years ago. If that was the case, then what was the point of his reincarnation? Seeing Qin Shujian's expression, Xiao Chengfeng seemed to understand what the other party was thinking. There's one thing that you may not know, I have no future. No future. Qin Shujian's expression changed. What do you mean? No future. How could a person have no future? Xiao Chengfeng said, the river of time records the living beings between heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, it records the living beings under the rules. That is to say, once you transcend the rules, you won't leave a mark in the river of time. I reincarnated to cultivate again, and I want to walk the path above the rules. So, there's no image of me in the future, I only exist in the present. If one day in the river of time, I lose the future me and the present me, then I can become the existence above the rules. Speaking of this, he also looked at Qin Shujian meaningfully, and said calmly, you should know this better than me. You also walk the same path, so I believe you have no future. You don't even have a past, only the present you is the only one that exists. On this path, you've walked further than me. If one day you can take your present body out of the river of time, then you will become the existence above the rules. Xiao Chengfeng's words made Qin Shujian fall into shock. There was no future. There was no past. He didn't know these things at all. Brother Xiao, how can you be so sure that Benhuang has no past or future? It's very simple, because I've seen it. Xiao Chengfeng replied. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's heart trembled again. He understood the meaning of Xiao Chengfeng's words. Xiao Chengfeng must have seen his past and future in the river of time, so he concluded that he didn't have a past or a future. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice, Benhuang wants to know, how can I enter the river of time? The river of time and the mother stream of rules have the same origin. It exists in every corner, but it doesn't exist in any place. You must sense the existence of time to be able to enter here. If I was in my prime, I could take you on a trip to the river of time. But I can't do it now. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head calmly. Now, he could only take a trip to the river of time for fun. And if he wasn't careful, he might fall into it. Not to mention that he couldn't take anyone. Even if he could, Xiao Chengfeng wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he fell into it, then the joke would be too big. Speaking of this, Xiao Chengfeng warned again, there are many dangers in the river of time. If you have the chance to enter there, remember not to let the river water touch you. Otherwise, your time will be swallowed by the river. Maybe a simple drop of river water can make you lose a few years of life. It's possible that you will be washed away by the waves, or even pass away directly. The dangers of the mother stream of rules won't kill you completely, but if you're not careful in the river of time, you will really die there. The word time. It was too mysterious and unpredictable, and it was the lifeline that controlled all living things. As strong as a level 9 deity, there was no way to break free from the restraints of time. Therefore, as long as a strong cultivator didn't break free from the river of time, he might encounter fatal danger there. It was just a matter of probability. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Brother Xiao, don't worry. Benhuang has his own plans. Then, he stood up and said, now that I understand the situation here, Benhuang won't stay any longer. Goodbye. After speaking, Qin Shujian didn't wait for Xiao Chengfeng to speak, and had already disappeared from the city lord's mansion. He wanted to go back and comprehend time. Because Qin Shujian planned to enter the river of time and take a look himself. To see if he really didn't have a past and a future. Xiao Chengfeng opened his mouth. After thinking about it, he realized that there was no need to say it. If you lose your past and future, then if you die in the present, you will really die. However, even if there is a past and a future, dying in the present is almost the same as dying. Who can fish out a fallen strong cultivator in the past and future? Xiao Chengfeng shook his head. Thinking about it this way, whether the past and future exists or not, it doesn't matter. In the void outside the domain, in an area covered by black shadows, a black-robed man suddenly appeared. Mo Xiaoluo, why are you here? There was a buzzing sound coming from the black shadows. Mo Xiaoluo heard this and said calmly, Behido, Hao Kang has reincarnated. You should have seen the battle between me and him in the river of time. I saw it. Behido said in a deep voice. I didn't expect you to have reached the level of a top demon emperor, and I didn't expect Hao Kang to be so strong. After millions of years, he could still defeat you. If he didn't die, even if you broke through now, you wouldn't be his opponent. To this, Mo Xiaoluo sneered, even if he didn't die in the demon abyss, he wouldn't have many years to live. The human race is not us void demons. A true immortal's lifespan is only a mere 120,000 years, which is pitifully short. No matter how powerful his glory is, it's just a flash in the pan. How can it compare to an existence like you and me? Millions of years. Not to mention one Hao Kang, even if there were 5 or 6 Hao Kangs, they would have to die. Unless, the other party had the hope of becoming above the rules. Maybe. Behido said lightly, you came here this time, what's the matter? Hao Kang's reincarnation is not a good thing for you and me. I want to find an opportunity to destroy Hao Kang's reincarnation. Only in this way can we really be done once and for all. Mo Xiaoluo said bluntly. Destroy Hao Kang's reincarnation. He exists in the vast thousand domains. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to do anything. I naturally know that the heavenly barrier is difficult to break, but Mo Xiaoluo smiled meaningfully, looked at the black shadow in front of him, and said calmly. If this emperor remembers correctly, your Behido clan left a backup plan in the Greater Thousand World more than 1,000,000 years ago, right? P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese Networks I am decent. Chapter 685. I don't quite understand what you're saying, Behido said calmly. Why do you have to hide it? Mo Xiaoluo smiled and said with his hands behind his back, you and I should be clear about what happened back then, although I don't know where the Behido clan's backup plan is. I'm sure that the backup plan is still in the vast thousand domains. Don't hesitate. If we really wait until Haotsang rises again, the Void Demon clan will not have an easy time. The shadow in front of him floated. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, Behido's voice slowly came out, the demon abyss is approaching the vast thousand domains. Soon, the demon abyss will officially merge with the vast thousand domains. With the current strength of the vast thousand domains, it is impossible to resist the demon abyss. Even if Haotsang reincarnates, he will only die in the face of the demon abyss. Why are you in such a hurry? As a demon emperor, Behido could see many things. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoluo said calmly, with the arrival of the demon abyss, the destruction of the vast thousand domains is certain. However, if we surrender the vast thousand domains to the demon abyss, it may not be a good thing for you and me. Have you forgotten the rumor? Only by conquering the vast thousand domains can we have a chance to break this shackle. The sacred demon is only a rumor. Behido replied faintly, for hundreds of millions of years, many demon emperors have been born, but I have never seen a sacred demon. I thought that this realm did not exist. How can it not exist? Since the rumor of the sacred demon can spread, it must have existed. Mo Xiaoluo's expression gradually became fanatical. In his heart, the sacred demon was his only pursuit. The vast thousand domains pursue the rules, and we void demons pursue the sacred demon realm. 1,000,000 years ago, the Emperor of Heaven had already stepped into that realm. Perhaps even Hao Kang had once touched that level. Since the rules exist, then the sacred demon realm must exist. Although we are demon emperors and enjoy millions of years of lifespan, so what? Mo Xiaoluo's words were fierce. If we don't break through the sacred demon realm, you and I will eventually turn into dust under the erosion of time. Moreover, if the demon abyss conquers the vast thousand domains, they will never give up on exploring the void. At that time, sooner or later, we will face a difficult choice. For Moxiaro, the best way to do this was to be able to attack the Great Thousand World before the demonic abyss reached it. Behido said, if the demons can't leave the demonic abyss, they might not be a threat to us. The demons may not be able to leave the demon abyss now, but that doesn't mean that they won't be able to leave the demon abyss in the future. Bark, are you willing to hand your life over to fate? Moxialuo sneered. After he finished speaking, his eyes darkened. Or are you planning to keep that trump card for yourself? No matter what, you and I are of the same race. There are some things that are better discussed. You should know that if I really want to find the truth, I can also find it in the river of time. It's just a matter of time. If the Bardo clan is determined to take all the benefits for themselves, then don't blame me for being ruthless. There's a saying in the Great Thousand Realms, it's better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. I think it's very well said. You're threatening me. Bardo's voice turned cold. In an instant, the atmosphere in the void froze. The faintly discernible aura emitted from the two demon emperors raged in the void as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Any ferocious void beasts and weak void demons that got close. At this moment, in front of this aura, they were quietly turned into dust. Bahido, why are you so angry? Mo Xiaoluo was just joking with you. A hearty voice rang out, and a person suddenly appeared in the frozen void. Following his appearance, another person appeared almost at the same time. The two of them appeared. In an instant, the tense situation collapsed. Boyle, Yezo. Bahido said coldly, it seems that you've joined forces with Moxiaro. If I didn't say anything, were you going to join forces to kill me? At this moment, Bahido's expression was solemn. The four demon emperors were all present. Although there were some differences in the strength of each demon emperor, the differences were not too great. He had the confidence to deal with Moxiaro, but he did not have the confidence to deal with three demon emperors at the same time. Hearing this, Boyle smiled faintly. Don't think too much. It's just that the matter of the vast thousand domains is extremely important. That's why I was invited here. Moxiaro is right. The void demons are one. The so-called division of clans can't change anything. Since your Bahido clan has a backup plan, you can just take it out. If we can conquer the vast thousand domains, we might really have a chance to see the sacred demon realm. Even if we can't break through to the sacred demon realm, it's good for us to annex the vast thousand domains. I want half of the vast thousand domains origin. Bahido said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Moxiaro and the others suddenly became solemn. Yezo said, half of the origin is too much. I suggest we divide it equally. At least 40%. If it's less than 40%, then there's no need. I also want to see if you really have the ability to destroy my Bahido clan. Bahido sneered. He had no intention of giving in. Even if you destroy my Bahido clan, I'm confident that you won't be able to get away with it. Don't forget that the backup plan belongs to my Bahido clan. Asking for 40% of the origin of heaven and earth is already a big concession. Hearing this, the demon emperors did not immediately reply. Instead, they simply looked at each other. After a long while, Moxiaro nodded slightly. 40% of the origin of heaven and earth of the vast thousand domains belongs to the Bahido clan. The remaining 60% will be divided equally between the three of us. However, we must enter the vast thousand domains within 10 years. I've already seen in the long river of time that in the future, the vast thousand domains will have more and more powerhouses born. If a true immortal of the upper three tiers is born, it won't be easy to deal with them. A true immortal of the upper three tiers. That was a demon emperor-level powerhouse. Such an existence. Any one of them would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, once the vast thousand domains had a true immortal of the upper three tiers, there might be some mistakes in the preparations of the void demons to attack the vast thousand domains. Therefore, in Moxiaro's opinion, they had to conquer the vast thousand domains as soon as possible. Bahido said in a deep voice, I can't guarantee it within 10 years. If you want to open the barrier of heaven and earth, you must be strong enough. I can only say that it's as soon as possible. As for other promises, I can't promise you. No matter what, it's better to do it as soon as possible. Moxiaro shook his head. The lifespan of the creatures of the vast thousand domains is not long, but their talent is extremely terrifying. Although only a true immortal of the lower 3 tiers has been born. However, as long as they are given a chance, it won't take too long for a true immortal of the upper 3 tiers to be born. When I entered the long river of time in the universe, I also saw an image of countless futures. The vast thousand domains is a problem after all. In the Qian Yuan realm, through the method that Xiao Chengfeng had mentioned, Qin Shujian had been comprehending the existence of time. He discovered that if he could enter the long river of time at will, he would have a great advantage. Others could see images of the past and future and know a lot of things in advance. Although this kind of foresight of the past and future might not be a good thing. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion. However, it could still be considered a powerful method. However, after all, comprehending time was not an easy task. Qin Shujian sat in the courtyard for half a month, but there was no progress. And beside him, the Godslayer was sitting. What exactly do I need to do to comprehend time? Qin Shujian was a little discouraged. He turned his head to look at the Godslayer beside him, wanting to seek an answer. The Godslayer pondered for a moment, then said, "How do I explain the existence of time? This kind of thing is a little complicated to explain. Anyway, those who understand it understand it. If you don't understand it, it's useless to say it. However, if you can prove your Tao and become an immortal, then you can enter the long river of time. With your talent, you don't have to be in a hurry." After a few days, when you really step into the true immortal realm, then you will naturally understand. Hearing this, Qin Shujian had a strange expression on his face. These words were equivalent to not saying anything. However, he did not dwell too much on this matter. Since he could naturally enter the long river of time after breaking through to the true immortal realm, then there was no need to be in a hurry. Anyway, with his current state, Qin Shujian was confident that he could become an immortal within 10 years. Then let's wait and see. However, since the Demon Emperor attacked Xiao Chengfeng, does that mean that there is already a Demon Emperor who has his attention on this world? Since he failed to attack in the past, then, is it possible that he directly attacked and killed Xiao Chengfeng by force? Qin Shujian thought of a possibility. Judging from what happened, the Demon Emperor of the Void was determined to kill Xiao Chengfeng. Or else, there would not be a Demon Emperor who would take such a huge risk to directly kill him in the long river of time. The Godslayer said, "This is very likely. However, as long as the barrier between heaven and earth is intact, the Demon Emperor of the Void will not be able to enter this world. Otherwise, the Demon Emperor would not attack in the long river of time. The most fundamental reason is that such an existence cannot break the barrier between heaven and earth." From the Godslayer's point of view, the Demon Emperor's attack reflected one thing. That was, the Demon Emperor of the Void could not break the barrier between heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort to attack Xiao Chengfeng in the past. This way, the stability of the barrier between heaven and earth was guaranteed. Speaking of which, the Godslayer paused. As long as the barrier between heaven and earth is intact, then there will be no problem. However, if there is a flaw, then it is hard to say. Qin Shujian nodded. As long as the Demon Emperor of the Void could not break the barrier between heaven and earth, then everything else would be fine. As for the flaw in the barrier between heaven and earth, now, the only thing that could cause such a situation was that there was a problem with the small worlds outside of heaven and earth. However, as long as there was not a battle to the death, there would not be any changes in the secret realms of the various clans. If that was the case, the possibility of a flaw was not high. Emperor Qin, there is a cultivator in the human territory who wishes to see you. At this time, Zheng Fang suddenly walked over. Who is it? Qin Shujian looked a little confused. He did not have many friends in the 4 major continents. Among the cultivators of the other clans, the only ones who could talk to him were probably the emperors of the various clans. Could it be an emperor came to see him? Zheng Fang replied respectfully, "It is Black Crow Taoist who wishes to see Emperor Qin." Black Crow Taoist. Qin Shujian quickly remembered who the other party was. Black Crow Taoist priest strength was not weak among all the powerful beings he knew. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian looked at Zheng Fang and said, "Let him come to the East Continent. Benhuang will wait for him in the Chen Yuan realm." "Yes, Emperor." Zheng Fang bowed and left. Afterward, Qin Shujian picked up the teacup in front of him and slowly tasted the spiritual tea. On the other side, in the 10,000 clans battlefield, after more than half a month of seclusion, Qin Yuanbai and the others had officially succeeded in breaking through. It was a pity. The starting point of the human clan's celestial being was too low. Even if the general trend of heaven and earth poured in and had the opportunity to break through, there was no sage realm expert. After the breakthrough, the strongest was still Qin Yuanbai, who was at the third level of the celestial being realm. The others, Yin Bancheng, Fang Xinglan, and the others were all at the second level of the celestial being realm. Such an advancement. In fact, it was not considered low. After all, except for Qin Yuanbai, most of these people were lucky enough to break through to the celestial being realm in recent years. In just a few years, to be able to break through to the second level of the celestial being realm was extremely fast. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanbai, who had just broken through, was a little high-spirited. The others also looked very good. "I wonder if anything has happened during this period of time?" The person he was talking to. It was the Golden Rock King and the others who were guarding here. Hearing this, the Golden Rock King thought for a while and said, after attacking and occupying the Water Eldar's territory, the general trend of heaven and earth poured in. 7 celestial beings have also been born in the Chenyuan sacred ground. Now, all of them have entered the 10,000 clan battlefield. However, during this period of time, the Demon Clan and the Blood Eldar seem to have made some moves. The cultivators of the human clan who went out were also ambushed. Many cultivators and disciples of the academy died because of this ambush. Qin Yuanbai's eyes were slightly cold. It seems that the great victory of the human clan this time has made the other clans afraid. But it doesn't matter. They don't have the guts to attack the human clan's territory now. As for the ambush, it depends on who ambushes who. Regarding this matter, Qin Yuanbai was not too worried. The current human clan was no longer the human clan of the past. They would not be restrained in the human clan's territory just because of the alliance of a few clans. The change in spirit qi. The general trend of heaven and earth poured in. As a result, more and more powerful cultivators were born in the human clan. The so-called ambush. That was also based on the situation where the difference in strength was very big. Otherwise, it was not certain who would kill who. One of the purposes of the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield this time was to train soldiers. In this way, it was not a bad thing for other clans to ambush and kill the human clan. As long as there was not a situation where a celestial being killed a divine martial artist or a powerful being killed a transcendent. In that case, there would be no problem. Qin Yuanbai asked, "How is the strength of the people who attacked? Are there any celestial beings from various clans?" For now, there's no news of anyone above the celestial being realm. Most of the ambushers are in the spirit martial realm and the divine martial realm. Golden Rock King shook his head. After saying this, Kui Huai said, "There's nothing to worry about. We humans don't have much, but we have a lot of people. I'd like to see how many they can kill." His view was no different from Qin Yuanbai's. It was undoubtedly wishful thinking for the demon race to use ambushes to suppress the human race. Holifier said, "Now that Nyo Dali has broken through, we can take this opportunity to attack the Gold Eldar and the Wood Eldar. As long as we annex these two clans, the strength of our Chenyuan sacred ground will definitely increase greatly. At that time, the ambush between the two races will be even more useless." Elder Nyo has broken through. Qin Yuanbai and the others were stunned. The few of them couldn't help but look at each other, not daring to believe this news. He broke through from the 6th level of the heaven-human realm to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. It wasn't that simple. Thinking of Nyo Dali's strength, if he made a breakthrough at this time, Even if he wasn't comparable to an Emperor realm expert, he was definitely not far off. In other words, the Qianyuan sacred ground was now officially a force with a top powerhouse. After the shock, Fang Xinglan suppressed the surging waves in his heart and said with a smile, "If Elder Niu has broken through to the 7th tier of the celestial being realm, then it is indeed possible to capture the Gold Eldar and the Wood Eldar. The strength of the two clans has been greatly reduced. Even if there are powerhouses now, there won't be many of them. The only problem is the defensive means of the two clans. Without the defensive means of the 5 elements Eldar, there was no need for Niu Dali to break through at all. As early as when they captured the Water Eldar, the human race took the opportunity to attack the other two clans. But the problem now was, could Niu Dali, after break through the defenses of the two clans? Thinking of this, Fang Xinglan couldn't help but look at King of Azure Waves and Golden Rock King. They knew the 5 elements Eldar the best. There was something. Perhaps the other party could give him an answer. King of Azure Waves understood and said after thinking for a while, with Elder Niu's strength, breaking the restriction shouldn't be too much of a problem. He just gave a simple answer. The specific situation. King of Azure Waves was not sure. But in his opinion, the restrictions set by the two clans shouldn't be too powerful. After all, the more powerful the restriction, the greater the price to pay. The 5 elements Eldar were the spirits of the 5 elements of heaven and earth that gave birth to wisdom and finally took shape. If they wanted to set up a restriction of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, then they needed to return to the origin. Qin Yuanbai thought for a moment and then said, "In 3 days, we will attack the Gold Eldar." But, speaking of this, he looked at Fang Xinglan and said, "This time, Elder Fang needs to leave first and go to the Gold Eldar to open a portal. At that time, everyone will go through the portal. To avoid being noticed by the demon race and secretly stirring up trouble." The army was mobilized. There would definitely be a big movement. So, Qin Yuanbai planned to go directly through the portal. Anyway, the Qianyuan sacred ground had an array Grand Master, so it wouldn't be difficult to open a portal. Fang Xinglan nodded. Okay. After the matter was discussed, the Qianyuan sacred ground had already consolidated its forces and was ready to attack the Gold Eldar. 3 days later, the army set off. Through the portal, a large number of human cultivators appeared outside the Gold Eldar's territory. It was eye-catching. The entire territory of the Gold Spirit clan was surrounded by a vast expanse of yellow sand. In the yellow sand, countless Gold Spirit energy wreaked havoc, assimilating all living beings that entered this place without permission into a part of the Gold Spirit energy. Gungjin Sword Realm. King of Azure Waves looked at the yellow sand in front of him and felt a little emotional. He had heard of the Gungjin Sword Realm, but this was the first time he had seen this forbidden place with his own eyes. Although he didn't walk into the yellow sand, King of Azure Waves could feel the threat contained in it. The Golden Rock King said, "The Gungjin Sword Realm is a forbidden place created by the Gold Eldar with the power of the Gold Spirits of heaven and earth. Among the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the Gold Spirits are the sharpest. Any cultivator who walks into the yellow sand will be cut by the power of the Gold Spirits. They will either be completely annihilated by the power of the Gold Spirits, or their flesh and blood will be corroded by the power of the Gold Spirits and assimilated into the Gungjin Sword Realm." The surrounding cultivators heard this. Their expressions changed involuntarily. They didn't know much about the Gungjin Sword Realm, unlike the people from Tianwen Island who knew a lot about it. Qin Yuanbai looked sideways at Niu Dali. "If we want to break the Gungjin Sword Realm, we have to rely on Elder Niu. If it doesn't work, Elder Niu shouldn't force it. If the Qianyuan sacred ground loses a powerful figure because of a Gold Eldar, it's not worth it." Qin Yuanbai's words were unpleasant. But they were also stating a fact. Let's try first. Niu Dali didn't mind. Looking at the Gungjin Sword Realm in front of him, he walked directly into the yellow sand. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Niu Dali's body. They really wanted to see, could Niu Dali break this impasse? He stepped into the yellow sand. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying gold spirit power suddenly swarmed over. Every wisp of gold spirit power was like a heaven-shaking divine weapon, giving off an extremely terrifying threat. Not only that, there was also a mysterious power emerging from the yellow sand, trying to condense and assimilate the flesh and blood of living creatures. In just a moment, Nyo Dali was surrounded by surging murderous intent. Gungjin Sword Realm? He didn't move. Instead, he looked at the surrounding yellow sand, thinking about something in his mind. The gold spirit power bombarding him. Before they had a chance to get close, they were shattered by the invisible earth energy. At this time, Nyo Dali, just standing in the yellow sand, he was like an invincible existence. No matter how fierce the surrounding attacks were, they couldn't do anything to him. The moment he walked into the yellow sand, the Gold Eldar also received the news. An expert entered the Gungjin Sword Realm. Ji Mang's expression changed. He walked out of the City Lord's mansion and looked at the yellow sand that surrounded the Gold Eldar's territory. At this moment, he felt a great pressure in his heart. The Gold Eldar also received the news that the Water Eldar was forced to leave the 10,000 tribe battlefield. Even the bitter sea couldn't stop the human race's tyrannical strength. When the Water Eldar was defeated, Ji Mang had guessed this possibility, but when it really happened, his heart still trembled. The yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. But in Ji Mang's eyes, he could easily see the changes. He saw a person with 2 horns on his head standing in the yellow sand. Around him were shocking sword lights, but they couldn't do anything to the other party. That's the Qin Emperor's mount. The moment he saw Nyo Dali, Ji Mang knew his identity. There was no other way. Dongshan died in the hands of this green bull. He immediately sent the news back to the Gold Eldar, wanting to find out the other party's identity. Moreover, Nyo Dali's identity wasn't something worth hiding. The Gold Eldar didn't spend much effort and easily found out about this matter. In Ji Mang's view, Nyo Dali was very strong, the kind that could be said to be too strong. But, coupled with his identity as the Qin Emperor's mount, it seemed to make sense. However, these were not important matters. In the current situation, the Gungjin Sword domain couldn't do anything to the other party. When the Gungjin Sword domain was broken, the Gold Eldar would probably follow in the footsteps of the Water Eldar. Thinking of this, Ji Mang immediately shouted, "Men!" Instantly, the few remaining Gold Eldar Celestials all appeared in front of him. "Lord Ji Mang, what happened?" Looking at Ji Mang's serious expression, the Celestials' hearts jumped. Ji Mang said, "The human race is attacking the Gungjin Sword domain. It won't be long before they break it. I want one of you to leave the 10,000 tribe battlefield immediately and send a message to the demon race, asking them to send reinforcements." It wasn't easy to send a message to the demon race in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. On the contrary, it would be more convenient to leave the 10,000 tribe battlefield and ask for reinforcements from the demon race in the 4 continents. Hearing this, one of the Celestials cupped his hands and accepted the order, "I'll go now." After that Celestial left, Ji Mang looked at the remaining 3 Celestials and said coldly, "The Gungjin Sword domain can't be broken, at least not before the reinforcements of the demon race arrive. There's only one way to maintain the Gungjin Sword domain, and that is to strengthen it. As the Celestials of the Gold Eldar, you should do your part." After saying this, the Celestials' hearts trembled. What did it mean to do their part for the Gold Eldar? It was very clear. One of the Celestials suddenly sighed, then bowed and said, "I've lived for 11,000 years and haven't been able to break through the 4th level of the celestial realm. The hope of breaking through in this life is very slim. I only hope that the almighty Ji Mang can take care of my descendants. In this way, my contribution to the Gold Eldar will not be in vain. You can rest assured that as long as the Gold Eldar is not destroyed, your descendants will definitely not be mistreated." Ji Mang's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and immediately bowed again. "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Ji Mang." After saying this, they straightened up and in the next moment, jumped into the Gungjin Sword domain. Immediately after, their bodies suddenly dissipated, turning into a shocking amount of gold spirit energy that converged into the domain. In an instant. The power of the Gungjin sword domain sword. The traces of gold spirit energy that overflowed in the void had already cut out traces of cracks in the void. P.S. I recommend my old friend's book, Starting from the Extreme Path. Chapter 686. Celestial Burial. Ji-Mang did not stop, but immediately gathered many golden Eldar and continued to throw themselves into the Gungjin sword realm, wanting to make this dangerous place even more terrifying. In the face of such an order, most of the golden Eldar did not refuse. But there were still some golden Eldar who resisted. These clansmen. They were all killed by Ji-Mang personally and thrown into the Gungjin sword realm. From beginning to end. Ji-Mang's expression was indifferent. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. As long as the golden Eldar's territory is preserved, then the golden Eldar will have hope of rising again. When that time comes, all the clansmen will remember you. He opened his mouth and said slowly, but no one responded. To this, Ji-Mang did not say anything else. For the golden Eldar, the territory must not be lost. Or else. The metal spirits had no choice but to seal the mystic realm. Although sealing the secret realm was also a means of self-protection. In fact, unless it was a last resort, no one was willing to seal the secret realm, and even more unwilling to give up all the advantages in such a situation. In the era of great battles, it would only appear once every few 100,000 years or even millions of years. Once missed, perhaps in the next few 100,000 years, there would be no chance to rise again. More importantly, the great calamity of the demon abyss was coming. If the golden Eldar did not have enough ability to protect themselves, then under the impact of the great calamity, it was very likely that they would be destroyed. Therefore, in Ji-Mang's view, the current actions were all for the continuation of the golden Eldar. If they really sealed the secret realm, then everything would be gone. The human race. Thinking of the human race, Ji-Mang's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Everything was caused by the human race. If not for the human race, the golden Eldar would not have lost so many clansmen. As the golden Eldar threw themselves into the Gungjin sword realm. In an instant, the power of the Gungjin sword realm greatly increased. Boom! The shocking sword light swallowed and spat out, the terrifyingly rich golden Eldar power, rampaging in the sword realm. The sharpness that could cut through heaven and earth. It made everyone's expression change greatly. The power of the Gungjin sword realm has become even stronger. King of Azure Billow's expression was ugly. Not much time had passed. The might of the Zheng metal sword domain suddenly increased by several times. Such power. Even though he was standing outside the heptagold sword domain, he still had a premonition of death. Inside the yellow sand, the sword radiance cut through the Gangqi. Niu Dali also felt a great threat from it. At this moment, he snapped out of his thoughts. Looking at the oncoming sword light, he simply threw out a punch. Bang! With a single punch, the void shattered. The extremely tyrannical power directly annihilated all of the incoming sword lights. However, as soon as the sword light disappeared, more sword lights bombarded him. Niu Dali stomped his feet on the ground. The moment he mobilized all the power in his body, a dormant power was awakened from his body. Hum! The void trembled. A terrifying shadow appeared in the void. A ferocious and terrifying aura spread out in all directions. In front of this aura, everyone felt their breathing quicken. So strong. The Golden Rock King cried out. When this aura swept over, he couldn't help but have an impulse to prostrate himself in worship. That was a suppression that came from strength. It was also a suppression that came from the bloodline. Regarding this, the Golden Rock King found it hard to imagine. One had to know that the bloodline of the Golden Rock clan flowed in his body. The Golden Rock clan had once given birth to many true immortal level experts. Although the bloodline of the clan's strength wasn't the best, it was still incomparably noble. Otherwise, The Golden Rock clan didn't have the capital to compete with the dragons for the Demon Emperor. But even so, in front of this aura, the Golden Rock King still felt trembling. He didn't dare to imagine. Just what kind of bloodline was it that could suppress him? Not only did the Golden Rock King's expression change drastically, even the Fire Saint's expression didn't look any better. This bloodline suppression. Not only could it suppress the Golden Rock clan, but it could also suppress the Vermilion Bird clan. As for the others, although they could feel this terrifying aura, they didn't feel the suppression of the bloodline. At this moment, a terrifying shadow appeared. Just a single roar was enough to shatter all of the gunmetal sword aura. In an instant, the Heptagold sword domain shook crazily. Quick, we can't let the Heptagold sword domain be broken. Ji-Mang's expression changed drastically. The clansmen who had originally thrown themselves into the Heptagold sword domain immediately quickened their pace. How could this be? When did the human clan have an emperor-level combat power? Ji-Mang was shocked. The power that was emitted from the Heptagold sword domain made him feel an endless threat. As a large number of clansmen merged into it, the power of the Heptagold sword domain had already risen to a terrifying level. Ji-Mang was confident. Without an emperor-level expert, he would definitely not be able to break the Heptagold sword domain. But now, emperor. Only a ruler could have such an aura. Ji-Mang couldn't believe that Qin Shujian's mount would have the combat power of an emperor. But now, he couldn't care less. Since the power of the Heptagold sword domain couldn't stop the other party, he could only make the power of the Heptagold sword domain stronger. Only in this way. Only then could he stop the other party. Rumble. The sky was trembling. Terrifying power poured down. Countless gold spirit power was like a divine weapon, crazily attacking Nyo Dali. It was also at this moment. The fist blasted out, and the terrifying shadow suddenly exploded. Boom! The terrifying power erupted like an endless abyss, annihilating and devouring everything that it touched. The gold spirit power that was drifting between heaven and earth seemed to have been stimulated by something and shook crazily. Countless forces gathered together, trying to block this attack. However, in the face of this destructive power, any resistance was futile. At this moment, the sky had changed color. The terrifying power instantly tore the sky of the Heptagold sword domain apart and directly bombarded the sky. Faint ripples rippled within. It dissolved the power that was rushing up to the clouds. At this moment, Ji-Mang looked at the Heptagold sword domain in front of him, and his eyes were dull. The Heptagold sword domain shattered. It meant that the Jin Eldar's sacrifice was completely in vain. Not only that, it also meant that the Jin Eldar was about to withdraw from the 10,000 tribes battlefield. In the next hundreds of thousands of years, he wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. At this moment, the Heptagold sword domain shattered. The yellow sand disappeared, and everything returned to its original appearance. Only the gold spirit power that was drifting between heaven and earth was still dense, but it wasn't as terrifying as before. Nyo Dali retracted his fist, and was slightly panting. He threw out that punch. He had consumed a lot of energy, and almost used up all of his vital essence. However, the result was remarkable. The Heptagold sword domain shattered, and the Jin Eldar had lost his last barrier. Nyo Dali turned around to look at Qin Yuanbai, and said calmly and seriously, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Hearing that, everyone regained their senses from the shock. Qin Yuanbai was overjoyed. The Heptagold sword domain shattered, and the Jin Eldar has no way to stop our human race. Elder Nyo's action is a great merit, and I will definitely report it to Emperor Qin. After saying that, the smile on his face faded a little. Looking at the Jin Eldar's territory in front of him, his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Everyone, attack! We must kill all the Jin Eldar's people." Last time, he let the Water Eldar retreat because the Water Eldar's strength wasn't weak, and he didn't want to cause too many casualties. But the Jin Eldar was different. When attacking the human race's territory, the Jin Eldar's losses were the heaviest. This way. As for the metal spirit race, there weren't many powerful beings left. Moreover, Qin Shujian was also a little dissatisfied with the Water Eldar's matter last time. Although Qin Yuanbai didn't understand why the other party was dissatisfied. But he could know that Emperor Qin didn't want to give the outsiders a chance to leave. Since that was the case, that Jin Eldar's extermination was exactly what the other party wanted. All clansmen, retreat immediately. On the other side, the moment the heptagold sword domain shattered, Ji Mang immediately gave the order. Now, there was no trace of the Yarrow clan. When the human army attacked, the Jin Eldar had no possibility of resisting. Thus, the only way out was to retreat. If they were destined to lose the momentum of heaven and earth, then retreat and preserve the last of the Jin Eldar's strength. The teleportation gate opened. The Jin Eldar left one by one. Boom! A powerful force crushed down from the sky. A large number of experts flew over and directly appeared in the Jin Eldar's territory. The person in the lead. It was Tian Hong. Seeing this, Ji Mang's anxious heart instantly relaxed a little. He quickly flew over. Lord Tian Hong, I almost came too late. Tian Hong had a faint smile on his face. But when he looked at the humans, his expression unconsciously became serious. Actually, he wasn't late. When the humans were preparing to break the heptagold sword domain, the experts of the Yarrow clan had already arrived. However, Tian Hong had been hiding at the side, wanting to see the situation. In the end, he just happened to see Nyo Dali break the heptagold sword domain with one punch. He was greatly shocked. In terms of strength, Tian Hong also had no way to break the heptagold sword domain. In other words, his strength was not as good as Nyo Dali's. If it was in the past, Tian Hong would definitely turn around and leave. But it was different now. The other party consumed a lot of energy to break the heptagold sword domain. Under this situation, Tian Hong had the confidence to fight. On the other side, when the experts of the Yarrow clan appeared, the atmosphere on the human side also became cold. Qin Yuanbai's expression was cold. In his eyes, there weren't many experts of the Yarrow clan who came this time, but their quality was very high. 3 Almighties above the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. 5 experts of the Saint Realm. Lastly, 5 ordinary celestial beings. There were a total of 13 of them, but their combined strength was more terrifying than millions of ordinary cultivators. There were no words. A great battle was about to break out. Nyo Dali took a step into the air and transformed into the true form of the Green Bull. He took the lead to suppress the Almighties of the Yarrow clan. Seeing this, Tian Hong also revealed his true form. It was a huge heaven-reaching ape. Next, the other Almighties of the Yarrow clan also revealed their true forms and joined forces with Tian Hong to attack the Green Bull. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard. A huge vermilion bird spread its wings and terrifying flames burned the sky into a fiery red color. Instantly, Ji Mang used the power of the gold spirit to condense a long sword. In the next moment, it had already slashed through the void and attacked Holofire. In the Qian Yuan realm, Qin Shujian's hand that was drinking tea paused for a moment. He looked up at the sky. After a long while, he retracted his gaze. When did such an expert appear in the 10,000 clan battlefield? He can actually shake the formation I left behind. The sovereigns of the various clans shouldn't be able to make a move. Could it be Nyo Dali? Soon, Qin Shujian thought of a certain Green Bull. The other party had broken through to the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. He was also very clear about this. With Nyo Dali's strength, it was possible for him to do this. Moreover, this should be the time for the human clan to attack the Gold Eldar. Therefore, it was natural for a battle to break out. Although Qin Shujian was in charge of the Qian Yuan realm, he was also very clear about the matters of the 10,000 clan battlefield. Every move of the human clan, they could not hide from his eyes and ears. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of interfering in the 10,000 clan battlefield. There was no need to talk about the Great Zhao. As for the Chenyuan sacred ground, with Xiao Chengfeng in charge, it was basically foolproof. Now, with the addition of Nyo Dali, it was even less of a problem. With these two around, the human clan might lose in the war against the outside world. But no matter how they lost, they would not lose the foundation of the human clan. In that case, Qin Shujian didn't care much about it. Not long after, a man dressed in black walked in from the outside. He looked at Qin Shujian and cupped his hands. Black Crow greets Qin Shihuang. Brother Black Crow, please sit down. Qin Shujian smiled slightly and reached out to the empty seat in front of him. Seeing this, Black Crow Taoist did not dare to be rude. He cupped his hands again and said, "Thank you." After that, he walked to the stone bench and sat down. Qin Shujian waved his hand and a cup of spiritual tea floated in front of him. Brother Black Crow, why do you want to see Ben Huang this time? Black Crow Taoist. Qin Shujian had a good impression of him, although he helped the human clan because of his hatred for the demon clan. However, this relationship still existed. Even if he helped him forge a magic weapon, in Qin Shujian's view, he was still a friend of the human clan. Hearing this, Black Crow Taoist suddenly felt a little emotional. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. Now that I see you again, I know how big the gap between you and me is. In his words, he sighed in his heart. The last time he saw Qin Shujian, although he had the strength to call himself a Renhuang, he had not really become one. Although he was strong, at most, he was comparable to the Nirvana realm. About 2 years. The person in front of him had become a real Renhuang, and his strength was comparable to a true immortal. In comparison, Black Crow Taoist found that he was really far behind. In the past, he could barely get along with him as an equal. Now, he was inferior. After sighing with emotion, Black Crow Taoist looked serious and said in a deep voice, "I want to join the Chenyuan sacred ground. Can you agree? Join the Chenyuan sacred ground?" Qin Shujian was stunned. He looked at Black Crow Taoist in front of him. He was a little surprised. The other party came to see him. Qin Shujian had also guessed what Black Crow Taoist's purpose was. But he definitely did not expect. The other party wanted to join the Chenyuan sacred ground. But after a short moment of surprise, Qin Shujian was also happy. It was very simple. Black Crow Taoist was not weak. He had been able to fight against the demon clan for so many years and had been free and unfettered in the 4 major continents. If he was not strong, how could he do this? So, although Black Crow Taoist's strength had not reached the 10th level of the celestial being, he was still a master of the 9th level of the celestial being. If he was placed in the demon clan, he could be regarded as a top demon saint. Black Crow Taoist said, "The demon clan has dominated the western continent for millions of years. No race has ever been able to make the demon clan suffer such a big loss. But since the human clan left the eastern continent, the strength of the demon clan has weakened a lot. After several wars, the demon clan has suffered heavy losses." After that, Black Crow Taoist sighed, "I'm not afraid to be laughed at. My Black Crow clan was destroyed by the demon clan. I have never forgotten to take revenge. Unfortunately, my strength did not allow me to do so. For many years, I have been killing demon clan cultivators everywhere, but the effect was minimal. I only have one purpose for joining the Chenyuan sacred ground this time. I hope to use the sacred ground to completely destroy the demon clan. Even if I can't destroy the entire demon clan, I want to destroy the dragons and kill the current demon emperor. For this reason, I am willing to fight to the death for the Chenyuan sacred ground." Black Crow Taoist did not hide anything. Instead, he frankly told Qin Haodong his purpose. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "Brother Black Crow, do you have so much confidence in the Chenyuan sacred ground? The human clan is the only force that can deal with the demon clan. If even the human clan can't do it, I can't think of any force in the 4 major continents that can deal with the demon clan." Black Crow Taoist shook his head and sighed. He was now putting all his eggs in one basket. He would join the human clan and use the human clan to destroy the demon clan. Otherwise, with his own strength, Black Crow Taoist was not sure that he could deal with the demon clan. Not in the past, not now. Because the demon emperor had become an immortal. Not to mention that he was only at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Even if he was at the 10th level of the celestial being nirvana realm or a half-immortal, he was like an ant in front of a true immortal. After all, not everyone was like Qin Haodong in front of him. He wanted to become a celestial being and kill an immortal. It was really too difficult. Looking at Qin Shujian, who didn't respond, Black Crow Taoist priest continued, the humankind and the humankind have always had a deep grudge against each other. I can tell that the Qin Emperor is a powerful being who is decisive and resolute. If there is a chance, Qin Haodong will definitely not let the demon clan go. Therefore, I am willing to join the Chenyuan sacred ground, even if it means dying for the sacred ground. As long as I can see the fall of the demon emperor with my own eyes when the human clan attacks the demon clan in the future, it will be enough. It could be seen. Black Crow Taoist really hated the demon clan to the core. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a long time before saying, Brother Black Crow, if you can join the Chenyuan sacred ground, Ben Huang will naturally welcome you. But since you have already said this, Ben Huang will not beat around the bush. Please speak, Qin Haodong. If Brother Black Crow joins the Chenyuan sacred ground, you will be considered a member of the human clan. From then on, you will not have the slightest rebellion and will have to obey orders. If you agree, Brother Black Crow can make a rule oath. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Now he found that the rule oath was very useful. Anyway, if he encountered a problem, he could make a rule oath. Black Crow Taoist said, I can make a rule oath, but Qin Haodong must also promise that you will kill the demon emperor. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded. Even without Black Crow Taoist's words, the demon emperor would die. As the other party said just now, the situation between the human clan and the demon clan had reached an irreversible point. If either side had a chance, they would not let the other side go. If it were not for the strength of the demon emperor and the counterattack of the true immortals of the various clans, Qin Shujian would have already killed the demon emperor on the spot. Now he was still holding back. It was just because he was not strong enough. After receiving an affirmative answer from Qin Shujian, Black Crow Taoist did not hesitate and immediately made a rule oath. He did not ask the other party to make a rule oath either. As the emperor of a region, Qin Shujian's verbal agreement was enough. As for the rest, Black Crow Taoist did not think that he could take advantage of it. The rule oath was made. The smile on Qin Shujian's face also became more enthusiastic. Since Black Crow Taoist has joined the Chenyuan sacred ground, you are an honorary elder of the sacred ground. Black Crow Taoist heard this and solemnly cupped his hands. Black Crow greets Qin Haodong. It was a simple bow. The subordinate relationship between the two sides had been established. Qin Shujian said, Elder Black Crow has been in the 4 major continents for so many years. I wonder if you know other individual cultivators. If so, you can also let them join the Chenyuan sacred ground. No matter which race they are from, Ben Huang will treat them equally. Black Crow Taoist's matter. Qin Shujian had an idea in his mind. There were many individual cultivators in the 4 major continents. At least there were only a few reasons why they became individual cultivators. Either they were betrayed by their original race, or their race was destroyed and they had no choice but to become individual cultivators. Black Crow Taoist belonged to the latter. No matter which one it was, these individual cultivators did not have much of a racial concept. Moreover, those who could become individual cultivators and do well in the 4 major continents were not weak. At least, those who could be acquainted with Black Crow Taoist were not weak. Although the strength of the Chenyuan sacred ground had steadily increased, it still did not have enough top combat power. There was no way to fight on multiple fronts. If he could recruit a group of individual cultivators, Qin Shujian believed that the situation of the Chenyuan sacred ground would be much better. As for whether the recruitment would fail, he was not too worried. As long as they were living creatures, they would have their own desires and demands. Qin Shujian believed. With his current status and the resources he had, it would not be difficult to satisfy those celestial cultivators. On the side, Black Crow Taoist could vaguely guess what Qin Shujian meant. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, I know a few. Their strength is around the 7th or 8th tier of the celestial being, but I don't know if I can get in touch with them. It's best if you can. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. He was not in a hurry about this matter. All of a sudden, the heaven list shook slightly. Qin Shujian closed his eyes, touched the heaven list with his divine mind, and then took out the communication jade talisman inside. After a while, the jade talisman's message was read. He opened his eyes again, and there was a flash of killing intent. The Blood Eldar is attacking. Take Banhuang's token and immediately go to the human clan's territory to help. While speaking, Qin Shujian took out a token. Seeing this, Black Crow Taoist immediately reached out and took the token, then got up and said, I understand. After that, he did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left the courtyard and walked outside. The Blood Eldar is attacking at this time. It seems that they have discussed it with the demon clan. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. Judging from the message, the Blood Eldar came very secretly this time. The human clan did not know anything about it in advance. Until the soldiers were about to reach the city. Only then did they send the news back. Originally, with Xiao Chengfeng around, Qin Shujian should not be too worried. But the problem was, he did not want Xiao Chengfeng to be easily exposed. Qin Shujian only intended to let the reincarnation of immortal monarch Haozang stay in the holy city and act as a stabilizing force. To boost morale. To reassure Qin Yuanbai and the others. If they really made a move, it would inevitably cause fear among the various clans. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Qin Shujian did not intend to let Xiao Chengfeng make a move. However, the Blood Eldar was aggressive. Although the human clan had reinforcements, the various clans were far away. Even the territory of the Blackstone Condor clan in the 10,000 clan battlefield was in its original position. There was a gap in distance. Then there was the transmission of the news. In the end, it would take a certain amount of time for the various clans to help. Normally speaking, at this time, there were only two ways for the Chenyuan sacred ground. One was to ask for help from Da Zhao, and the other was to let Xiao Chengfeng make a move. However, the arrival of Black Crow Taoist priest had eliminated these two options. Black Crow Taoist is considered an expert in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. It shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He did not remember how many experts there were in the Blood Eldar. Compared to the demon clan's sharp edge, the Blood Eldar was much more low-key. It was also because of this that the Blood Eldar's losses were much lower than the demon clans. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, the moment the Blood Eldar attacked, Da Zhao also received the news. Inside the city lord's mansion, Shi Yang sat on the main seat, and the rest were the generals and vassals. At this time, the atmosphere in the lobby was quite solemn. Jiyu Changqing said in a deep voice, now the Blood Eldar's army is about to step into the territory of the Chenyuan sacred ground. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid it's not that simple. What's the situation on the Chenyuan sacred ground side now? Shi Yang's expression did not change. Hearing this, Duanzun cupped his hands and said, I've received news that most of the experts of the Chenyuan sacred ground have left at this time and are attacking the Gold Eldar. Now that the demon clan has sent troops to help, they have been entangled. The Blood Eldar came at the right time. It must have been negotiated with the demon clan. One side is delaying the main force of the Chenyuan sacred ground, and the other side is taking this opportunity to attack the human territory. This matter. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the purpose of the two clans. Shi Yang said, has the Chenyuan sacred ground sent anyone to ask for help? We haven't received any news so far. We haven't received any news. Shi Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Does the Chenyuan sacred ground have any other trump cards? He was curious. At this point, the Chenyuan sacred ground had not sent anyone to ask for help. What kind of trump card did the other party have? Could it be, are they waiting for that person to make a move? Shi Yang raised his head and looked outside the City Lord mansion, in the direction of the sacred city. If the Chenyuan sacred ground had any confidence, then Xiao Chengfeng, who was in charge of the sacred city, was very likely. Your Highness, although the Chenyuan sacred ground has not sent anyone to ask for help, we must all belong to the human race. It is not appropriate for us to sit back and do nothing, Dan Hao said seriously. How can I sit back and do nothing? Shi Yang shook his head and said, but the Chenyuan sacred ground has not asked for help. It is not appropriate for us to make a move without permission. However, the Blood Eldar has the courage to attack the human race. I also want to see how much power the Blood Eldar has left. Your Highness, you mean, gather the troops and attack the Blood Eldar? Shi Yang's face was cold. Since the Blood Eldar dared to attack the human territory, he would directly attack the Blood Eldar. He wanted to see. The Blood Eldar still had some strength left. Hearing this, Duanzun's face changed slightly. Your Highness, isn't it too impulsive for us to attack the Blood Eldar rashly? It has always been the Blood Eldar who attacked the human race. Today, I will attack the Blood Eldar. Shi Yang sneered, not caring about Duanzun's scruples at all. If they want to fight, we will accompany them to the end. Your Highness is right. How can we be afraid of the Blood Eldar? Dan Hao on the side nodded in agreement. Attacking the Blood Eldar was exactly what he wanted. As for the West City Lord, who was sitting at the end, he did not speak at this time. The West City Lord did not expect this. He had just entered the 10,000 race battlefield and he had to face such a big battle. However, this also happened to be what he wanted. Only by experiencing the baptism of life and death could he hope to break through to a higher level. The West City Lord knew how talented he was. If he did not take a gamble, he would not have a chance to break through in the future. After receiving the order, the Great Zhao immediately began to integrate the military forces. At the same time, meanwhile, Fang Yilan and the other elders of the Imperial Astronomer quietly left the human world. This time, the Great Zhao's attack on the Blood Eldar required speed. If the soldiers were allowed to hurry, a lot of time would be wasted. So, what Fang Yilan and the others had to do was to rush to the vicinity of the Blood Eldar's territory and then open a portal to receive the Great Zhao's army. On the other side, where the Chenyuan sacred ground was, the 9 cities were all under martial law. The cultivators of the other 5 cities were all heading to the front line of the 4 cities. The attack of the Blood Eldar was a big deal. At this time, there were not many Celestials left. Most of the powerhouses had gone to attack the Golden Eldar together. No one expected that the Blood Eldar would suddenly attack the human territory at this time. Inside Yu City, Kui Huai's face was solemn. Is there any news from the Qin Emperor? He only felt a lot of pressure now. Kui Huai did not expect that the Blood Eldar would send troops to attack at this time, nor did he expect that Qin Yuanbai and the others would be entangled by the powerhouses of the Demon Clan. It was obvious. The Demon Clan had already joined forces with the Blood Eldar. The news has already been sent. The Qin Emperor said that he has sent powerhouses over. I think it won't be long. Qi Tianxing shook his head and gave an uncertain answer. He was also under a lot of pressure now. The power of heaven and earth poured into him, allowing him to break through to the second level of the celestial being realm. Until now, Qi Tianxing had just finished his seclusion, but he encountered such a big problem. Kui Huai asked doubtfully, send powerhouses? Are there any hidden powerhouses in the sacred land? He searched through his memory. He did not find any other powerhouses in the Chenyuan sacred land. In the huge Chenyuan sacred land, all the powerhouses had basically entered the 10,000 clan battlefield. It could be said that there should not be any extra celestials in the eastern continent. At this time, Kui Huai also could not figure out who the powerhouse Qin Shujian was talking about was. However, he did not have time to think so much. Brother Qi, do you think we should ask for help from the Great Zhao? Let's wait and see. Qi Tianxing shook his head. If we really can't resist, someone will naturally take action. Why should we ask for help from the great Zhao? As he spoke, he signaled with his eyes. Kui Huai also nodded slightly. As for the City Lord Mansion, the other newly ascended celestials were confused at this time. They were all celestial beings who had just broken through. After breaking through, they directly entered the 10,000 clan battlefield. No one expected that they would encounter such a big event as the Blood Eldar's attack not long after arriving at the 10,000 clan battlefield. Well, let's go out and take a look. Kui Huai took a deep breath and then stepped out of the City Lord Mansion. On the city wall, many cultivators had already appeared there. A large number of crossbows were all placed on the city wall, and the cold arrowheads revealed a frightening cold light. These were not ordinary crossbows. They were powerful divine weapons that had been personally refined by a Grandmaster forging master. Each crossbow arrow could easily tear through a protective shield, and it could also absorb the power of the true essence to enhance the power of the arrow. The lines on the crossbow arrow. It was where the true essence was stored. As for the person who studied the crossbow arrow, it was Qin Shujian. However, the person who actually refined the crossbow arrow was not him. Elder Kui, Elder Qi. When the cultivators on the city wall saw the arrival of the crowd, their originally tense hearts relaxed a little. Millimeter Kui Huai nodded, then looked at the distant boundary and said in a deep voice, "Where is the Blood Eldar's army now?" According to the report of the scouts, they are only 1,000 miles away from us. The cultivator replied truthfully. In response, Kui Huai nodded. 1,000 miles did not take long at all. Soon, the Blood Eldar's cultivators officially stepped into the human clan's boundary. In an instant, Kui Huai crushed a jade talisman. The jade talisman shattered, and a large number of formation patterns emerged from it. Then, the formation patterns on the ground connected, and a large formation was instantly formed. Rumble. The formation was set up, and the earth and mountains shook. Endless murderous intent was revealed from it. The Blood Eldar's cultivators who walked into the human clan's boundary inevitably showed a look of panic at this time. Slaughter. They were instantly aroused. The leader, Zhu Yu, looked calm. Looking at the incoming killing move, he casually struck out with his palm and broke a hole in the formation. Don't panic. All celestial beings, erase the formation patterns on the ground. After saying that, Zhu Yu added another sentence. Pay attention to the formation's backup. Don't fall like the 5 elements Eldar. The 5 elements Eldar's crushing defeat. For the other forces, it was a lesson as bloody as blood. Later on, the Thunder Tribulation with the Rule appeared in the Eastern continent. Many cultivators guessed that the formation that buried the 5 elements Eldar powerhouse was the work of Emperor Qin. With the appearance of the first Thunder Tribulation, the probability of the other party making a second move was not high. But even so, Zhu Yu would not let his guard down. Everyone, be on guard. The moment the battle is broken, immediately launch an attack. Kui Huai's expression was solemn. His eyes looked straight at the Blood Eldar's cultivators who were going to besiege the formation. He had already quietly raised his palm. Although the formation was powerful, but the possibility of stopping the Blood Eldar's army was very slim. Because of the person who set up the formation. His name was Fang Xinglan. P.S. Support the original version. Chijian Chinese Networks. I'm really decent. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.